Yo, Jet. Oh,
don't have as much kind of punching power as something like a Phoenix, it's going to be a little bit harder to work the map. You know, you're working in towards A main or B or taking mid. A lot of the time, a blaze wall and a curveball goes a long way to making progress, but RRQ is just a comp full of a bunch of guys with guns. There's going to have to be a little bit more contacting, and they're going to have to get much more value out of something like a drone.
Yeah, I think it's kind of ironic that they're picking Sage against the ASUS Sage. That's been the one that's coming up with a lot of these walls. I don't know if you
they're thinking
hold
about
on,
that. I don't think they care about that.
Do you not remember on Corrode when Asuna did the boost into that tiny little hole and
everyone started doing
it?
Yeah,
I'm
Full
just saying,
started doing that.
he's the first Sage. He's got that unlocked. So it's kind of interesting to see. But
yeah,
again,
hello.
it's kind of rough.
Hello.
I mean, it's always going to be rough. That is the age-old thing with Ascent. In a lot of metas, a very defensive-sided map. I think if you're playing a double duelist mirror, that's a different story. But that's not going to be the case here for RRQ. Might be a little bit harder for them to get going on the attack. Hopefully, they can try to win the pistol, try to get in with a couple of good gun rounds, and then when they flip over to the defense, maybe they'll be
proper नहीं दिखाया तो कैम देखना पड़ेगा काफी लगाऊं
Jovi is the coach of RRQ here, though, and at least he has a little bit more insight and knowledge into how some of these American teams perform, because he's been over there in that region. He might be watching it a little bit more actively than some other people in Pacific. So I'm kind of hoping that that's going to give him a good read on what 100 Thieves likes to do.
Yeah, we didn't even get the chance to talk about Jovi earlier on, but he's been absolutely phenomenal. I've actually worked with him personally on a personal level on FlightQuest when he was in charge of that Game Changers roster, and he's so good at understanding the fundamentals of the game and making sure he's communicating that to his team. He's also really good at anti-stratting, and that's what I'm scared of, because knowing how 100 Thieves play, they are very creative, but you can anti-strat them at the end of the day. And I think too, for me, when I'm looking at the Phoenix, when I'm looking at the Jet, it is kind of scary when they do switch over and switch sides, trying to get attack anywhere on either side of the map with that Sage, with that Veto. You're gonna have to bait out so much util before you're able to actually be able to do something.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it can be a little bit troublesome to be attacking into these heavy senti comps, but that's where Ascent, I mean, you're going to have to be able to keep the defense honest. You're going to have to be working those main controls and be able to have many threats on the map, forcing out the Sage wall, breaking that a little bit, doing the double pumps against the Veto. That's probably what RQ has to have in mind, but that's where this man on your screen comes into the equation. Crazy Guy, very much one of the best callers in Pacific. It's really just a question of whether he has the best read at the time. Can run into a bit of a brick wall at times, but very, very good mid-rounder, and especially if a team like RRQ goes down a lot of rounds,
इनका बाद में आएंगे भाई
starting out on this attack, I might be concerned for someone like Zan. This is a rookie player coming into an international event. He does not have a whole lot of
Who is winning fun bao आपका क्या prediction है
like that at the past.
RRQ जीतेगी शायद से देखते हैं भाई
But at an international
उसका नहीं knowledge है but ठीक है
this player, he's going to be debuting in replacing Mon yet. But in general, RRQ a very, very good team when they're behind. A lot of tenacity to be able to make some.
Actually, दो stream चल रही है इनके एक साथ.
Crazy because on the other side,
एक RRQ versus
yeah, has done a really good job and been in charge of one of the reasons
RRQ versus 100 Thieves हो रहा है और BBL Esports और Edward Gaming हो रहा है. एक साथ हो रहा है ये. दो streams से confuse हो गया था मैं भी. ये मिल गया.
Genuinely one of the best clutchers and so far one of the best controller anchors I've seen in Americas too. This roster, it's so confusing to me when I'm thinking about their group stage run, when I'm thinking about on paper individuals, they're so good. Everyone's so phenomenal at their role, and I just haven't seen them perform the way that I wanted to.
I think it's a similar story for both.
फिर NRG versus PRX कर लो.
Both of these teams are reasonably
सही बात है वो 7 बजे.
Some question marks in some of the roles or in certain matchups and things like that.
Tough match होगा भाई. NRG versus PRX वाला तो.
So you just mentioned you want to learn Python. So do not learn Python in manual way in 2025 because
ads का थोड़ा सीन होगा भाई इधर.
On top of that you will be ultra non-productive in Python.
अरे script क्यों नहीं आ रहा?
Use AI inside your Python when you use
a team that's on a really, really good run of form. I think we had that in crazy run. We had Nongshim go on a crazy run. So sometimes you just run into a team that's really hot, and sometimes you just run into one of the old staples that always makes top threes and goes to international events.
Prepared नहीं आते. और करना पड़ेगा मेरे को. Wait करो वही wait.
And then moved on to beat Loud 3-0 in order to qualify for this event, which goes to show how crazy America's is right now, where you never know who's going to win. That, and when I'm thinking of a team like MIBR, it's the same thing. Both these teams have so much potential, so much firepower. They've proven it time and time again, but they haven't been able to put up the results to show that. They haven't made it to an international. And I think for this team of 100 Thieves, when you're up against Leviathan, Crew, you have G2, NRG, MIBR. It's kind of really hard, but this is the time to kind of cement yourself and show yourself as a pillar of the Americas.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see RRQ take on an Americas team. I feel like at most international events, I'm used to seeing them play an EMEA. I feel like they've played Fnatic like 500 times, so I'm hoping this is going to give them a little bit of a different flavor, something a little bit different at the start of this group stage, because I think both of these teams, although there's no kind of easy team in this group, in my opinion, I think both of these teams will see this opening matchup and be happy of it, looking at the other side of the bracket and seeing EDG versus BBL. Both of those teams are going to be a nightmare to play. EDG's on a hot streak coming back off the back of London, and BBL is no pushover either. We already saw them earlier on in the opening Masters event of this year do quite well for themselves, have a nice little run over in EMEA. Unfortunately, Foot kind of eclipsed them a little bit this time around, but these Turkish rosters, you really just cannot take them for granted.
Yeah, I'm really looking at these players. I'm obviously a little bit biased here, but for me, my prediction, personally, my prediction is that 100 Thieves is going to run away with this, but they're not going to take it easy. I think I'm looking kind
of...
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And we can have a conversation about maybe if 100 Thieves would have done a little bit better or not. Been a while since we saw 100 Thieves win Americas. For RRQ, at least, you could only need to go back a couple of stages, and they've also already taken a title for themselves. So, look, maybe they're not necessarily making it into the top couple. Part of that is down to, T1 super team, Nongshim going on a little bit of run. PRX is always just good. It's a hard, tussle to make it into the top couple of Pacific. So, yeah, we'll see.
Yeah. At least. So we've got Ascent first. That is RRQ's pick. They've gone and picked Breeze, which I'm actually surprised about. I don't know how you feel about this, but seeing that RRQ hasn't had the best of success on Breeze, and seeing that 100 Thieves has done phenomenal essentially every time they've played Breeze, I'm really surprised that they let that through.
I think that Breeze is going to be a bit of a false dichotomy for 100 Thieves, in my opinion. I think that RRQ, the whispers are that RRQ has been very good on Breeze. In some of the officials, maybe it hasn't gone their way. In Kickoff in particular, they were the team in the upper bracket game, and they lost 3 best-of-5s in a row to be kicked out of Kickoff and not make it to the opening Masters tournament of this year. And they lost every time on Breeze. Since then, they have kind of mixed things up. I like the fact that they're kind of playing the KO Harbor comp at the moment. I think it allows them to mid-round quite nicely. I like the way that they play the KO, so I think it is quite a good map for them. I want to see if they rejig things a little bit, though, in terms of their comp in particular when we head through onto Breeze, because previously they did have Monyet playing the Harbor. He was okay on it, a little bit up and down, but Zan mixed into this roster is definitely a Neon guy, and Jemkin is not a Neon guy. He kind of just fills Neon when they need to. So
Bandao, आप भी चले जाओ EWC. हम कहाँ से जाए? All good भाई, तू बता खाना खाया? हाँ भाई सब हो गया. Gordel Fanopi.
Dude, I would love a
Gordel में तो time है बड़ी. Viewership थोड़ा करेंगे भाई grind. Gordel Fanopi हो जाएगा शायद. देखो in future क्या होता है. वो भी सकता है, नहीं हो सकता.
I don't know if they're going to keep that essentially today, but from what
भी हो सकता है भाई.
where they found their success, they're so good at those aggressive plays. They're
क्या
really
पता
good
ऐसे
at
12 हो
setting up
जाए.
a lot of these little mini trap plays and denying a lot of the map control, because even on their defensive side, they've
grind
taken
करना
a
है
lot of that
grind
control
करना है
and
अभी
thinking
बहुत
towards
grind
the
करना है.
they're using their resources there to be able to fight, to be able
कब
to
करेंगे
push
लोग
back
start
the other
match
team
भाई?
and not make it easy.
Match time से तो ज़्यादा ही हो गया
Moving on
time.
to that third map, we have the Haven, which is the decider, which for me, you're smiling right now. Tell me what you're thinking.
I mean, It's just stock standard RRQ, really. It's just like dead in the middle of the map pool. I think this is a lot of vetoes, to be honest. I swear to God.
Banda easy content creator. यही बात. Gordal गया तो power.
Because just been in the map pool for such a long time.
करवाना पड़ेगा ना उतना तो scene. Gordal जाने के लिए ऐसे बड़े ऑप्शन जाने के लिए scene कराने पड़ेंगे भाई बड़े-बड़े. समझ रहे हो? 3-4 व्यूअर से काम नहीं चलता है बड़ी.
Yeah, I think both teams just
50-60 watching भी आ रही है ना, तब भी कुछ तो हो सकता है. इतनी में आ जाए तो बॉडी बात है, पता है. देखेंगे बाद में और क्या.
I think that the Breeze stats are a little bit misleading. I think RRQ is going to be a little bit better than you would expect to be on Breeze, but we'll see. The stats don't look great.
Sound से आ रहा ना मेरा sound और ये stream sound से आ रहा ना. Hello.
What's the filter on that, by the way? How many months are we talking about?
This is Stage 1 and Masters.
Stage 1 and Masters.
Okay, does not include the EWC qualifiers,
Okay.
so there is a little
कोई
bit
ना
of
फन
data
पाओ.
missing.
सब होगा. Yes. Okay भाई. Okay भाई.
Kickoff doesn't count.
Easy
Those
भाई.
stats will get worse, though.
Wait, really?
क्या लगता है भाई? तुम लोग बताओ भाई. कौन जीतेगा? 100 teams या RRQ.
You can see he's locked in. He's ready for this game. He is very much
Starting
meditating
in.
for himself and getting
इनका
ready for
production
this
थोड़ा
series.
glitch कर रहा है भाई, देख
We're
रहे
gonna
हो?
take a little bit of a break, allow him to have a rest, and we'll be back with map 1 of 100 Thieves and RRQ right after this.
You hear him? Sorry, I was like,
ये तो सॉरी मतलब इनका प्रोडक्शन वीसीटी उतना अच्छा नहीं है. हाँ वो तो है. वीसीटी का तो गोटेड है भाई. 5 मिनट में मैच स्टार्ट हो रही है गाइस. बताओ क्या सीन, क्या लगता है? क्या कुछ क्रेजी देखने मिलेगा आज? सो रहा था वो. हाँ. स्टार्ट होने दो, ये रुको एक सेकेंड. ड्यूअल स्क्रीन का तो सीन है भाई इधर, लेजिट वाला. एक सेकंड रुको. इधर है. स्टार्ट होने दो भाई, वेट करो. पानी भी क्या है? ओ टाइम है मरी, अभी तो स्टार्ट होने हैं। गेम में डोटा 2 क्यों है? डोटा 2 कहाँ पे? किचन में अपने आप लग गया, मैंने नहीं लगाया उसको। वेट, इसको चेंज कर देता हूँ। चेक, यप ऑटोमेटिक था। वैलोरेंट चाहिए था मुझे। रुक, ये क्यों कर लिया इसने? ऑटोमेटिक लिया है। रुक जाओ। किधर है गेम मेडल? ये ऑप्शनल था, चूज ही नहीं कर रखा। वैलोरेंट, ये लो भाई, वैलोरेंट। ठीक है, रिफ्रेश कर लो।
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City,
yes,
powered by Play.
अभी कराने क्या सिम पोर्ट अपनी। वैलोरेंट नहीं खेला जा रहा क्या? कोट इस पे थोड़ी डालने दे.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
I think it's crazy. Our fan base is like really huge in France. I think most of the people like already saw some events we did. So I'm pretty happy to be here. We missed out on Champs Paris last year. It's good for us to have an international event that we can play in front of our crowd, you know. I don't know if it's stress, but it's like, it's a good pressure that we have. We of course want to represent the country of our org. Also, like, I grew up in Paris, like it's a special city for me, so there is a lot of story about it.
We're extremely excited. We cannot wait for this opportunity. Obviously we need to get out of groups first, but that's like even extra motivation for us to meet them all. It's our organization home country, home city, you know, so that's one of the biggest goals for us for sure.
Feels good to play here, of course, because Vitality French org and we're in France now, so it will be really fun to get into playoffs and share the stage with some of the fans too. I think that will be cool for everyone, one of us and stuff, and for me it will be especially, like, I am playing the French org. For me, like, it's a really exciting tournament, I think.
I moved to Paris when I was 7 years old, and growing up in Paris, like, I think has been a chance for me, because I don't think I would be there today if I didn't, like, if my mom didn't move to France. And as I said, like, yeah, I'm grateful for everything, you know, like, I'm trying to stay humble, like, work hard, prove by what I'm doing every day.
Our group is definitely the strongest, but I don't know, I feel like it's also probably the most exciting to watch. We have a lot of fans here and stuff, so again, it will be cool to play in front of them and just feel the support in person to French fans, especially when I'm watching like different esports and stuff. The crowd is usually like really good.
It's not time to match
We
start
have first Casey, and then we'll see like who will play next. It will just be fun to see it.
I wish it would have been like with the crowds. Unfortunately, the first game there's no crowds, but I wish there was a crowd because there's gonna be Vitality fans against Casey fans. It would have been so good, but it's fine. Still, it's gonna be an amazing match.
Group A का start हुआ.
We were in a tough situation. I think a lot of different words were said, different tactics to wake up, maybe some harsh, maybe some inspirational.
I think all it took was winning that third map to give us that big amount of belief in ourselves that we can do it.
Even though it was so bad, we still inside believe that it's possible. Can't stop believing, because if you stop believing, then that's it.
Brienne's on 78 HP! He did the ultimate, but so much crashes!
I think the trophy felt unusual. I mean, it was my first Valorant trophy. I think for all of us as well. Especially, you know, thinking like 2 hours ago we were in the worst position possible. It felt amazing. It felt like a moment of finally.
I think I kind of knew in my head that we would win it just because it's really hard for them to be mentally strong, being 2-0 up and then going to 2-2. Like, there was no way in my head that we were going to lose that last map just based on knowing what mental state they're in and what mental state we're in.
Yeah, I mean, this year, Minibu is not in our roster. I mean, obviously I would have liked to play with my brother, but it's, you know, esports is competition. Koshmaris and Minibu are very similar in terms of playstyle. Of course, we have differences, but I think as a team we're very similar to last year.
I think it's a lot of good teams here, but we're here to defend our title. We're gonna try as hard as possible, and teams will remember the form that we were in last year, and hopefully we can replicate it this year.
We're here to defend the title, and good luck to the teams trying to take it from us.
All right, we're back from the break here at the Esports World Cup 2026, kicking off with Valorant. Just running through a couple little teething issues here on the stage before we kick off RRQ versus 100 Thieves. The start here of Group A, I believe it is, on the B stream. Got a little bit of a banger game. Of course, Americas versus Pacific and Americas versus Pacific on the cast. Whichever one of us will perform better or worse will get replaced later.
Yep,
it's definitely
that's
not
how
already
it works.
decided.
Yeah, no, it's not decided on rotation. We actually, whoever performs, not only do they have to get off the cast if you lose, you also have to just leave and leave Paris completely. So it's kind of insane.
I'm packing as many croissants into my suitcase as I can. They're pretty light. I can get a lot in there.
True. You squish them up, make a nice little stack.
That probably ruins it.
Yeah,
There's someone
ruin the
who's done
croissant.
that, and I'm sure a lot of French people are mad about it.
Definitely. But while we're talking about French, we're going to be talking about Paris, because this has been such a beautiful city to host this event in so far. And again, just to reiterate, the prize pool, $2 million prize pool, first place going home with a big chunk of that money. They've increased the money. They've made it BO3 matches at the beginning. And so this is a huge event that we're here for, and we're so excited for, especially with this matchup today.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, a bit more of a condensed format last year. This year, they definitely are starting to flesh things out a little bit more. As mentioned before, the best of threes is going to be huge for the players. I think it's going to allow them and the teams to really shine. You mentioned the vetoes and things like that, but also just getting more reps at an international event. I mean, I'm from Oceania, so I'm used to going to an international event, or at least supporting a team at an international event. Being the 16th seed,
Okay,
you
humble
verse
brag.
the first seed, and you get banged in a best of one, and then you go home for 20-30 hours. So sometimes that's how it be. At this event, not the case. You get to play at least one best of three, multiple best of threes. You've got the GSL format, upper lower bracket. We're not playing round robin or any of that nonsense. And we're just going to go and send 2 teams from each groups into the playoffs.
Yep, sounds great to me. And for those of you that are just jumping in, it is 100 Thieves versus RRQ on this stream, and we've talked a lot about both these teams, talking about how they're both powerhouses in their own way, and a little bit about the vetoes. And while we're just getting things started here, I wanted to talk a little bit more about 100 Thieves. Who would have guessed? Who would have guessed that I would have wanted to talk about 100 Thieves? But they've been so
Pop off,
phenomenal. But I don't I don't know. That caught me off guard. I don't know how you feel about this, but for 100 Thieves, for me, they've been one of the most creative teams that we've seen in Americas. I say this even starting in kickoff when they had the waylay. The way that Timatino was being set up to use that waylay was really well done, and I feel like I didn't see that many teams abuse it in a way that they did. They ended up using that waylay to get a lot of that information, but be able to refract back and be able to go really quick into another direction, just completely catch the other team off guard. Obviously, waylay no longer that good in this meta, but I'm excited to see what they can kind of bring to the table here, if they've made any changes to their comps.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, on the side of RRQ, you know, they tend to like to keep it pretty vanilla. Of course, they have their own flavor of things that they like to do. We have already seen...
As they've just picked Sage and Veto on Ascent.
Pacific is a wild place, okay? I know
You can't say that in a safe vanilla.
In Americas, they go, oh my god, they changed one agent. Wow,
Yeah,
this
that's
is
a
really
big
creative.
deal.
In Pacific, we're picking 3 to 5 duelists sometimes.
We go on strat roulette and we spin a wheel
So
for
yeah,
duel.
I mean, RRQ, the thing is, RRQ stylistically would probably be considered a bit more of a vanilla team, because I think a lot of people who don't watch the region might regard Pacific as like every team just runs it down. RRQ definitely plays a lot more like a European or an American team. They play a slower pace. They mid-round a lot.
Yeah.
They don't just play 30-second, site exec simulator. They definitely do kind of work the map a little bit. They try to be a bit clever with the calling. They try to have some decent amount of prep. So yeah, I think that's going to be an interesting thing to kind of be tackling stylistically against a team like 100 Thieves. And I think in general, that's kind of my own opinion about why sometimes RRQ might struggle at internationals, because they often try to play, like they're playing a team like Fnatic and they're like playing a slower style. And it's like, oh, we're just kind of doing what you're doing, but maybe a little worse sometimes. Although they have had some very close maps. But in Pacific, I mean, they very much are the team where they do like to slow down the mid-rounding a little bit more. They do like to mix up the pacing, as opposed to some of the other teams that are a bit quicker. Your PRXs, your full sensors, things like that. They like to send it a bit more.
Yeah, I think for 100 Thieves, they've definitely done a good job at balancing both those things. Being able to play somewhat aggressive when they need to be, especially when you're looking at how they were playing versus Loud, which Loud is known to be super phenomenal with their fragging power. Players like Luke Show just going out there, trying to get as many picks as possible, but 100 Thieves were able to shut that down. They're so good at being able to play back when they need to, being able to just be aggressive, and maybe running it down is the strat to do. They've done such a good job, and a really big props to Vora because his IGLing, his mid-round has been phenomenal as well. I feel like he's really driven this team to success, and for me, when I'm looking at the coach and IGL synergy, Vora and his coach have been so good at understanding each other, building these playbooks, building these strats, having such a deep map pool, but seeing that in the server, nobody's actually lost or confused or overwhelmed with what they want to do. So I think for me, from 100 Thieves, that's why I keep talking about their creativity. It goes way beyond through and through the relationships, not just in the server, but also outside of it.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of overlap, honestly. If you just discuss both of these teams and say what their strengths and weaknesses are, you know, you talk about having a strong mid-round caller, you talk about having a bit of a slower paced, you know, maybe baity at times star player that likes to just let the game come to them, evolving a core gradually, incrementally over time. I think that's the same thing for RRQ. They've had a certain core of players. Xfer has been around since literally the inception of Pacific franchising as the centerpiece of RRQ. Then you had Jemkin, you had Crazy Guy come in a little bit more recently than that. Similar to 100 Thieves, you've got some players that have been around since the very beginning, and they've kind of incrementally built the roster around them over time, changing in 1 or 2 players at a time over seasons until they end up with their current iteration. So I think both of these teams, as mentioned before, maybe falling a little shy of some international qualifications. This event is a good opportunity to prove themselves against the global field.
Yeah, and as much as 100 Thieves have these veterans, you've talked about the globals, you've talked about the stages. This is the first time that 100 Thieves, at least this iteration of the roster, has gone to a global, has played on a global stage. So I'm really interested in like Timotino, who's just come up from challengers into this roster. This has been his first time in the VCT. This has been his first roster, and he's performed absolutely phenomenally. It took him a little bit of time to warm up at the beginning of kickoff, but he's done such a good job. He's blossomed into a very well-rounded duelist player, someone who does his job really well, pulling those crosshairs, not necessarily constantly fragging out, but being able to do that job, get the movement in there, open up and make the space for the rest of his team. So it's honestly still a question mark for me how they're going to perform. If I'm thinking of the VCT Americas 100 Thieves, then 100% I understand where they are. I know who they are. I've seen them play. They're so phenomenal. But when it's moving to a different style, it's kind of going to be interesting to see how they do on the global stage. But that being said, we still have a couple more things to work on. And before we jump into the game, we're going to go into a quick break.
Damn. Be back soon. तो सीन है भाई. क्या है इनका? होगा भी आज? डैम। एक सेकंड, वो भी क्या? कौन सा? ये इनका स्टार्ट हो गया था। एडवर्ड गेमिंग और ये आरआरक्यू वाला मैच डिले हो गया भाई। दूसरा मैच तो चालू है। वाओ, क्रेजी भाई। डैम भाई, दूसरा जो मैच है ना गाइस, वो स्टार्ट हो चुका है और ये वाला आरआरक्यू वाला रुक गया अभी। क्या इशू है इनका? ये तो है भाई, सेट क्या चल रहा है? जीजीस है भाई इनका, जीजीस। दूसरा देख ले क्या तब तक? जीजीस है भाई।
Just look at where LaRock is already. Very deep positioning. Pushing in on that flank. Sure, the rotation to the B site is still possible, but that's being watched by Kreven. So they at least have information there. And if LaRock were to keep pushing, he might have a fast flank. However, that plant is going down. And with the time ticking in their favor and still solid weaponry, I think EDG is still favored in this spot.
They think he's here. And they certainly know it now. Now he's in trouble. Headshots needed to bail him out. And well, Jenny comes to try to save the day. The pistols are doing damage, though. This is an advantage now for BBL. And they know where that last man is. But Jenny pops the showstopper. It'll buy him time, but he really... The showstopper, it'll buy him time, but he really wants that pick. Shots fired from behind. The showstopper won't land for the kill, though. LaRock ends up coming out on top by the skin of his teeth. That rocket almost took him out.
Yeah, he's actually a little bit unlucky. If the showstopper gets the kill, the fact that he's able to spin around and headshot the guy behind, real nice play, or real nice try from Gianni. But ultimately, that's a low buy round coming through for BBL. The operator of Lover's Rock. That flank from LaRock, but also just Kreven buying time. Like you mentioned it. Like him able to get a kill or two in the mix. Important stuff. 3-2. Lead brought back, and the economy has taken a little bit of a hit, but the Blade Storm will pad everything they need over on that EDG side.
Well, we've seen this delay on the C site from BBL work pretty well. Looks like EDG want to break through and deal with Kreven, but this time it's not Kreven. Instead, it's going to be a full setup. Initially, Lover's Rock takes the kill. A Seize nade thrown through as well, keeps them back, does damage, and the Blade Storm now looking a bit weaker. Skyhill comes through. Concon's back up to full, but running out of dash, wants to get in. Oh no, he dashes in! It's a crazy play, but it works out. He might die after one, but he buys the space. He breaks the defense and sends them scurrying back towards the C site. Numbers even for now, but the attackers have an easy time. They're going to change direction, and no matter where they go, they have an advantage.
Yeah, the Seekers gave it away. 2 Seekers after you get 2 kills. You know, okay, that was 4 players on the C site. That means there can only be 1 elsewhere, and it was not B. The wall only just getting tripped, but even still, it's a little bit of additional damage done onto Kreven. However, he still manages to win the fight. Puts it back into an advantage. Weaponry not in their favor, and Lotus just spammed a bullet through the smoke. It leaves it all onto Signed. He needs to try and clutch on his first match for the team, and it's not going to be happening. Lover's Rock closes it down, and again, after a decent back and forth, the recovery is solid from BBL.
It's just a fantastic idea to come out of the gate with that aggression. We so often see it, especially the Seize nade. When it comes to the A site, much more rare to attempt it here. Leaving Rose embedded as well, at least trades out Concon. If he's not there and instead is in front of that jet, it's a different game altogether. But keeping the numbers like that, buying a little bit of time, and then winning their fights when it came to it. Also a very lucky spam by Loida, but that's neither here nor there. 4-2 for BBL. It is a good start to their defensive side, considering the 2 rounds EDG have been extremely dominant.
Oh, they love this C pressure. And I like the adaptation from BBL to put LaRock there. He wants to try and fight them on it. Utility being sent out to clear him, and he's taking a lot of damage on the way back out. In fact, there's pressure in! The stinger enough for Concon to find the opener, and already Gianni has managed to add another. This C-site execute, once they've got into position, is doing so much work in terms of damage. And once again, the players on the other side of the map, I was going to say, really don't have a choice but to save. However, right now, I feel like Lover's Rock is looking for the classic, I got 1 kill, so, you know, that means I did damage. Bro, you're going up rare, leave. You can't leave now.
He doesn't have the choice.
Yeah, he could have before, but he can't now.
Have to stand his ground. The good thing is they don't know he's here, and it looks like they're going to slip right past him. So for now, at least, if he continues flying under the radar, perhaps he'll get to keep it. He's not going for a ninja, surely. It won't work. Not with Sign. Oh my god, he is. He's trying it. He's going to try it.
Wait, he might get it.
He could have time here. I think he's got time, and no one's close by enough. It's going to be a spam from Signed. Has he got it? It's so close! No way! Lover's Rock steals the round away!
He's just on a 1v5! I can't believe we've just seen someone 1v5 ninja defuse on the first map of the tournament. I can't believe it.
Even as he was running towards the site, I didn't believe that's what he was doing, and they all left, Tom! Why did they all leave? The Vice Flash doesn't give you info. They just left him. Oh, what a disaster. Well, somehow this man's sticking around for one extra kill's giving him the round. 5-2 we go.
You can't blame me for not expecting him to do that.
Jesus, that's insane.
Utter madness. And well, there's the one extra kill. It's at the beginning of the next round. Nice work from Gianni on the trade, but again, some weaker weaponry in play here. Obviously, it's kept through from the last round. I can't believe they didn't leave one Stinger player behind. It wouldn't even matter if that man went down, but...
I can't believe he won that, man. I can't believe he went for it even. Even just that was crazy, but... EDG have got to be kicking themselves. Then you come into this round, a man down already. BBL changing up their Vice setup constantly, and it causes problems here as the Thorns slowed them on the push towards the A site. Left these players isolated. And now EDG are calling the freeze. They've waited for 20 seconds, 30 seconds, and finally they'll make a move. But BBL have waited as well. They are still sat in position. Of course they don't expect LaRock to be stood there. With the Vice wall covering his back, he doesn't care. They've left C completely open, but BBL are willing to take that gamble, and it's paying off for now.
A pretty hefty advantage. But the second he tries to enter this site, will trip the wall, and even then, it seems like there were players watching it. Instead, they've regressed, looked to try and push behind.
Nice.
Finding that there's nobody towards...
सब भी जा रहे हैं वो लोग lol
give them a plant.
Okay,
a little bit gambly,
plant हो जाएगा
when you're in a 2 versus 4 situation, you have to try and take that risk. However, the full force of the defenders will be there in a matter of seconds.
Dog.
Yeah, that door swings open and they're already on their way. Showstopper popped.
2v4 possible.
LaRock searching, has found his target. It's an easy kill with the paranoia going through. Plenty of players can still see him, but Chichu tears them apart, at least for the first two. But it's back to winning ways for BBL. They're continuing on this crusade, 6-2. What should have been at least a fight back from EDG, guaranteed.
This game has become
much more one-sided. Of one little mistake.
There you go. The diffuse delayed, so they can get the operator. It has been having impact. Those early picks coming through from Lovers Rock have definitely been causing them issues. I do like the fact that we're seeing both Jenny and Kankan at times really look to put the pressure onto that operator. But it has been problematic to try and deal with. Either way, 6-2. The attack now have themselves to buy. Of course, they've got plenty of credits to play with. They lost a round with 5 players alive. That is a rare occurrence. It's whether or not they can start putting the rounds on the board, and again, they go towards the C side, and this time Lovers Rock is on that side of the map.
It's the same setup we've seen. Having the C's nade, having the op looking for the opening pick. EDG fell to this with ease last time. Bit more of a fight now, though. Good trade back, and they've taken Lovers Rock. The C side's wide open. They can run it. The smoke in their way shouldn't delay them by much. Still with nobody having a dog to clear that out, but they decide not to put it through. And in the time wasted, Krevins covered that gap. Look at the TP, though, by Loida. It's huge. They're clearing it. They think he's here, but dealing with him is another story. Chichu, well, he found 2 to close out the last round before he died. This time it would be enough. Take it across the line. He's going to use his ult just to be safe in grabbing that spike.
Yeah, it might even work as bait, though. Because you can almost have assumed that he had it already. It's a very, very long rotation back from Loiter. Time will be ticking. Chichu's had an opportunity to reposition. I think the only problem he might have is starting to doubt where his opponent will be coming from. You go, okay, but why is he taking so long? Has he gone all the way in towards our spawn? Has he gone all the way around the back? He sat in the corner, basically just trying to cover off as many angles as possible. Timing ticking away now for Loiter, and in the end for Chichu, it's all too easy. 3 kills for him in the round, and 3 rounds for EDG.
Yeah, a big clutch for Chichu. A much-needed round for EDG as well, as we said, after losing that 5v1 Ninja defuse. I genuinely can't remember the last time I saw a Ninja successfully found, including regional games in that. Then you go to an international stage against a team like this.
Yeah.
That is not the kind of mistake that happens at this caliber.
Crazy stuff. already happening for the economy. A little bit rough. Well, for Gianni, the showstopper has worked out this time, and the wraparound looking to come in from behind. The ult trying to pad the gap, and well, Khan ends up with 2. Loiter ending up wallbanged. Creven decides he doesn't want to face into the Khan operator, and honestly, that's okay. I don't think many people do.
Yeah, you start an eco or low buy round, a little bit of aggression, sure, but once you meet that operator, it's time to turn. Nice attempt by Rose to play sneaky beaky like, but he's been caught, and now all onto Creven. Guardian got the weapon for the job, at least. Already the first one tap under his belt, but Signed puts an end to that. 6-4 now. EDG with a chance to equalize still at the halftime.
Yeah, it was looking like, especially after the 1v5, potential for BBL to run away with this half, but that potential is slowly slipping away from them. Of course, on a regional standpoint, EDG are normally incredible on that attack side, so I'm interested to see if they're going to have that same sort of caliber on the defense. We've only seen them play the defense, really, versus DRG, who they lost to both times. But of course, it's hard to doubt these players even without. Nonetheless,
कहीं देखा ही नहीं उसको, ओमन को.
Then we're going to see this early aggressive start from LaRock. And actually, he's going to continue his pushing, but it's almost worked out as bait for Loiter.
Oh, it's a great paranoia. Chichu on a tear these last few rounds. He's found LaRock. But EDG back into a workable position. Rose is going to cover in the corner. On the left, there's a wall in front of him. And some thorns to his left. It might draw the eye of the rest of the squad, but they won't see anyone fighting them as they go through. They're suspicious.
Oh, line of fire mein aa gaye bhai.
Lands 2 in a row. A quick double to Spike. To wait till that wall comes down.
Hello.
They can retrieve it, but not without a fight. Rose is still guarding it in that corner, and he'll catch Con for 7. The lead locked in for halftime.
Line of fire में 2 बंदे मर गए पहले. Blind logic तो must है भाई.
Normally I expect that to be a one and done, of course.
NRG वाला तो start ही नहीं हुआ stream
guys. The timing of getting over the wall.
And
because of that, they walk through. One's looking his way, the other's obviously clearing the other angle. That player doesn't hit, he gets 2 for 1. It worked out wonderfully for the IGL of BBL. They now look to come out with an 8-4 half. Of course, 7-5 with a pistol and second round under their belt. It's kind of what's expected. But either way, operator waiting for Khan. He knows that a player is likely already crossed. It's Rose currently holding the operator, allowing Lovers Rock to get aggressive and now peeking into a double of players. But instead, they go back towards the C site, which as of right now is completely open. It does look like BBL are setting up for the retake.
Must fake
that it does. I mean, they've got 4 players having pushed up on A. A lot of space taken. The whole idea is to just fight this side, this attacker side of the map. And the idea from EDG is to do the exact opposite. They go to the top. They go to the defender spawn. Taking that as a nice foothold. Seekers go out and tell them where to look. One player towards water. That's going to be nobody. Searching for the kill. Trying to make this
counter
for that player. And now the thorns going through. No more thorns. Sorry for the attacking side. They haven't got anything to slow down this. So BBL going to run straight through. Already having dodged the ultimate. They've got their weapons in hand. And now Signed and Chichu have numbers against them. A smoke that's going to block them off, and the defuse can now be tapped. The spam through the smoke, the best that it gets, but they found him. Rose is down. 4 for Chichu. And Signed is there to close it out. It will be 7-5 at the half. The lead for BBL, but EDG not that far behind.
No, another great round coming out from Chichu. I think you can put at least 2 or 3.
The last 5 rounds, he's on fire.
You could put at least a few down to him individually. Or just even the spam through the smoke, making sure they couldn't even get it to half. I think at that point, Loiter already knew that round was over. 7-5, a decent recovery, especially when you consider there was a 1v5 ninja defuse in the mix and you didn't win the pistol. I think that's not too bad for EDG.
Yeah, you know, often we talk about the pistol rounds in a situation like this, 7-5. You're like, oh, the pistol made the difference here. That's what gave you the leg up. Now the 1v5. yeah. The 1v5 Ninja Diffuse is what gave you the leg up there. That's tough. But for BBL, the lead by 2, indeed. It's something to work with, but I don't think they're out of the woods just yet. Mistakes from EDG allowing that Ninja Diffuse through, that's a flash in the pan. I think this team is only going to get better and better as the tournament goes on as well. And that's always the effect that we see when you have a coach coming in to stand in. You think about Zeiss. Yes, he was great when he stood in for KC the first time around, but as the days went on, as the weeks went on, he started to grow more and more into that position. The team identity looked better, started to feel how to call in the game, and the team knew how to play around him as well. And that's exactly what I expect to see here for EDG, that Sign will become more and more integrated into this roster over games. That on-stage experience is vital for any top-tier player. And so, he's coming in here with these guys. I don't just mean on-stage experience as a player. I mean with your team, right?
Yeah, of course.
And he's coming in here with a chance to build that day by day, already looking pretty good.
Yeah, I think it's also fun as well when you do have like a coach in the mix, because you can have those additional inputs that you might normally have to call a tactical pause for. So it can give you additional value. Of course, what you lose is Smoggy, who's an insane player. So it definitely, I'm not going to say it's a full positive. I think there's some pretty hefty negatives in there, but he's held his own so far in the game. And of course, you still have crazy caliber players like Chichu, who's just popping off at the moment. And going into the defensive side, we'll have to wait and see what they have on offer. As said, when it comes to their regional time, they dominate that first half so much that we don't actually see that much of their defensive side. So I'm excited to see what we're going to get. He's 17-8, by the way.
Genuinely, it's the last 5 rounds, excluding 1. I remember he got like a 2K out of 4, then a 2K clutch, and a 4K to close it out as well. Chichu's having a game, man. 7-5, though. Pistol round underway, and it's BBL on the attack. Lee said we're going to get a glimpse here at EDG on the defense, and it is 4 players towards C, 2 baiting that initial fight. In fact, Jet's the only one baiting it, dashing back and then leaving nobody embedded for the late round. I like this idea, and it does look like BBL are late going to fill into that space, but they're going to open the door, and that's where a problem forms for nobody. In fact, nobody's opened the door, and that has caused a problem for nobody. They're all around him. He's going to be taken down, but the trade's at least favorable for EDG.
Yeah.
Great paranoia.
He did pretty well there, getting out of that with a kill and then setting up Chichu, who, I'll be honest, he doesn't need much setting up. He's just managed to right-click a guy down to 8 HP through half of the bullets hitting the wall.
Yeah.
That's how the classic works. There you go. That's all you need.
I was thinking that. I was like, I'm pretty sure the wall ate most of those shots.
Yeah,
I just saw his health bar disappear. Like, oh.
Well, look at the control, though. Kraven's managed to get them into the ace. The thing I like from EDG, though, they've grouped up. Bar one player. That one player's Kankan. I'll allow it.
Safe enough pair of hands if he's on his own. Yeah, I'll certainly be believing in him. Plant coming through for BBL. A man down and a lot of HP missing on Loida. He's going to try to be the snake in the grass, and I don't think they saw his pistol. There's a jump scare for Signed, but they're still hunting him down. Jenny, as reliable as he's been, it seems like Lloyd has hit another level in this pistol round. Already 3 kills under his belt, but he might need to do more. Kraven's the only one left on his team alongside him, but never mind. Holding the site proves easy. For the Vice, it is now 8 on the board for BBL, and an injection of rounds in this early half could make this a very dangerous series for EDG.
Yeah, that's both pistols under their belts as well, and I agree with you. I thought that Loiter would be dead to rights. The fact he gets 2 while on 8 HP, that's the defining part of the round. If he gets even just 1 kill, there's still going to be that pincer in onto the remaining players of BBL. Instead, it gives Kraven a lot more of an opportunity to isolate some of those fights. 8-5. Lead extended. Come on. Lovers Rock with a sniper back in his hands. What more do you need?
Lovers Rock with a sniper. Nobody, the sniper being the outlaw, but nobody even having shields. Should be an easy cleanup for any fights.
You're correct. Nobody doesn't have shields.
Well, technically, I said nobody has shields, so
exactly.
I'm incorrect because I said I would have said nobody does have shields, but I meant no player on the defensive side has shield.
Come on, try harder.
Sorry, yeah, my bad. I thought he had a shield beside his name, and it definitely wasn't the fact that his name is nobody, and it's an annoyance. Something, someone, and nobody. God damn it. Well,
sound like a hater.
It should be the cleanup, but the weapon he comes up against is a sniper on the other side, and in the hands of Concon, it's good enough for the kill. Problem is, everyone else has classics.
Oh. Looking to come in on that flank position, but it does seem like the attackers have now sort of realized that flash has left Rose so blind, but again, a corner unchecked. I think he's got almost all of his kills from corners unchecked so far. He got 3 from one corner.
Yeah.
That's a 4th. I think he may only have 5, but we'll ignore that.
And he got Concon in the back from the corner on C long, so he actually did get all of his kills from corners.
There you go.
Incredible.
He's just hiding in corners the entire time. An easy cleanup for BBL, though, and now is where we basically need to see the breakback from the side of EDG. Of course, this is their opponent's map choice, but we don't really know what to expect from Ascent going in. It's not a map that we've seen them play too much recently. In fact, too much might be an understatement. We haven't seen them play at all.
Yeah, there is something poetic about seeing the IGL only getting kills from positions of outplay.
Hey, you gotta be ratty sometimes.
I do like that. It's kind of how he should be playing. Well, for BBL, double digits if they can take this round. They've invested decently. 3 rifles, a Guardian, which is another rifle. I say rifles, I mean these ones. The big boys. Vandal up close,
hello.
not good for nobody. Caught pulling it out, and Loida gets an easy opener. The plant now on the B side as a result, but of course, Chichu not going quiet just yet.
A good nade, but the cover equally as good.
Yeah, with 4 HP.
Nice shot already. Onto Concon as well. Leaves just 2 standing.
Dave call already.
Yeah, there's not really much of a choice. Now, it's interesting the position of that Vice Wall for Signed. It feels like they're leaving him boxed in on his own setup. Again, that's quite a common thing to do with a stand-in. The problem is, one of the normal positions for that wall is on B, so that you know that somebody's walked through. It's fine to not do that if you're very aware of the gap. I think you can tell from the way that nobody died. He was completely unaware from the gap. That can't happen again.
Yeah, it's not been the prettiest. And Rose has gone down to the spike. Well, he was making sure they're not getting ninja diffused, and I can certainly appreciate that. Well played, Rose. But for EDG, uncharacteristic mistakes. That's the thing that's surprising. You had the 1v5 ninja diffuse earlier. You have this round as well where BBL are allowed to simply walk up.
And Lorok's giving them a round of applause.
Of course he is. Of course he is. I haven't seen them stand up all too much so far, but hey, there's plenty more room to the
seats are
series.
so comfy.
Exactly. There you go. Sponsors are gonna love that one. That was a great hit. We've planned out a few of these for the day. So
oh yeah, definitely.
Okay. What's next on the script? Well, 10-5, BBL in a very good position right now. They come into this. We spoke about it, EDG favorites, but we don't know how they'll play with the stand-in. To be honest, I'm not going to play them on the stand-in. Top down, it's looked a little bit messy in some of the rounds. We still need to see them wake up. Very low buy as well in this one. Chichu, understandably, is the man with the rifle. That's it. That's the other problem. That wall's getting tripped for free once that door goes up. And it looks like BBL definitely posturing for this A hit. They've allowed EDG to know it. All the info there for the defensive side.
Yeah, and I think that's the Bay. They're ready for Concon's push. Again, he might be a bit more of a surprise. The flash. Oh, hello!
No!
Signed. Gets the timing. They found the rat this time. Now the split back to B, but there's a player ready and waiting. Genny has his nade primed. Again, can just look to slow them down. Paranoia in, and there's the man of the moment, Chichu, with that rifle. Even escaping from this, you're still walking back into another player in the form of Signed. He's got himself an additional weapon, but there's Lover's Rock. 2 quick shots. But they still have to answer the question of where do we go from here? The C site seems the safest, and that allows for that rotation all the way back to the other side of the map and a post plant.
Oh, Lover's Rock almost getting caught. But he's on the right agent for it. Quickly able to slip away. Back to the C site. They know the Outlaw is lurking around, and for Signed, that's a big problem. For Chichu, not so much, at least for now. Ult's going to be put into play from the shadows. He sat in the backside, spots 1, maybe even 2. They definitely have the info to work with. Loida as the same himself. Lover's Rock wraps around, they double swing, take Signed down, and leave Chichu in an unwinnable spot. time against him. And a shot landed by Loida confirms it. A big lead for BBL. And honestly, I'm surprised to not see like a pause coming through from EDG, even just to settle the nerves.
Yeah, I think it might be one of those games where you're just kind of going like, okay, let's go with the flow. Let's learn a little bit of our own weaknesses, but also, yeah, as you sort of said, I think a lot of the mistakes have been a little bit more blatant, like gaps being left and things that I don't think you necessarily need to be told that need to be fixed. Chichu, though, still having an insane game. He's being matched, at least by 1 or 2. Gianni tries to get aggressive, but they are just waiting on the other side to try and catch them out. Lover's Rock, he's already taken quite a bit of damage. A push in towards Chichu might not be advised. Ooh, maybe now it will be. He tries to TP away. And again, look at the space that's already been claimed.
Nice shot by Concon. But we need another to pull them back into this round. The other problem being with plenty of members to this attacking side, they don't need to worry all too much about rotating that player through without moving Loida, but the flank coming through is a big problem. Signed has not been spotted. They seem to have no idea that he even can be here. There's a freebie on offer, and he will claim it, leaving Rose to try to fight back. And now finally, Loida does need to rotate through. But when he does, it's too little too late. Big round for EDG.
Yeah.
Right in the nick of time as well.
I think that obviously Signed, great work on the timing on the flank. But the big player in this round is Kankan. Because not only does he get these 2 kills, I do think this is audacious from Lover's Rock to even look in that direction. But then he starts baiting for his teammate. Because eventually someone's going to look behind. If you have a guy on Jet jumping around with his knives out, you're looking at that guy. You're looking at the guy who's the biggest threat in the server most of the time. And that's the moment that gives the side the opportunity to strike.
crazy कर दिया भाई.
A break back after 4 in a row.
EBL win the race,
Is this the first of many, or a blip?
Oh, called खोलते मार दिया रे भाई.
To these showstoppers, he's picked out of the air again. 3 versus 4, damage done to Rose. He'll be taken down with ease, miles away, and the showstopper goes for damage. Not for the kill, but it feels like enough has already been done. They are throwing everything at this one. Even in the 4v2, no room for error. And EDG, well, EDG were making an easy meal of it, but now Signed and Chichu. 1 away from the ult on Loida. He can run, take the orb outside C, and then plant with ease. This has turned into a much more dangerous round.
बस एक टॉप लेना है, इसको आ जाएगा इसका.
Yes, there's the orb.
उसका वो भी ओमन कर रहा है rotate. Okay.
It does seem like this has been thought of though. Look at Chichu.
Chichu is so करेगा, लेके आएगा तब तक.
He's so ahead of it. He's so ahead of it. He knows exactly what's coming. He's going to be waiting for his opponent. The second he goes with a plan, you thought he had a big brain play, Loiter, but Chichu's brain is even bigger. Was there way before anyone would have expected it.
I almost don't care who wins this. I feel like Chichu's MVP. The guy's just been putting in a shift, man. So many impressive rounds across this map. He's kept them in it. And this would have been a very flat first half, if not for him, and it would have been a game over. Although absolutely anyone watching the 1v5 defuse would have cancelled that. But 4 rounds left to go. The gap's starting to narrow a little bit again. But the thing is, in the back of my mind, it is any moment that BBL can answer up. It's not even waiting for the next round when the full buy comes through. They're just as dangerous here with pistols.
Couple of ults here and there to play with as well, but very situational ones. And the ult for the defenders is pretty much useless. You know, get rid of one of Larocque's weapons, but Kankan's push already gets an open. Chichu, very open ground, had a high-low, but
nice.
It ended up a bit low in the round. Gianni at least keeps them the advantage. The Nightfall has been sent through, and in quick succession, both players pick up a kill. Nobody's been bottom of the team so far, but they need him to win this one.
Crept up, got Rose. But the first kill might not be the easiest. Good flash, LaRock caught in the corner. And caught by nobody. It's been a rough map for this guy so far. But the win
अरे बीसी इस पे कॉर्पोरेट स्ट्राइक नहीं मिलता, बड़ी मिलता है. पर हमने अप्लाई किया था, हमको अप्रूवल मिल चुका है भाई स्ट्रीम करने के लिए, समझ रहे हो? क्यों नहीं मिलता कॉर्पोरेट? मिलता है भाई, कॉर्पोरेट स्ट्राइक मिलता है. मैं अप्रूव्ड हूँ भाई.
I think they were all laughing after that one because it was definitely
Click
a
कर
little bit
पा
more
दे भाई.
shaky after
समझ रहे
you're
हो?
full blinded with the flash, but very well played in the end.
Dixie भाई.
And well, you mentioned timeouts
Goat
earlier.
भाई,
It's
आप
going to be
goat.
BBL taking one. 3 rounds in the lead,
Oh,
but
बता क्या
feeling
हाल
the
है?
pressure. And I think they know, as we
यार
talked about in this
RRQ
group
वाला
in
मैच
general,
स्टार्ट नहीं हुआ अभी,
we're
वो
playing
दिख
up
रहा.
against EDG with a stand-in. Still a tough
अभी हुआ,
opponent. I
चेक
don't
करे
think
तो.
any of the
अभी
opponents
भी नहीं हुआ
look
भाई.
any easier on paper.
क्या कुछ
Like
तो
a
issue हो
full
गया.
force RRQ, 100 Thieves. So it's going to be very interesting to see whether or not they can get this one over the line. Because if it slips and then you go into an ascent where, hey, your opponents have picked it after not playing it. You can't have prepped anything going into that map. You start to feel pressure.
And for BBL, we already mentioned it, winning this map, having Ascent up next. It could set them up to knock this out of the park 2-0 to avoid that sunset in the end. Never know what EDG are going to be pulling out there, or how high up the power creep can go as we get later into this series. But I see the fist bumps from BBL, their timeout coming to a close, and it's time to get right back into the game. We said lights out for Chichu. Looks like Lloyd is matching his performance as well. Certainly had his fair share of rounds, but for Chichu, it's that underdog story. It's because they're behind and he's being the one fighting back in for them. On this team, that's bloody impressive.
Well, even after 3 rounds in a row, it's going to be an operator with no shields coming into this round for Kankan, so definitely a little bit more vulnerable.
Oh,
okay.
Random, भाई.
All because of that clutch, you know? Wouldn't have had the confidence to spray otherwise.
Most people would have thought that nobody was there, but not
लेगा.
nobody.
एक तो लेगा ये.
Kankan in position, waiting. Had a teammate to support, but in this case, with an advantage already, he's going to fall back.
लेगा.
Another pick for Kankan. This time the trade is there. It's Rose. Quick on the trigger, but Jenny, a snake in the grass, striking when they least expect it. Leaves it all onto Kreven. The first doesn't come too easy. He's left on 5 HP, and that nade is hunting him down. Close to it, and okay. He's alive. The smoke fades. Good flash! And now a 1v1. Surely not for Kreven. But the spike is down. And Jenny is protecting it. One away from Showstopper, but that's not going to come online here. That's for a future round instead. Kreven playing it slow. The problem is, without opening that door, Jenny's going to know you're coming from this direction. And Kreven, it's been so long, he doesn't know where his opponent's gone.
A single bullet needs to be a headshot. Gianni will be there to close the round. It is close to an all-time clutch for Kreven with 5 HP, but it is still the streak of rounds going. Now again, it's incredibly costly for EDG. They were already on the back burner just getting an operator into the round. You see why they got the operator, because of how fast Kankan is. The snake in the grass this time flips to the other side with Gianni having another big round on the Rays. Of course, as I said, we've seen him on Duelist in the past, but it's him swapping back to it for this. He's looking fairly comfortable.
Yeah, good work by Jenny. Just sat in the corner. Shame that there was no utility for Kreven to make that an uncomfortable fight on the other side. But for Laroc, that's a very big scalp to take early on. Jenny, not liking the odds of taking this one. Showstopper goes through. How?
भाई साहब कोई मार दिया.
His weapon outlanded the shot, and now BBL okay. They'll recover the rifle. They'll deal damage to Jenny, but the advantage sat firmly with the defense for now.
Weaponry dissipating. A heal onto Gianni as well, so although he took damage early, that's now dissipated.
ये तो जीतने पड़ेगा. तो जीत जाएंगे ये.
That same sort of luck. Kreven is down to just 45 HP. It would need to be a couple of instant shots once again. I don't know what you're going to do with that information. There's a player there.
Comeback आ रहा क्या?
Kreven, he's gone back, but he's walked straight back into the hands of Kankan. That operator still in hand. And for Rose, well, he's not been having the best of games individually. Might get one for free. The second player, a little bit harder to land, but he knows exactly where Kankan is, knowing about it is a very different story.
Yeah, well, this is a team in the form of VDG that looked completely deactivated. They were making so many basic mistakes going through that first half, even a little bit here. But we always knew it's a matter of time before they wake up.
सही बात है
I'm
भाई.
starting to think maybe it would be a map, maybe it would be a series. But it looks like they found their form right in time. BBL slowing down, and another timeout, the second for BBL being called, and quite quick succession as well, as they're finding no answers to what EDG are putting out.
I feel like we're getting early spoilers of sort of what I was talking about in the next map, where it's like, oh, why would they go towards the center?
Like,
So
start
an operator on the defensive side, he might just kill everyone. And that's kind of what he started to do, like lightning fast reactions on the operator. And then you still have the G2 up the top of the board. Gianni started to wake up. We know that they have so much individual talent that even if a piece of their puzzle has been removed, the stand-in at times might not even have to do too much. And right now, well, what's that? 2 pauses in 3 rounds? 2 rounds? Like, you could see that BBL are really feeling that pressure. And you have to start to fear that if you let this map slip away from such a massive advantage, I don't know if the next one's even going to be remotely close. I think it is. It's within 2, right? Because they lost 3 in a row. They took a pause, lost 2 more, and took another pause.
2,
so I think it is literally 2 pauses in 3 rounds.
Round 22. A 1-round gap now. A team that was trailing and deactivated has found their way back into the game. Second wind, but it's Con full right away. Larox had no look on the showstoppers this time. He's finding his mark. Pushing up to 12. This could be the round for BBL. Good damage though. Hunting down his prey. Blood in the water. The classic, trying desperately to find him, and it will be nobody to do it. At least dealing with 1, but still a man advantage for BBL. And now the time is ticking in their favor.
Oh, they're using everything. This is literally just blitz all your ultimates at once to try and scrape your way through a round. This is a must win now for BBL. They'll have nothing into the next, but they are taking this one home. Signed the stand-in in a 1v4, and with the credits desperately low, not today.
Now listen, maybe he'll be a replacement on the main roster if he wins this one.
Exit flex.
Can see him already
leaving
to the other side of the map. 12. BBL, at long last, it felt like an inevitability 6 rounds ago, and yet it has been a good streak from EDG.
But that's not recreatable at all. Like, you can't
use
was
a big ult, Tom.
3 high-impact ults in 1 round. And okay, sure, Larock got the opening anyway, but the showstopper definitely helped get rid of Chichu. Okay, I'll say that the Steel Garden didn't really do anything other than slow 1 player down at least a little bit. But it has also put the economy on the back burner a little bit for EDG. No operator on their side. In fact, it's Lovers Rock. Now, they do have a Blade Storm. That's going to help, but there are definitely pieces missing here and there. And an immediate 4-player aggression. Khan 1 for 1. The nade won't quite kill off Loiter, and after seeing that many players, surely that's an immediate response from the attack to go back the other way.
Khan's down with Chichu still alive, and with the TP as well. He can move to this A site if noise is heard, but Sign not yet getting the read, and the push coming his way. Now a lot of utilities making its way in, and in a moment's time, you're going to see Lovers looking for that opening on the up for Sign. Oh, yeah, I think he's going to walk into it.
Oh,
no, shot. Great shot from everybody on EDG.
Oh, निकाल दिया भाई.
The danger averted. 12-11. We're going the distance no matter what.
Yeah, so I mentioned it. You get rid of the ultimates, and that round, even the last one might have not gone their way. And that is not how they would have hoped for that one. The individual stepping up. That's it. Signed 12-14 right now. He's holding his own on the server. Man that was in the Ascension system last year. So as said, it's not like he is way out there. A player who's not ready to jump into the server, but it's still a lot of pressure going up against BBL. The best aimers you'll ever see, and while they're going to try and play off that now, Lovers Rock immediately with an opener. The trades were going their way, but they're signed. He's now leveled up. 14-14. At OT, well, it almost feels inevitable at this stage.
Loida might be able to get some work done, but nobody is sneaking up on his left, and he has no idea. Great shot from nobody, and with Signed on a 3K overtime locked in, EDG
एक राउंड
like,
जितना
I
रन
can't
एक
stress
राउंड
enough
भाई
how out of this
Lol.
game they looked at a certain
Yeah,
point.
yeah.
The mistakes they were making were unforgivable. Like for BBL, I could see a world where they win this, where they even look dominant on any map because they have the individuals coming out the gate, shredding. That wasn't the case. It was mistakes on the other side. And now that EDG have tightened up the game, it's looking a whole lot better.
I want to go the other way with it. BBL win both pistols. They win, I think, 2 rounds off of straight BS.
Yep.
And now they've gone to OT.
Yep.
This is a choke and a half. Like, they were handed the map.
Also.
And now they are in overtime. Like, the pressure is severely on them. I don't think EDG could have given them anything more to take this game over the line. If they lose from here, I'm not going to lie, it's a little embarrassing.
Yeah, you come into a set then with a different mind frame than the quasi advantage you might have thought of for BBL earlier, that hometown hero when it comes to the 82nd province of Turkey. But you come in after a loss like this, and I'm not sure that matters at all. Confidence will take a knock for EDG. A slow start to this attack side. They've seen so many aggressive rounds out of BBL. Think about that C push especially that had a lot of success with the defense. So they wait. And now comes to shove.
Double
was
pick
very dangerous. The spike was involved in that fight, but it does make it out. Man advantage. Jenny, they know he's tucked in the corner, and they want to deal with him. That's a bold play.
Shorty. Lol.
Can't go with an attack side operator. He really has not been missing. He's got one every single time. It's only if there's someone ready and raring to do it. Walk back. Not going to be caught. EG have just completely paused.
EDG निकाल लेगी क्या राउंड निकाल लेगी भाई खाली है घुसो ना
The corner being flashed to make sure there's nobody there. Rhodes is already dead. They were still wary that there could be a second. But now with a plant and an advantage extending even further, the lead looking like it's going to be taken. And the Huber Kankan, you know he's not going to miss that shot. Lovers Rock needs to try and recreate it, and it is all but over. 13 to 12 now.
BBL इतना lead होके इतना सब करके हाथ रही है बाप रे.
Now on map point.
And even this defensive round, it doesn't have that same flair as what we saw in the first half. The pressure they were putting on in the extremities, the early fights that were going their way every time. And now, the shoe's on the other foot. It seems like EDG have the plot armor. They have managed to bounce back from a huge deficit and delete all of those silly little mistakes that were there. That quick of a turnaround is impressive, but it's also what you expect from a squad like this. As said, with this stand-in, I expect them to get better and better with every map under their belt. I didn't think it would be every half under their belt. A chance for 14 to close the map here and go on to a set. EDG's map pick, and often a hometown
map
for any Turkish team. Go in there after dealing a blow like this. That'll be a huge advantage.
Rotate.
I think they
Building set है भाई इन लोग
की. The prowler. It might be Concom at the op. Why wouldn't he shoot it? Okay, let's go the other way.
Okay. एक ले लेगा रेस.
The attack side.
Yep, इनको आगे पूरा रोटेशन होगा वो.
Kankan in position once again, and of
course इतना जल्दी आ गया ये. 20
leaves.
Damn भाई.
And the C site.
फिर तो रोटेशन. Oh एक खाली है.
A lot more interesting.
ओपन ने अच्छा लड़ किया.
is completely under their control. Before they'd had signed.
घुसो भाई खाली तो है.
On that side of the map. This gives BBL
टीम खाने का वेट किया भाई सही है. देखो क्या होता है 4v4. रीड अभी होल्ड कर रहा है.
Could be on still 2 away from that showstopper after the plant, and look who's sneaking his way in. Chichu's gone for the spam. It looked like it was on for the start. Immediate swap from Kankan. He shoots, drops his weapon, and goes in for the fight, but that's not going to work.
Damn, भाई इसको smoke में दे दिया.
With him taken out, the rest of the squad a little bit further behind, and a showstopper now online. The round is tied. BBL not going to let this one slip just yet, and they'll get another chance at that defense.
Rotate भाई पूरा.
Back and forth continues. A much needed one as well. I feel like that resets this into an even playing field once again. I was just worried they were going to completely fall out of the map after it coming all the way back to overtime. But it seems like BBL still have some fight within them. No surprise that Kankan's invested back into that operator once again. The defenders looking to reaggress towards that seaside, but Kankan is waiting. This time not missing the shot, but he has missed 2 players already on the walk-up.
Same space take from BBL, this time without the C's in play. A little bit of a different layer to hopefully allow them to push through to give Lovers Rock the chance to clean house.
Arey.
On the other side of the map is where EDG are focused. Spike outside A. A jump spot that they're hearing every couple of seconds, but they don't know about Rose. BBL are setting traps on each extremity. Finally, Lovers Rock has walked up. He's hearing the steps into B now. He knows the play, and they are none the wiser. But the shots don't land. That was a huge play. Perhaps round winning. BBL are going to have to find something else to fight with.
They can't keep up that fight. Means there's no longer going to be a flank. The paranoia is perfect, though. That's the advantage.
One tap.
Nobody waiting in position. Kraven, however, catching. This is looking like a round set up for victory.
Line se bach gaya.
Kankan and Chichu wait, but it's a missed shot. An uncharacteristic one at that, and a flawless defensive side round coming out of the side for BBL.
अब देखो कौन जीतता है. BBL खत्म कर देगा.
And they'll finally close out the map that they started.
Yeah, it certainly wouldn't be the blowout victory that it looked like. A complete mismatch in that first half. But the same can be said when you look at EDG's play in the second. For BBL, this is the chance to take it home. The attack side's being kind to them in that last overtime. It was LaRock having a fantastic round. Finding that showstopper online to close it out. It looks like they will put a lot of focus towards this.
जाओ C अबे मस्त है. C घुस जाएगा तो हो जाएगा. 3 लोग ए पर है भाई.
Immediate challenge at the C site.
सिर्फ ऐसे है.
Swap up.
Okay.
Where we've seen
oh, short B.
Nobody off rip, but they're still continuing the walk up, and Chen is just waiting on the cross.
Timing हो गया बेचारे का साथ.
All too easy for those initial openers, and losing 2 personnel off
फिर
rip.
से जाएगा एक और round.
You almost feel like it needs to be a mistake for somebody over on the EDG side.
फिर निकाल देगा क्या?
Yeah, they'd have to trade out.
लड़ कर रही गया. Oh, just miss. भाई भाई भाई. मार दिया दे बाबा. वापस क्यों गया वो उधर?
No, he doesn't.
TP का सकता था कहीं और.
And now signed. Wait on the side. Flash for him to swing as
well.
He doesn't swing. He plays it patient, plays it slow. Maybe that's a mistake. Nobody now dropped and signed. Under pressure from that right side. The off of Lovers Rock. Now all eggs in that basket. Good damage done. Whoa, it's a bit shaky. They get there. 14 to 14. Another overtime.
14.
Just bear in mind, guys, this is map 1 of the entire tournament. It feels like we could be in for the long haul here.
You have to wonder, though, how the hell did nobody get a kill and get out when 3 players were looking at him? What the hell were they thinking then? Shift walking through. That was like 2 seconds later. Where do you think nobody's gone? And it wasn't even him. They've got another teammate.
They looked and they were like, oh, nobody's there.
Nobody's there.
ये हुआ start.
14 to 14.
ये हुआ.
Kankan survives, but not been purchased up on the other side. Seeming like both teams have now found their rhythm, but only one can take this map over the line. The map choice of BBL. Definitely feeling a little bit more tentative than what we'd seen so far. Patient stuff, and this has been a big point of contact. Kreven just spams into the smoke again. There seems to be a regular occurrence of just players picking a target,
यो भैया कैसे हो? बढ़िया बताओ भाई आप कैसे हो?
A minute on the clock. And EDG still spread thin. The spike was alone outside B, but now it's regrouped. Okay, dangers averted, but the problem is this bait setup. We saw it before from BBL. The jump spot's there from Loida. He sees them and hits the paranoia, but instead he swings out wide. Now goes down. Rose has a sensational performance. It's a bit shaky. Could have been 2.
उधर से आ गया एक ट्रेड भाई. डैम भाई.
It's just a one-man disadvantage.
किसको सपोर्ट कर रहे हो? मैं तो मैं ऐसे देख रहा हूँ. RRQ को सपोर्ट कर रहा था. RRQ वाला मैच हुआ नहीं. कुछ तो इनका इशू आ गया तो स्टार्ट ही नहीं हुआ अभी तक मैच.
It's EDG with the lead again and another chance to close this out.
EDG निकाल लेगी शायद डिफेंडिंग में. So
I've been saying it's a lot of the time it's been one and dones. This is him finding a player with a classic walking into the site with an
Comeback
operator,
किया भाई
getting another
EDG
combo,
ने.
then closing it with a blade storm. The better this guy
गलत
gets,
comeback
the
किया. BBL
scarier
पे
things
lead
become.
थी
By the
अच्छी
way,
खासी
remember when
भाई.
Chichu was like miles
सब
ahead at
गया.
the top of the board? He's now
Concom was,
GG हो गया भाई
Concom
GG.
was 15 and 15. So he's had a little bit of an awakening.
Yeah.
A small amount. And it is scary to be in BBL's camp right now. The attack side
A full push करा. Okay, बच गया.
The Rock tagged up. No more bullets fired. He'll survive that engagement. Oh my god, Lover's Rock is going so fast. And he's got Chichu completely off guard. And another
Form आ रहा है भाई, form आ रहा है.
under Lover's Rock belt. For more, a third will be found. This one not quite caught off guard. And that makes it even more impressive. Con, yeah, he has had an awakening.
BBL निकाल ली
But
वाह.
this might
क्या
bring him
scene
back to
भाई.
sleep. A 1v4.
Most of the esports players are from Japan, Singapore, Korea, and
He's
Asians.
got no chance.
हाँ.
Yeah, I'd say so. Doesn't even have the shields to play with, so can't even take the
क्या ही करेगा बेचारा ऑप के साथ.
Like, I think he's just waiting.
वनवी को तो नहीं होगा.
Surely someone gets
एक के लिए जाएगा शायद, एक
someone
या दो के लिए जा
starts
सकता है अभी
looking,
भी.
hunting for an additional kill. They do not. He's still going to get
Not
one.
be.
Again, it just seems so clean with it, but this is just stat padding at
दो.
this point, and eventually.
दो किल बोला था मैंने, देखा? दो किल ले गया वो.
It's almost identical to the last round. A duelist.
अभी कितना ये चल रहा है इंटेंस भाई. मतलब एक राउंड ये जीत रहे भाई. मतलब टायर वो रखा है फुल अभी. देखो क्या होता है.
Map 1. The
BBL
entirety
जैसे
of the tournament is going the distance.
पुश करी है ना.
But eventually, or at
वैसे
least I
डिफेंडिंग
hope,
में ये
we do have to
डिफेंडिंग
find
होल्ड
a
कर लेना. एक राउंड डिफेंडिंग जीत गए ना. निकाल लेंगे लोग. BBL निकाल लेंगे शायद से.
You think so? Tom, we've had some long games in our past. We've had some.
ये निकाल लिया तो
some
जीत
lengthy
गए.
affairs.
वैसे ही पुश करना है जैसे किया था लास्ट राउंड.
BBL, one of them.
Yes, they
Not
were.
this iteration of it, but it was BBL. I'm hoping they're not going to do that, again,
Time
especially
out.
with Ascent coming back.
वो वाला मैच स्टार्ट नहीं हुआ
The
RRQ का.
opportunity for it to maybe even be even longer.
उसके जो उसके बाद उस पे ये होता
I'm gonna see
PRX
ourselves a timeout taken.
पर डील हो जाएगा. अभी गंदा वाला डील हो जाएगा, बहुत गंदा.
Talk through with the coaching staff once again, of course.
6 तो बज गए. 1 घंटे में
Pretty
PRX का
much
मैच स्टार्ट
trying
होना
to
है.
stem the bleeding all the way through that
होगा कि नहीं
comeback
होगा?
from EDG.
नहीं होगा लगता है.
He failed to do so.
तो जो मैच चल रहा है यहाँ पे ऐसा प्रोडक्शन चल रहा है ना वहाँ
It's
पे.
now whether or
लॉल
not
भाई.
he can find that little piece of magic. We've seen a lot of the attack side rounds that sort of defaults into the pace he hits have been what has worked for either side. And with both star duelists stepping up over the last couple of rounds, we always talk about it, that the rest of regulation becomes irrelevant. It doesn't matter if you got 30 kills or you got 2. If you can win an OT round for your team, that's all that matters at this stage. And well, thankfully we don't have anybody in the server with 2 kills. It is a decent spread with both IGLs clearly having to work overtime. And LaRock going into OT has bought a judge.
Yeah.
Naturally, and he's going to find success with it as well.
Kali,
If Jenny
शायद
hasn't
से
just hit his
BBL.
desk, I think that's what I heard, and I'll be very surprised. That's an upsetting way to have the
ही पुश हो रहा है पूरा.
OT round kickoff right after the pause. EDG down a man, attempting to take some space on site. Chichu has a nice paranoia lined up, but it hasn't caught
नहीं हुआ.
Rev, and he's stood up on top of the wall, and he's been spotted.
Oh,
but the blow was
nice.
good in return. Crevin's found himself too. Signs surrounded is dealt with.
BBL जीत गए. अटैकिंग अगर वैसे ही पुश करा इनने BBL के विन है भाई. चलो W.
I think that might have actually been
W
a coach adaptation. Even walking into that smoke, tripping the wall. Sometimes you've had
वो मस्त बैठा था स्मोक में भाई.
in that smoke, waiting for them to come through. They killed him. This
Be.
time you just put a judge
See ya.
there. You walk into that smoke, you're dead to rights, and then they have the players ready and waiting. Solid
Hack करना है
paranoia
ऐसे
coming through
किया
from
था.
Reuter as well
खत्म.
to help out his teammate.
BBL win guys.
Just landed
W.
the shots as he always does. 16 to 15. As said, we've seen these constant back and forths. In fact, we're creating a parallel timeline.
यही
at the
पुश करे,
moment,
यही
but
पुश
that means
करे.
this
सेम
time
सीन होने
we
वाला
need a
है. नेट
defensive
डाला
round
उसने
from
भी.
EDG to keep this one going.
Well, Concon's been the one to find success, and again, he's walking about, pushing
Okay.
up on B to start with the flash blinded, so he knows there's someone here. Instead of continuing, he will wait.
Oh,
Miss
and
हो
that's
गई.
him, but this
Lol.
one, an uncharacteristic miss in a very crucial round. He goes in for more and misses once more. This could be it. EDG have lost one big
निकाला
player.
एक
Top fragger
4v4.
on the server, down and out. Jenny
Oh.
tries to pull it back, but he's traded, and Lover's Rock
खत्म ने
finally
BBL बोला था.
seems to have
पुश
sealed
करना
the
है
deal.
आराम से. Easy.
The A side,
खत्म खत्म.
the plan on its way.
2v4 तो नहीं हो रहा.
Chichu, all that stands against them. Nobody's had a tough game, but he stepped up in the moments where it mattered. And Chichu, well, he was on a tear. When this team was down and out of this map, he pulled them back in so many of those rounds in regulation. Now they have to do it again.
नहीं वो उसका ही बंदा था लॉल. देखा नहीं मैंने. वन वे स्मोक मस्ट है ना ये वाला, बट कभी कभी अपोनेंट स्मोक होल्ड कर लेते हैं जैसे लास्ट राउंड हुआ. वही
But it's been pinged.
They
have an idea that somebody could be going through the line. Chichu made it past. Loiter's position though. Are they aware that there could be a player over towards the box trying to create a crossfire, trying to force someone into a peak, and that's what they've done. Chichu once again, his opponent team.
Oh!
The time looking like it's going to be enough as well. That is insanity from the side of EDG. How have they pulled back that 2v4?
Fair
I said it. And nobody's been there in the crucial moments, and Chichu.
उसने उसका मिस कर दिया, वरना तब भी खत्म था राउंड. वो स्मोक से जब पुश करते बीबीएल ना. बीबीएल ने आगे खत्म कर दी थी. एक्चुअली खत्म था पर ठीक है. ओमन एकदम से साइड से होके आया ना नीचे से. देख भी नहीं पाया उसको. वही लोग कर रहा है ऐसा लाइक एकदम क्लोज चल रहा है. बीबीएल ऐसे ही थोड़ा थ्रो किए 2-3 राउंड पता है. राउंड थे मस्त लीड था एक्चुअली.
To keep them alive, and he's done it again. Map point.
And
up against BBL going into Ascent. God, that could be series. But now, EDG, they get another chance at this attack side. Fight straight into C. They're wasting no time on this run.
Okay.
And indeed, wasting body space.
EDG जीत जाएगी क्या?
नहीं. Rose catches.
Oh, निकाल लिया EDG ने राउंड. स्पीक ना करे. ऑप से मर जाएंगे नहीं तो सब.
Maybe it's Loiter's turn. Chichu, the man up against him, looking for the fight, and he'll win it again, no doubt about it. And it's left all onto Lover's Rock. This is not the gun you
40
want to
HP,
have
एक गोली का है बस, एक गोल रच कर दो इसको. EDG जीत जाएगी. बाप रे क्या चल रहा है. ऐसे ही चल रहा है. मतलब एक एक राउंड लीड लेते हैं, फिर से ये हो जाता है, फिर दूसरी टीम ले लेती है लीड एक, और फिर से लाइक सेम. बहुत लंबा खींचता है वही मैच.
Jenny was blinded up, looking the wrong way, took
Easy,
a few shots, not even knowing from where, and ends up surviving on 7 HP. That's the face of a man who knows that should have been his kill, but also who knows this map is
2v4 निकाल दिया भाई वो. Damn भाई.
17-16. It's a matter of time before we see 2 in a row.
ओमन ऊपर टीपी क्या होता है. अगर वो ड्रॉप से ऊपर नहीं जाता था वहीं पे वो शायद मार सकता था. वो पुश कर रहा था एक्चुअली, उसको होल्ड करना था. चलो कोई ना, वही क्रेजी गेम.
This time another missed shot, but that was a harder one.
BBL push मस्त करती है पर ये देखो 3 लोग है भाई. रोटेट कर लो. पी जाना ठीक. मेन से ब्लाइंड है तो BBL निकाल लेगा राउंड. अटैकिंग अच्छा है BBL का.
But if you could lose a 2v4, you could definitely lose a 4v5, sorry.
Oh.
Let's even things up once again.
That was what should have won them the round, leaving Lover's Rock behind Rubble, but nobody cleared it. Nobody checked for it, and now they can make
Lotus BBL का पिक है ना इसलिए. हाँ.
He finds it in the choke points. With the rock down, it's Rose left, and not for long.
Oh, खत्म कर दिया भाई. Unexpected, bro.
It's insanity.
वो क्या मैं ऐसे चैट पड़े एकदम से सब मर गए भाई. Damn. BBL ने थ्रो किया है भाई. लेजिट भाई. लो भाई. डब्लू गेम में डब्लू है. बाप रे. तेरा वॉल्यूम कम कर स्ट्रीम का बड़ा. मैं और कम करूँ.
That is crazy. Nonetheless, we're going back to Digon and the desk.
But Edge build different.
Thank you very much, Tom and Mitch. That was crazy to have that happen like that. Just insane. We're getting ourselves free Valorant off the top. I know that we had the pause to kick things off, but we basically had half a game right off of that one. Welcome back to Des. Digon here alongside Kukuka and Big Time. And it's just a great way to have our first round of Valorant here at EWC.
I mean, welcome to EWC, people. I mean, this tournament, let's go in with a BBL are going to be so upset about how that game turned out. They had every advantage in their map pick. 2 pistols, a bonus, a ninja defuse for crying out loud.
The defuse was unreal, and also is by the hands of Lover's Rock.
Hello,
Speaking of
आ रहा है. अब आ रहा होगा.
he wanted to go face
to face against Kangkang, and every single time
hello. अब ठीक है
for EDG in an impressive
EW streamer for real, yes.
like, I can do that too.
ठीक
I
है
can do that too. I'm going to show you how. Crazy the fact that we got there onto the overtime, and also we were saying about
मस्त
EDG
एकदम.
and playing in with a sub. I think that
अबे
Tom and Mitch
7
were doing
बजे
a very good job highlighting some of the mistakes, but also the way
लेकिन इनका डिले हो गया पता है पूरा ये मैच भी डिले हो गया 10-15 दूसरा मैच स्टार्ट होना था PRX वर्सेस NRG भाई वो मैच देखने मजा आएगा पर RRQ का मैच ही नहीं हुआ कहाँ होगा फिर इनका तो GG लग रहा है मेरे को अब से है ठीक है मुझे जिम जाना है वरना VC आ जाता ओके भाई और नेक्स्ट तक आ जाऊंगा आ जाना भाई
Also credit to Sign on his own anchor those sides. Not easy. I think no doubt they deserve that map.
Yeah, absolutely. It was towards the end of that first half where the score was heavily in favor of BBL. The Kangkang was like, what if I grab the operator? I know that the economy, of course, when you're losing so many rounds, it's very difficult to even think of like a tool that is so expensive but so effective in so many maps that we have seen across the entirety of Valorant, having that attack and operator that actually I think mentally got to bounce back, because we were talking about the teams being here and the stage getting loud. I have never, and I am from EMEA, heard Loita scream the way that he was screaming at them. The rest we see sometimes here and there, but Loita's kind of like a good boy, you know?
Yeah, let's take a look at some of those highlights here, because again, the gameplay required the pop-offs that came out there, especially in overtime. EDG started getting loud, BBL started matching, and then every single round, especially that 2v4 later on, that was game-saving by EDG. Remember, this was BBL's map pick, and we talked about coming into it, the form of these two squads. Will BBL be able to stand up to EDG, who has been doing well lately? They come out on fire and just aren't able to close it on out as we take a look at some of the big moments.
We have to say it once again. ETG have a sub here. This isn't even their full strength roster. An unwinnable map. The level of composure that they have is insane.
I also want to highlight Jenny. We were speaking about him going back on the duelist. Some of those showstoppers, I feel like we were seeing it every couple of rounds. Some of them were so impactful. The kills across the smokes, having those kind of preparations, they're so important right now. You know, you play the Phantom, you have to spam those smokes, especially the way that BBL were playing. Honestly, the highlight for me was the entirety of the match. I know that it was very of the map. I know that it was very long, you know, but I feel like everybody had their moments to shine. Like that clutch where Krevin was in, where he was 1 kill away from getting like I think it was a 1v4.
RRQ का मैच स्टार्ट नहीं हुआ बड़ी
insane rounds, and the rest of the tournament
भाई कुछ बढ़िया कमेंट्री कर ऐसे काम नहीं चलेगा खत्म हो गया मैच और क्या कमेंट्री करूँ अब कर रहा था मैं आप लेट है थोड़ा सा क्यों ऐसा पता नहीं उन्होंने कुछ इन्फॉर्म भी नहीं करा और बस इन्फॉर्म भी नहीं करा उन लोगों ने बस विल बी बैक राइट बैक सून करके डाल दिया और उनकी चैट भर रही है भाई इनको गंदा वाला एकदम एल प्रोडक्शन चल रहा है भाई बड़ी पोर्ट ना हो रही भाई सिम क्यों नहीं हो रही बोले 4 महीने का बिलिंग होगा और मैं अब तक 18 का नहीं हूँ तो नहीं सिम तो तेरे पापा ने ली होगी ना मम्मी ने ली होगी तेरे नाम पे थोड़ी होगी उनको बोल करवाने पोर्ट तेरे नाम पे सिम
and a Turkish team. Oh yeah. It's a hell of a long map for that one, and especially
considering
that both Kangkang and Lovershock are leaning so heavily into the operator. Really looking forward to see both approaches from the teams, because we did see BBL playing Ascent.
But still 4 महीने का बिलिंग.
We saw them playing with the deadlock.
हमारे ऊपर भाई इससे अच्छा तो 4 महीने का बिलिंग ऐसा तो पूरा वाईफाई सेटअप हो जाएगा गोटेड बांध में कुछ करना भी नहीं तो मैं मना कर दिया अच्छा
That calls for both of them. Like, what would you do? Because you have
RRQ का कब आएगा बे? ये तो चलो देख लिया पूरा मैच देख लिया इन लोग का भाई. BBL throw कर दी पूरी.
Play it simple because we're playing with a sub, or let's go with something spicy. They're not going to expect it.
You know that they got something spicy. I want to see them take risks here. This is game 1. You know, I think you have a little bit of time to experiment.
कर दिया गोटने भाई.
And you're a map up, so you know they can play that kind of pretty standard, boring comps, but I don't want to see that. The one thing I do want to see is Kangkang on the jet.
जो सेंटर है वो मैं यहाँ हूँ वहाँ है भी नहीं दूर है देखता हूँ अरे बाप जी से भाई तुम्हारा जियो वालों को कंप्लेन करो भाई तुम लोग का नेटवर्क नहीं चलता है और लोग कुछ नहीं करते हैं बाय द वे कुछ भी नहीं करते हैं ठीक है
No. You lost me there.
I
thought that you
Did we
like
talk about it?
मेरे को कॉल आता है मेरी चार्ज कर ला मेरी
why
चार्ज खत्म हो गया है
EDG started struggling a little bit. The meta moved away from that. And now
मैं बोलता हूँ नेटवर्क नहीं आते अरे चेक करो रिचार्ज चेक करो ऐसे बोलते हो
won't expect it. We won't expect
कॉल ना लग रहा
well, again,
कोई
this
बात
is the fourth most played map here for EDG on Ascent.
सिमी
I feel
खरीदते
for
ना
BBL
बे
because they had him on the ropes,
सिमी
right?
खरीद ले
You were just a
एंड्रॉइड
couple
फोन
of
तो है
rounds away. You had so many in the pocket. They tried to call it a timeout.
जियो तो वैसे भी बंद नहीं
at
होता
11 to 8
पता
to be
नहीं
like, hey, let's settle down. EDG's warming up a little bit, but we have so many
देख ले
rounds
भाई
in the pocket from the first half. We should be able to
एडिटर
close
को
it
सिम
out.
खरीद
What's
लेना
the
चाहिए था
mentality of a squad
नया
like that who had success early on in the year and now are starting to struggle a little bit?
I mean, you got to find a way to not doubt yourself. You know, we've seen the PRX players talk about this in the past. You've got to have that short-term memory loss. You've got to have that goldfish memory. You've got to be able to put these behind you because they know that they played well enough to win that game.
बहुत मेहनत से खुद का नंबर याद किया हूँ कौन दूसरा याद नंबर याद करे
We know, we've seen them have success over in EMEA.
नहीं सिर्फ इंटरनेट पे बोल रहा हूँ और कुछ नहीं नया नंबर याद करने की बात नहीं है पुरानी रख पर इंटरनेट यूज करना तो ये करवा ले रिचार्ज क्या जरूरत है जियो का सिम वैसे बंद नहीं होता मैं ये बोल रहा हूँ कॉल तो आ ही जाएगी किसी की करनी है तो उससे कर लो इजी
I think that we can also think about how aggressive they were from the defense, especially here on Lotus, and how much are they going to learn about how that worked out? Because that aggression on the defense that gave them so much, like even when they got a pick, sometimes the overheating was there, and they need to learn to get composure in those kind of situations because also it translated to the attack, making a lot of unforced mistakes.
Yeah, well, we are underway here in Paris. The champions of China take the first map, but BBL will battle back here on Ascent. Don't go anywhere. You're watching
Ascent आया next ये ये तो ठीक है पर इसका क्या हुआ RRQ का अभी भी कुछ अपडेट भी नहीं दिया है भाई Damn the production forgot about the stream अरे बाप रे उनकी चैट क्रेजी चल रही है भाई 2 hours Hardly 100 teams versus RRQ. Wow, man. अरे बाप रे कुछ तो क्रेज चल रहा है यार भाई अटक गया हेलो मैंने पॉज किया है मैं देख रहा हूँ दूसरा स्ट्रीम का देख रहा हूँ क्या सीन है इनका तो विल बी राइट बैक है बेबी आना चाहिए ना वो तो
For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC.
Twitch वाला उठा ले अरे Twitch पे भी सेम है
Shoulder to shoulder with the world's
चेक
best.
करना मेरे को
Making history.
पॉज कर जा दूसरा मैच था RRQ वर्सेस
Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
100 टीम्स था ये कर दिया हुआ ही नहीं मैच गंदा वाला लेट हो गया भाई गंदा वाला ये किधर है ट्विच किधर है भाई फोन में है हाँ सबको RRQ वर्सेस 100 टीम्स देखना था बट वही नहीं है बट जीजी हो गया जीजी क्या when is fun भाई getting sponsored by Intel भाई Intel sponsorship लेने के लिए viewership चाहिए viewership कहाँ से लाए क्या करें बताओ मैं sponsorship ढूंढो अब क्या ढूंढो मैं जाऊंगा मेल तो कर दो मैं चलो कोई देखेगा भी नहीं भाई वही तो सीन है चेज भाई का स्टार्टअप करेगा टोपी को स्पॉन्सर ओ भाई वन डे भाई
Welcome back to EWC Valorant 2026. Digon here alongside Kukuka and Big Time. And yet again, we're back. It's EDG 1-0 over BBL. EDG, the #1 seed from China up against BBL, who started off on fire in EMEA. They qualify on in as the final seed. They lose their map #1. Now we head to Ascent, Kukuka.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be an interesting one also because of the bar that we were speaking about, that first Lotus set, but also because I think that they have to calm down. I know that the beginning was a little bit difficult because we have to wait and whatnot, and that might throw you off. They try to stay on top of that, but it really looks like EDG has adapted very, very quickly to the way that they want to play. And it's because they have a lot of experience. It is very difficult to throw something at EDG that they haven't seen before. The aggression, yes, is going to work because, trust me, BBL can shoot, but eventually EDG will pick up.
Yeah, for sure. They're so good at adapting. You see how they get themselves back into the game in this second half. Their defensive side especially was so solid over on Lotus, but now towards Ascent. So it's EDG's map pick, even though they've been banning it. But Ascent is a notoriously Turkish map. It's a map where the whole country seems to thrive through that, they have that pure aim, that firepower. You see it time and time again. So I think this becomes really hard to predict, and I do think that the idea of mental and composure is everything here.
Morgan, but this could be what we want, okay? So Turkish Valorant, right?
Yep, I'm there.
So they win Ascent, and then what do we get?
Sunset!
Exactly!
That's what we want to see,
There's
people.
a plan. You need to plan. You need to plan. It's all here, guys. It's all here.
All right, let's head on over on stage as they are getting ready for Agent Select. Again, before we toss into the match here, I want you both to pick one player to step up, right? It's all about earning things here. Nothing given, everything earned. Who's going to be the hero for each team?
Can we wait until we actually see the agent picks? Because I want to know what is going to happen with the sub situation and if they're going to, playing in a different role.
That's true.
So for that, for the side of BBL, as I was saying, I think that I know that the one that didn't put up the numbers was Rose, but that is also the way that it is in EMEA, and he always says that he is just there to make everybody else shine, and with the players that he has, it's very easy to do something like that. To me, I kind of want to keep seeing the operator duel. I'm kind of really enjoying the Kang Lovers Rock because none of them is scared of the other.
Oh, definitely
and I think Lovers Rock started so hot in that map one. He was consistently finding those openings down C with that operator, and you see it slowly come to a stop.
Let's go second match.
Begins to activate.
क्या लगता है कौन
On the
जीतेगा?
side of BBL, if he's able to be consistent, he can do so much work for them, but he can't afford to fall off, or you start to see that composure, that experience from EDG outshine them.
Composure, experience, and also the mental side of this. We always speak about how it's easier to bounce back from a game where they just destroyed you, from a map where, as we said, they had everything in their favor.
अरे पर वो तो मैच ही नहीं हुआ, ये तो अलग मैच है.
The Ninja Defuse, the Ecos and whatnot. So let's see where they are right now.
ये दूसरा मैच है
I
बड़ी.
mean, we have the Agent Select coming through.
वो तो मैच ही नहीं हुआ.
It's getting spicy for EDG.
And the
on the chamber. And I love this.
EDG versus BBL है अभी.
See, no, you
Ninja
asked me,
Defuse.
Kukuka, do you want to see them play standard or do you want to see them get a little bit spicy with it? And they've done exactly that.
I
They're not
love
afraid.
this.
But on the side of
Cheech
BBL,
on Sage, oh God.
कौन क्या Ninja Defuse? कितने लोग के सामने? अरे दो ही लोग थे.
From EDG. I cannot believe that I am saying it, but I want them to destroy right now with this composition. I want them to give them confidence to keep doing it throughout the tournament and to do it in China as well.
I will say it's going to be tough in this first half. They have to attack into Cypher Deadlock without much to really be able to burst through. Not a lot, no verticality.
Defense team is much stronger.
That solo duelist. So I think this first half is going to be crucial for that double senti of BBL to be able to build up some numbers, put a real stop to EDG.
Yeah, again, this is a Group A matchup, EDG and BBL, alongside RRQ and 100 Thieves, which will play later on. You want to get that great start here, and for EDG, they were on the back foot and showed the spirit of a champion, forcing that overtime time and time again, going to all 5 overtimes, 34 rounds, but get the job done in that last map on Lotus. Here, pulling out this composition.
ये वाला round देखा नहीं मैंने फिर ये वाला.
Things up, as you said, it's been banned. Ascent has been their ban and now showing up with something new that maybe BBL won't be prepared for.
And it's also the change of roles, right? Like we saw Jenny going in the race on Lotus. Now he's in the Omen, and it's going to be Signed who's going to be going on that Phoenix. There's a lot of weight on his shoulders because we see that even though you have the chamber and whatnot. From BBL outside of the site, just play for that plant and then just play for the post plant. If you are EDG, you have a lot of tools to try and delay them. I want to know though, from that post plant, how aggressive they're going to be.
All right, here we go. Already one map win here for China as a region. They only had 2 map wins overall all of last EWC. Let's see what happens here. We're going into a set EDG and BBL.
No reaction, he's watching.
Alrighty, it's time to get into this map number 2, Tom. If the first one was anything to go by, well,
this is not normal.
I think we might be in for a long day. But
Ninja Diffuse, 1v5 EWC.
A blowout for EDG. A one-sided affair from start to finish.
This is not normal.
It's kind of mad that we have an EMEA traitor in the form of Big Time on the desk, and now Bayer's starting to do it too. I feel like there's a full conversion coming in, but we'll have to wait and see. Obviously, I would still love to see a lot coming out, but it's Kankan already managing to get a couple of openers. Chichu finding another as well. We're worried about the entrying in towards the site, but it seems like Kankan has them covered in the pistol.
Fun भाव आपका कुछ नहीं होगा. Fun wise normal itself. आप बस pushing my limits करो. वही. Sad BC भाई को नाम भी नहीं याद. अरे.
This is the start you're looking for.
Sorry भाई.
Look at Kankan already sneaking up behind.
2v4.
It could even be a knife kill being plated up, but said he's going to grab the easy one, confirm the kill. 3 under his belt already, and Larocque with it all to do. Should be impossible and proves to be 1-0.
Shot क्या रहता BC इतना simple भी ना रहो. ऐसा करो ना बे. ओ BC shot तो है बे. अच्छा मस्त मारा. क्या फन भाव गाली मत दो कुछ तो करो. And expect such entry from EDG. At least say NT fun भाव. Sportsmanship. बोलता तो NT. Chill भाई chill.
You can lock that down. You have a lot more flexibility in terms of the utility you have
to
stop floods, to stop early aggression as well. So it definitely does still have its benefit, but I do agree with him that this is the half where it has the most for most teams.
Yeah, I feel like that's going to be the case for both teams.
Normally
with the Phoenix, you'd expect it to be more attack-sided, but I think just having those contact flashes is really good. But then also, you've got a Chamber and a Sage, both of which are
redistribution allowed नहीं actually. मतलब reels वगैरह shots नहीं डाल सकते ऐसा कुछ है.
When it comes to that
अरे भाई Chamber पूरा मिल गया spawn.
Walk into their spawn. Now, of course, this is an eco round. I can forgive it in an eco round. In fact, it might even be worth it happening now rather than any other time. Instead, he almost gets a collab. It's going to be a stronger weapon would have done the trick. Already, though, getting towards that tour de force, which is a pretty scary prospect. And another ult that's building up now is the run it back.
Easy 2 round भाई इनके तो.
A weaker weapon in play in the form of
कि कैसे 2 पास duelist के बाद B mid capture किया. NT तो बोलता बेचारे को उसने फिर भी एक मारा.
Because you're risking giving a weapon over and often
sportsman sportsmanship नहीं कि क्या स्कूल में नहीं भाई. गौतम भाई कैसे हो भाई? एकदम फास्ट एंट्री लिया फुल यूटिल के साथ. कब सीखोगे फन भाई? सीखेंगे भाई. भाई मैप कंट्रोल ले लिया पूरा है. सही बात. फन भाव आप इन 10 प्लेयर्स में से कितने को जानते हो? मैं वैसे एक को भी नहीं जानता.
Now the spice comes into the mix. A buy for both teams and a strong third round for EDG. I mean, this is a bonus, sure, but they have credits and they've got pretty much a full buy here. McConkon already 5-0. A tour de force might not be far away. So for BBL, you need to be careful. That's a little over-aggressive, I thought, from Lover's Rock, but he does get out with one.
Yeah, had the dash available. That's going to be enough to allow him to escape. And
one is him. Everyone knows.
Contact. I like the wall boost. It gives them an angle that you wouldn't normally have. The spam damage has actually done a significant amount, and the Molotov's going to force Loiter into a move. Even still, though, both players still standing, and now you have that barrier mesh put into play. still
भाई
though, a
EWC
hefty
के
amount of
बंदे
damage
आके
done on the
तुम्हारे
first couple of
राइट
players
लेके
that
जाएंगे वॉच
definitely
पार्टी
makes
को
things a
उनको
little bit
सिखा दो
more
ये सब
uncomfortable on that side of the map.
Oh, it's going to make this push a lot easier if
वाह
BBL
पर
hadn't rotated
दिया तो
so many
सबको ही
players into
है
position. That's the other
उसको
problem.
बड़ी बात है
Now 4 standing by here.
रोटेशन
Rose
पीछे सोवा
covering
बैठा
the
है
flank, and they will slowly
क्या
walk
लगता है सोवा
away. They
निकालेगा
make some noise.
भाई
I think
legit
Barack will have heard that. But often that's going to be a bait from the attack side to get you to push, to get
सोवा
you to
को
peek,
फ्री
or to
किल्स
get you
मिलेंगे
to rotate.
होल्ड किया तो
Rose,
He has to get something.
there's 3 players
ओ
on that
मिल गए
catwalk. They're not even looking at him. It's Sean.
अरे
It's nothing.
ओ भाई देख लिया उसको लॉल
This has been a problem. He's been in good positions, but he's never been finding the kills, and because of that, they're going the other way. Now, the only danger is that they are a little low on time. They're going to get past all the utility before that's any a problem, and also they've caught Loiter on the other side. This is an opportunity for a great start, especially with a lurking Kankan wrapping around the back, and the re-swing as well. A nice attempt from LaRock, but in the end, it doesn't even matter.
Great read from EDG. The second that they killed Rose, they realized, why would he be there?
Yeah.
It's because they've already rotated because we made so much noise. Instantly, they direct themselves towards B. What would have happened if he just stayed tucked, not even took a shot? They would have ran with 20 seconds left into a 4-man stack on a site that has a lot of choke points for those numbers to hold. That would have probably been a lost round for EDG, and a mistake there sends EDG miles into the lead. A 3-0 start and a very low buy for BBL in this one. They're saving credits for the next. And a 4-0 for EDG is a terrifying prospect, especially with the second round being clean. They have a lot of credits built up, and if this is clean as well,
a lot of credits, no ultimates used yet because they didn't get to any of them, so now they're built up for this round, and there you go, run it back just to try and send it through some of that utility. Coming in! Oh dear, another opportunity, but not taken. Kreven's only going to get the one, even still trading back into a slightly more even scenario. The bucket on the side, then they're just not checking! They're not checking! He lands a shot, but it barely does any damage, and the spams will be enough in the end. It's not clean, it's not pretty, it's not a round I want to remember, but it is a round
अरे
for
तो
EDG.
उन लोग का स्ट्रीम ही स्टार्ट नहीं हुआ उनका मैच स्टार्ट हुआ ही नहीं मैं वही चेक कर रहा था बीच में वही तो बोल रहा था देख नहीं पाया रहेगा वो ना तो चाहिए ना उनका अभी भी नहीं हुआ वो मैच ही स्टार्ट नहीं हुआ ना इसलिए डराना पड़ा मेरे को बीच मैच में कितने 1-2 राउंड हो चुके थे
they had a lot of wiggle room to work with.
आगे कितना मैच ही नहीं हुआ फिर एनआरजी कर दियो भाई वो मस्त होगा हाँ पता है उसमें तो जानता हूँ मैं प्लेयर्स भाई easy.
The downside is EDG don't really care. They can come into this round with a full buy. They can go into the next one with a full buy. They have a tour de force to work with as well. So not even investing into the operator and still having that one-shot weapon on Concon.
Which one?
Exactly.
With him, it's all 3. Oh.
Deadlock के side पे जा रहे हैं. Okay.
The Rock. Annihilation is available. But it's picking a time to use it that will be more important. He's definitely slowed them down. I like the little aggression up the top. Then use the Annihilation. Tries to make it harder to break. Instead, he's spamming forward.
Full spam मिलेगा.
To find the kill. Loiter in the corner has also done incredible work. And although it's taken them a little bit of time to get going, this one will be clean.
And you can see why this comp is so strong on the defensive side.
किसको जानते हो NRG आलू बुखारा?
First half will be for BBL, or more so for EDG, because the second half will be easier, but pushing into this Senti comp should be tough. And here you see exactly why. You have a Cypher set up on B, you also have a push in B as well. And then that deadlock utility not only helps on they run out into a sonic sensor and get stunned, giving an easy tee up for Loiter to slam dunk at home. And then on short as well, you have the net going through, the kill from the net, and then the ult, which also caught a player who was hit by the net. So when you're out of the ult, you can't move, and it's the easiest follow-up of their life. For the defense, yeah, you get that one, but a lot of that came off LaRock's setup, catching them off guard, and the ult being online.
Early bit of damage, but
he took your favorite team
like a much more direct take again though. That sensor in an aggressive position and executing onto it could cause an issue. Instead, they're going to try and utilize the Hunter's Fury to give them a little bit of extra space. The problem is, hasn't found anyone. They don't know what positions are cleared, and they do not clear LaRock. Another great start to the round. The net has actually caught 2 players as well, but he's just making sure they stay safe at this stage. A lot of early damage. And sure, there's a res available, but is there an opportunity to use it?
Look at where the bodies are. Not only are they behind the wall, but there's 3 players ready and waiting for that res to come through, or for another body to come through that
and
choke
mid
point.
is covered as well with the operator.
No risk of the rotate back, and then because they've got double Senti, not only do you have that Sentinel slowing you down on the A site, you have information for BBL. Nobody on the B site, but a camera and a trap waiting there. And yeah, it won't be ideal if EDG just walk in, break the trip, and get a plant, but that's why they've got this man around. Lovers Rock realizes they have enough time now to have rotated, so he's set up and waiting for them.
Been hitting one here could be enough.
12 seconds.
They also know that they're rotating this way. He still doesn't have any friends to play with at this point, but the TP to the back of site, he could just ignore it, or at least try and wait out a little longer. His teammate in position, and he has done the work. A back-to-back flawless round from BBL. And this time, well, I'm a little happier to see that it was Lovers Rock on the other side of the map. No offense to Rose, but he's definitely been having some fairly devastating whiffs in this game so far. Lovers Rock not so much. He's been having a good day.
Well, there was a point, like 20 rounds into the last map, Rose had only killed people who were looking the other way. So
yeah, and even
दोनों teams ना corners check नहीं करी. मैं ये देखा पता है. Corners check कम करते actually.
Includes going into the overtime, the run around onto Jenny. It's been a rough day for Rose.
And sometimes he's hella clutch.
Sometimes the leaders call from behind, back behind the front lines.
Yeah,
that's what he's up to for now. But we have seen it, like even going through the qualifier, Rose was dropping 20 like almost every map. It was definitely a standout for this squad. And that's the thing, right? BBL have a lot to fall back on because he was the one that was discussed when they were going through that ascension run through the tier 2.
चलो फन मैं आता हूँ PRX
और
NRG के टाइम.
Okay, on the team are going to be in VCT. Whether they qualify or whether they get picked up, we know it's going to happen. But people were like, oh, even if they make it, even if they
सीन क्या है पता है? जो PRX और NRG का जो मैच चला ना, वो उस पर होने वाला है. ये RRQ के बाद समझा उस वाले पे. और वो वाला मैच ही स्टार्ट नहीं हुआ वाला है. क्या सीन है पता नहीं, देखने मिलेगा कि नहीं. इस पे तो नहीं होगा, इस पे दूसरा मैं ये टीम का है.
Yeah, I think as well.
अगर वैसा मैं ऐसा वो ये है ना उनका शेड्यूल
उसके
बाद देखे तो वैसा सीन है.
Games is completely irrelevant. Like, the fact is, this squad has talked about being like a family for quite a long time. I think that's why when Comeback initially left, it was a devastating loss. But Lovers Rock, the man who replaced, quickly became a new member, an adopted version of that family. And the thing is, I think it wouldn't be the same without Rose in it. You'd have that firepower, but you would lose so much more. Now, a good couple of rounds, like not just, okay, you're looking at a scoreline 4-2, you're saying that's not great. 2 rounds where 0 people have died on the defensive side. And that sets you up wonderfully for rebuys. If you want the operator, you can have the operator. And I think for EDG, it's going to be fairly important that they break back quite quickly. But this round, not looking too likely.
No, but I mean, Headhunters on Con-Con's basically an extra rifle every round. Raz online for Chichu might bring Con-Con back, so that's an extra gun every round. And
so your strategy is basically pass the wheel. Pass to.
Oh. I don't know what that means.
Okay. No time to explain.
Okay. But I'm sure that is my strategy. Unless it's a bad thing, in which case it's not my strategy.
No, it's a reference some people might get, some people might not.
I'm the latter of those. You can explain it to me for tomorrow. That's a trap broken to start with, but there is a second one here, and this was the idea from Krevin to have that little backup to give them space to contain the walkout, although not through the alley, but playing this very, very slowly. Contact on B. B players now from the defense in that direction, but this
wall's
gonna cause problems.
Oh, bhai.
The fact that it's going to cause problems for BBL. Oh, the Rock was walking up to it to have a little look.
Oh my.
Okay,
benefit rather than doing any damage. Con with 2 Krevin. He's trying to save the day though. The problem is the spike they can leave. Oh, a res there. Yeah, I was about to say that would just be sending that player into the wolves instead. Space is being taken. Con-Con's retrieved the gun. The res is available, so maybe he could play a little bit more aggressively.
Just bach gaya Sage.
Rotating in towards that A side, but being spotted and dealing with him is a completely different story.
So no chances for the res in the end. Plant to come through. Con goes down. Of course, you can't bring him right back. Yeah, they're split an op on the retake as well. Lovers Rock will take his time making his
DJ
way
निकाल
through
लेके
A
चाहे
main, hoping to catch an angle and find
Backstab
that shot
आया,
with the op.
backstab
His
आया.
target right down below. It will be Con.
Clear
in
है
hell,
full, उनको
but
पता
he's
है
searching for
position.
the
एक
barrels
रही
being
होगा
spotted.
कि
He knows
L
now
होगा.
that there's one there. Kraven's trying to pull them out
No.
into the open, and he does a great job at
Oh.
that. Lovers Rock there for
NT.
both of the final kills, but a big
Cypher
round
कमा
from
सकता था.
Kraven gave them this
NT boy.
chance.
Oh yeah, they should have been dead to rights. Was it 3 picks going the way of the attack side in quick succession? 2 for Con. His lurk timing was perfect. Nobody then wins the fight, and then Kraven just turns the round on its head. Mr. Impact
लेना
himself
चाहिए
saving them
को
once
backstab
again.
नहीं देता पर वो एक्सपेक्ट कौन ही करेगा
it's
कि
gonna be
मतलब 2-2 में से backstab आ जाएगा
at lead,
चलो कोई
slowly
बात नहीं
slipping. The 4-0 start for EDG. Obviously, what we can say is it doesn't matter too much because we've seen
Technical
what they
pause.
can do in the second half on a on a defensive side. But I'm sure after going that far into the lead, they will have wanted to at least look to try and convert the half.
सीन हो गया भाई कुछ तो सीन हो गया
Pausa técnica mola. We'll be taking a breather, but what we've seen so far is exactly as Big Time said. You know, I'm starting to think he might know a thing or two about Valorant, but I'm not too sure yet. He said
Just not about food. He knows
इससे
nothing.
काउंटडाउन लगाया था इन लोगों ने ओह लगता है RRQ का मैच ये होने वाला रिज्यूम होने
Ask
वाला
that man about a fruit platter.
है
And he'll tell you
He
if
is
it's
an expert. He is a big fan of.
intimately familiar with that.
Yes.
But he said that the double sentinel composition was going to be key for BBL. Key? Well, let's put it this way. It's the key for BBL, and it's the lock that EDG have to break. And when it comes to this defensive side, when it comes to the rounds BBL have put up, all 3 come off the back of those
अब ये
sentinels.
पॉज कर देंगे एक मैच चला रहे क्या लोग
I don't know if
No
you-
more him popping
There's a bit
off.
of a stretch.
But him playing the anchor is the reason that he's over there, even
Yeah.
when there were numbers, even when they dealt with those first few players, he was still
What was
there.
the first blood of the round?
I don't remember.
It was one of the Sentinels getting caught out
अरे
by
आ
their
गया
own utility
लॉल
and being shot in the head.
Oh, the wall.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's the other thing we got to talk about. You throw the wall there. Okay, maybe you're trying to clear the.
आ
There
गया
could be a guy in the corner. I mean, he's going to break the wall if he's there. He'll give that away in a moment. He's not going to sit there for 40 seconds. Why did he go walkabouts? Why did you walk towards? That's like you throw
क्या
the
है
wall,
एक ये
rotate.
किया तो एक हो
Now
गया
we got
रुको
info for a bit, but that was a different approach up against.
आगे गाइस
In from RRQ, 100 Thieves banning Lotus, but this Ascent, it's gonna be really interesting. We did get a sneak peek into the agents earlier. Double duelists on the side of 100 Thieves, and then you have that weird comp of Sage Vito on the side of RRQ. But I think this is a really good round to get us started because both these teams have proven that they have the strats it takes for this map.
Yeah, we'll see which one of them will prevail. You do want to move on. This is a GSL
एक
format
एक
group.
मैच
You
होगा
want to
शायद
go
से
into
इनका
that
वो लाइक
elimination
नहीं दिखाया
game, or rather into the progression game
देखना
rather than
पड़ेगा
the
रुको
elimination game. We do have EDG taking on BBL over there on the A stream right now for much the same kind of result. And so far, looking pretty good for China.
Yeah.
I'm pretty happy about that. We'll see if that does continue
The
in that direction.
quadruple overtime was really fun to watch.
That was, honestly, that was a banger game on Lotus. EDG currently up 1-0 in that series, and I do believe it is ongoing. And of course, over here between RRQ and 100 Thieves, the loser of this game will play the loser of that series. Winner will progress into the progression game for playoffs.
Yeah.
I'd imagine. Yeah, I've seen
That
a few
sounds right.
I've seen a few GSL groups once or twice. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah,
sure I
as
know
long
what's
as they
going on.
don't lose 2 games, then they make it out. There's 2 games that they... Sorry, I think they play 3 games total if they do make it through.
Okay, cool. Well, hopefully you can make it through in the least amount of games possible, though. But here for these 2 teams, you want a strong start. Both of these teams, although
एक मैच शायद से हो गया है रुक जाओ पता चलेगा अभी
various different changes. Of course, it was that Eurogo did play in the Esports World Cup Valorant last year, and both of them got grouped. And I'll tell you what, it's going to be a lot easier not to get grouped if you just win this opening game for yourself.
That's true. That is how it works. You win this opening game,
Oh,
you
वो pause
can
कर
move
दिया
on and play another. But I think
ये pause है
Advantage. In this case,
नहीं
no
हो गया
advantage whatsoever other than the fact that you
Okay.
really need your smokes.
iteration of a roster has never made it to a global event. Only a couple of the players have. And then you move over to RRQ, where they have been to a global event most recently, but they've struggled to make it even out of groups.
Yeah, it's just been a bit of disappointment at international events for RRQ, including the Esports World Cup last year.
Yeah.
They show flashes of brilliance. They show their potential in most of the series, but unfortunately they usually end up falling short. So they're hoping for a better run this time around. They've picked up a rookie in Zan. Monya has made his way out of the roster for the time being, although I do think he's at least warming the bench for now, at least what I've seen from the VLR pages and all that kind of stuff. So we'll see how Zan does go for himself. He's been kind of kicking it around in Tier 2 as of recently, coming on fresh off of Motive Esports. Also played over in Ascension for Naus previously, so he's got a little bit of experience under his belt, but only within the APAC scene. This will be his first chance to step up into an international event, and he hasn't even had a run in the VCT yet.
Yeah, I think that's a little bit comparable to Timotino on the other side, who moved up from challengers to play for this squad. He had a really good run there, really proved himself as a duelist, and that's why 100 Thieves picked him up the beginning of this year. But so far, he's proven himself in the server, but he's never been on that global stage. Seeing how the pressure he might handle the pressure, it's going to be really interesting, because again, when you're in that duelist role, when you're constantly kind of feeling that pressure of either fragging out or making sure you're committing to your role, committing to a lot of those hyper-aggressive plays that your team wants to do, it's gonna be really interesting to see how they just set him up for success.
Yeah, there you go. Jebkin on your screen, a superstar player coming out of Pacific, often putting up the numbers for his squad. Do believe you'll be seeing plenty of him on the duelist going forward. And Zan will be that more flexible player, similar to what you saw from Monjet. I think I might have even seen him on the Sage here, which is not too surprising. I remember watching Motive Esports. They also like to play quite a lot of Sage, and Zan was quite happy to pick that up for them. So that's well and truly within his agent pool, within his wheelhouse. We'll see how they do end up shuffling around the roles on this RRQ team, though, because it's a pretty close 1-for-1 between Monjet and Zan. Zan is definitely a Neon flex guy. Monjet was mostly playing Smokes and Neon. I think Zan might even offer you a little bit more flexibility at times, because he does play things like the Sage and other duelists other than Neon a little bit time to time.
He's kind of like the Asuna of 100 Thieves. Flex, the Sage, the duelist, the KO randomly.
Yeah. I mean, when you play for so many years, you just get bored and you start to think, can I complete the game? In Pacific, we have Forsaken doing that. Almost playing every single agent. So, you know, that's just how it goes when you've been playing Valorant, you know.
The older you get, the more roles you tend to master.
Yeah, but Asuna's only like 22 still, right? Like
he's been playing forever. I remember being in the server with this guy when he was like 15 and he was owning me back then.
So good to see him still competing. Still waiting on the game to start here. Will be a set to kick things off. I do believe RRQ picked this map, and they will have to, as a result, as you often see, start out on the attacking side. Do have the agent select here. It is Crazy Guy on the Sage, actually. I'm surprised that they've gone for that particular direction. Seen plenty of Crazy Guy on Omen, but it's not much of a muchness. At the end of the day, the overall compositional difference is pretty stark between these two teams. You've got a slower double Senti that's going to be a little bit beefier on that defensive side, and the veto is going to be very tricky. X-Pharaoh is a bit of a specialist on this agent. He loves a veto. Recently, we've seen some veto changes in the meta as well. He's going to be a player that loves to go for those picks and use the TPs and get a lot of value as well out of the Interceptor, especially given what you're seeing over on the side of 100 Thieves. I think it's going to be a little bit harder for the Phoenix to break into some of these sites and the Sova as well if the Interceptor's up.
I think also on their defensive side, they're going to have to do a good job of not allowing RRQ to get onto site, get into those post-hunt positions, because the amount of util and delay that you have to deny that retake is going to be so annoying to deal with unless you've baited or at least forced them to use majority of their util before it starts. But of course, I think switching over onto that defensive side and the attacking side, both these teams, they're going to be doing a lot of work because these comps tend to play against each other. A lot of laughs going on the stage here for 100 Thieves, and I think this mentality is pretty good for them. They kind of pushed through whatever was happening earlier.
Yeah, smile through the pain. It's a bit of my life mantra, if I'm honest. But players, once again, you know, having a little bit of a move around, getting a little bit restless. I know everyone wants to get into the game ASAP, so just waiting to iron out a few more of these issues before we can get things kick-started. This is only the opening game of the group stage. Do you have another game later on the B stream? PayPrX will be taking on NRG. The corner of my eye, EDG and BBL is still ongoing. BBL very loud to start that series. They were very pumped up, and EDG put together a gorgeous comeback on Lotus, and I stopped hearing, you know, Turkish players screaming.
The screaming.
Yep.
The yells of joy. As soon as you say that, they start yelling again.
I think they won a round. I could just track the score based on that.
Yeah, match नहीं हो रहा.
Yeah, looking
Screen
at
दिखा
this
रहे हैं.
100 Thieves team, man, like, I'm so biased because I am America's. I am all of America's. just
You
saying.
are. I am America's.
Yeehaw! I am America's. I think this team has had a really good opportunity, obviously, coming here. They did a really good job in the qualifiers. They 2-0'd Furia, who was literally at the top of Americas for the kickoff stage. And then they come in, they own Loud 3-0, which I think is a little bit expected, but it's kind of crazy that Loud, with that much firepower, just couldn't put up that much of a fight. And now 100 Thieves kind of on this stage trying to prove themselves. Again, we've talked about it a lot, how this is their first international stage in a while. And I think for these players, I'm so interested to see if they can keep up the creativity, especially because we are in the group stage, right? You don't want to show too much. You don't want to kind of give your hand away as often as you can. So I think this makes sense for them to just play kind of the double duelist combo, making sure they're just being hyper aggressive or at least taking those fights and showing that they can just win in terms of firepower before falling back into a lot of those strat heavy plays.
I think you'd have to be pretty confident to take that approach, though. I think you're definitely going to see that from especially the teams that haven't had time to prep, like your PRXs or teams coming fresh off the back of Masters. You know, I do know that sometimes the travel schedule does get a little bit brutal, but there are plenty of teams that, you know, even the teams that are on the stage right now here on the B stream that haven't had that same kind of singular focus of a Masters event into something like an EWC. Instead, they have played their way through the qualifiers. You talked about the qualification for 100 Thieves, looking very convincing. I think for RRQ, I mean, they got a 2-0 over KRX, a very strong team in Pacific, and then they beat a Gen G that was pretty hot in that qualifier. Texture in particular was going ballistic. That went all 5 maps, but that's not too surprising to me because RRQ, when they win, they don't win easily.
Yeah.
It's always a bit of a slog. So the fact that they played a whole best of 5 is not very surprising to me at all.
Yeah, I think I remember watching those games and being like, dang, this is really going to 5 maps, because it's just kind of crazy how RRQ tends to have a really good understanding of how they want to play when they have so many different structures to their team. It's really interesting.
Down, you're often going to wait a second and be like, did anyone push? No, okay.
Casting to the light, casting.
And then he comes out just as it's activated.
6-5.
Started to tag him and he stepped through the smoke.
Come back by BL.
Great play by Rose. Smart player. And that's the thing.
Okay, nice.
See him hit these heights quite often for BBL.
Are easy kill है Jet के.
Aggression on A main. The drone's going to be broken.
Okay, bait कर दिया उसने. Oh, miss किया. Shot. Crazy भाई. Recover किया भाई उसने.
And a 7-5 half looking more and more likely from 4-0
Deadlock का crazy है spot हाँ. ऊपर चढ़ के 1 kill तो free kill मिलता है इधर इसको. मारेगा ओमन जाएगा. गया ओमन. Legit भाई, legit. Crazy spot.
Maybe just a little bit. If he'd lost that fight, I might have left.
ओडी नहीं भर दी बीच मिड पे.
Well, we saw a 1v5 earlier today. Unfortunately, he is on the attack.
EDG ये गई.
And he has
7-5
seconds.
क्या करें लास्ट राउंड है भाई. कोई नहीं आएगा.
Expects them to push him. Note to any here. Not really going to be beneficial to save at this point. You know, you keep the gun, you keep the credits, but then
KD does.
It's true. KD carries on. Well, his slow pace has avoided the net at least, but there are 4 players between Nobody and the A side. And there will still be 4 players when he falls. 7-5 at the half. A big recovery from BBL indeed. But this is why when we saw those first, like the 3rd round especially, go the way of EDG, we're like, this is a danger. Because they've already built up a lot of runway, and with just a little bit more chiseling away, they've ended up in a pretty reasonable position. I think this half overall, at least from their camp,
अभी तो PRX versus NRG का deal हो जाएगा भाई. मस्त वाला deal होने वाला है.
Like if you go, okay, you're going to get 5 rounds on your attack side with this composition, they go, yeah, all right, that's not too bad. I'll take it. If you go, you're going to win the first 4, and then from then onwards only get 1. Maybe not so much. I think I'd be a little bit disappointed that they didn't at least level up at the half, but I think for the side of BBL, like, this is the bare minimum. I I've never really been convinced by their attack side. You look at them when they even playing in the qualifier versus Na'Vi, a 9-3 defensive half. They then lose the attack 4-8, but that's enough to win the map 13-11. They did the same versus Heretics. You get a 9-3 defensive side half, and then you lose the next half 3-9, lose in overtime. So their attack sides in recent form have been weak on this map, and I think up against the Sage and the Chamber of Kankan, who is hitting, it's going to be much harder going into the second half.
Without a doubt. This is where EWC find a whole lot more of an upside. For BBL, like we said, a 7-5, sure, it's a strong position.
To bang, Asuna flooding into the site. The rest of 100 Thieves ready to do so over on tree side as well. Xfero's waiting in the wings towards middle. Asuna finally finds his time, but Zan is well and truly ready for him, and now the spike starts to go down.
This post plan is going to be super important. Xfero getting the pick onto Timotino. Vora following up with Kaji, now 3v2, but they have the full site here, and they have hold of that tree garden area. That Vito just holding onto it. Cryo creeping up just a little bit. Vora trying to find anything, trying to get these picks, but RQ is so good at not giving it to them. Vora drops, gets the pick onto Zan, but Crazy Guy gets the pick onto Vora.
Cryo well aware of his position, but more time ticking off the spike. Juicy little right quick in on there from Crazy Guy, and he's able to close it out as well. Big pistol for RRQ, especially given the comp that they're playing. That's going to go a long way into helping them build some attacking side rounds.
Yeah, the story of the pistol rounds. The pistol rounds were so important in Masters London. Felt like whichever team was getting the positive end of those pistols were then snowballing so quick. And I think all these teams have such a good fundamental knowledge of how to snowball, making sure their economy is set, making sure that they're snowballing their ultimates as well, making sure they're not using them together at the same time and just staggering them over the round. So really important here for both these teams. And we're starting just a nice little default anti-eco from RRQ, holding all the way back in mid, but walking up a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, this is very vintage RRQ. For those that aren't Pacific enthusiasts, they are one of the slower teams inside of Pacific. They very much play more mid-round heavy than a lot of teams. I know a lot of people think the entire region is just running it down, but that's definitely not the case. As 100 Thieves playing that flood style in from spawn, do take some main control off the back of the top. Jump spot not quite spotted out there by Xfero, but ready for the peak from Vora. Does give the opening kill to RRQ. In towards B now, a couple of right clicks, but that's about it. One kill for Cryo, and the rest of 100 Thieves fall as it leaves it up to bang here over on Catwalk.
Yeah, it was a really nice play, trying to bait out that pick, making sure they could hear the rush, and off of contact, they were just stacking that B main. That's kind of what you want to see when you're playing a comp with the double duelist, just kind of playing on top, making sure that they're going together, grouped up, using that flash for abilities. But of course, this is just a pistol round, so staying grouped is probably your best bet. But Bang here left in a 1v4, trying to get as many exits as possible, just to try to ruin the economy a little bit for the side of RRQ.
I just go down to the spike here. RRQ going to be very happy with this anti-eco, bringing through a lot of these rifles in towards the next gun round. And nice easy kill for Xfero. Barely needed to move his crosshair for the majority of that round, which is very, very much within his wheelhouse. He does like to play very slow, very sharp player, never puts a toe out of line. But time for 100 Thieves to show us what they're going to be doing here on their first gun round. So far, it's been 1-3-1s, quick flood kind of approach in from spawn, reacting to what RRQ's doing. But I'm waiting for the moment where they flip the switch and start contesting the mains a little bit more.
You say that, but it looks like they're actually going to be contesting the mid, that Cypher camp going down. We have Timotino going to be playing off of that, playing off contact, just trying to break the drone. But RRQ, they've all grouped up towards this B main, slowly using that smoke towards mid just to put a little bit of pressure down. We're going to have Crazy Guy just holding, making sure no one is aggressing too fast. Looks like a little bit more of a contact play here towards that B main, perhaps farming the orb later on, and the drone comes out for this exec.
He does, looking for information. Dash into the trip here for Jemkin, who hasn't been taken out of the equation just yet. Nice entry from Xfero, and it's just Vora in the back of the site. Big tag up Xfero, able to finish him off. In comes the res from Crazy Guy, who's built up quite a lot of balls, but Vora tucked in the bunker smoke in towards backside is buying a lot of time.
Yeah, really good hold from Vora. Timotino's able to get here too, get that pick, but Xfero and Zan getting those two picks, Bang trying to jump on top, get a third for Xfero, and Asuna left in a 1v3. This is not good for 100 Thieves. Losing against this bonus round for RRQ is going to be really detrimental to their economy. Sparrow just jiggling. Drone tag onto Asuna. It's looking a little bit rough for him.
For sure. Can't find anything. Being given nothing. Another jiggle here for Cushy. Spots him out. Maybe a little bit too wide. Now definitely has a chance with only 6 bullets in the Phantom. And Zan biding his time. He's just run out of bullets and run out of time. Diving back out of the site.
Shot me!
Dear God,
wait, he has time!
1v3 and low.
I didn't even hear how much time had ticked off the spike. That is an incredible clutch for Asuna to pick himself up and run it back.
Unexpected,
and deny the bonus win for RRQ. That's going to be crushing for them.
RRQ was playing that so well. They just weren't giving him the peaks, but all of a sudden that jiggle peek back sight got caught off guard, and Asuna taking instantly whatever 1v1 he could get. Vorus doing such a good job of holding this site was the main reason why they could hold it down for so long. But of course, the flood retake just wasn't there. RRQ punishing Cryo so early too on that site. Super cool to see them kind of pushing and making sure that bonus round works out for them, but still a lot of guns lost on the side of 100 Thieves.
That's just one of those rounds where you win the round, but economy-wise, you do not have the cash you need to reinvest into it. Xfero with the Outlaw in play, looking to potentially punish some players. Timatino with the dash active, looking for the headshot. Takes a chunk out of Crazy Guy, but allowing RRQ a little bit more space into middle now.
Cat slowly being taken by RRQ. They're going to use that drone to get as much information here. They're going to see Timatino on that. But it's not going to pull too many rotates for 100 Thieves. Again, Asuna playing that rotator role, constantly being in spawn. They're going to hear that Sage Wall. They're going to know it's a mid to B split.
The trip placement's been excellent. Once again, outside of market, Jemkin going to have a tough time getting in on the entry. Deals with it, but there's a big crossfire here for 100 Thieves. Regardless, RRQ looking to break through it, run it back, dealt with, and now they're going to get into the B site.
This is so crazy. Cushy getting the pick onto Bang instantly, just clearing around that corner. Asuna using as much util as possible to clear. Timatino trying to get a pick, but Xfero's going to shut that down. And Asuna's going to save the only gun that they have left. Man, that's an expensive round again for them, but they should be able to buy this next round for 100 Thieves. RRQ just doing so good. Just staying together, sticking together, using those executes and making sure their util is all there for the retakes.
Yeah, I think they're pacing themselves very nicely. Work their way up middle in both of the anti-ecos. Sage roll towards top middle and just kick off a nice little mid to B. I think 100 Thieves were in pretty good positions, honestly. You can see all of the players that died there. Log, spawn side, they had all the right pieces where they needed them. The Phoenix was playing for the fast flood in through spawn side to run it back active. Wonder if Asuna's going to be able to hold on to this gun. I thought he definitely should have been spotted there. But RRQ not quite ready for them. Zan, though, that's exactly what I'm talking about. This is the rookie coming back in for RRQ. He is mechanically been very solid inside of tier 2. And good reaction there onto Asuna. 100 Thieves now, though, back into another gun round. Unfortunately, without the run it back, as Asuna tries to throw it into the eco to have some impact. And doesn't really do much except take one gun away from RRQ.
Yeah, I think the gamble was definitely valid on his part because we do have that Sova online just to kind of delay or make sure that for any post plants, they're able to retake clearing at least tree on A or being able to punish that B main. But I'm really looking at players like Cryo and Bang here to step it up because they're on these anchor sites. And again, Cryo playing really close, but they're going to hear 3 of these players. The Sova is going to be expended, not going to catch anyone, not even a single ounce of information for them as well. But all the players of RQ are grouped up towards A.
Yeah, I'm not sure that 100 Thieves are necessarily reading this pacing super well for RRQ because a lot of the time they have been hitting in the mid-round. Yes, they did 1 or 2 rounds kind of group towards B main. Well, the steps being made, baiting out the Sova, you're feeling a little bit sheepish as 100 Thieves now. RRQ just have the whole map. As soon as going looking for information, courtesy of the curveball. But they're really trying to look for a fight towards Catwalk here, it looks like.
The drone coming in, gonna get some information. This is finally a good ounce of information for them, but Jemkin actually getting a pick onto Timatino on the other side of the map, but the execute is not gonna go well. Bang! Beautiful hold on that spray, and now 1v4 all of a sudden for Jemkin. Really well played by 100 Thieves.
Catches him. Find a kill on the lurk earlier, but yeah, that mid to A split didn't work particularly well for RRQ. Caught off guard is Jemkin. But the reactions are very fast so far. Would have been on for the ace, but Asuna wrapped around nicely through A main with that chokehold going down. As Xfero had already hit the deck, and 100 Thieves, a nice gun round put together, courtesy of... I feel like RRQ honestly trying to force the issue a little bit too much. That wasn't the cleanest spray in for Cushy. Big whiff in from the man. And both both of those players over on A main side go down. They see 2
थोड़ा
players
एक
on
दो
A.
सेकंड जल्दी आ
And
जाना,
as
एक
such,
सेकंड
don't feel the
जल्दी
need to check the
एक वो
corner
निकाल
and
लेते दो
catwalk
लोग
where
को
Bang
तो
is just waiting in the wings.
Yeah, that was definitely a little bit scary. The util, really good timing from 100 Thieves to re-clear, using that Phoenix flash towards the A main and then the drone towards mid. Kind of almost missed the timing, but worked out well for them. But now we're going into this round. Vito alone on this half of the map for RRQ, and they're walking up towards this cat again, trying to get a pick with those knives from Jemkin. They're ahead because they have these pistols.
Yeah, not much invested in this round for RRQ. Eyes on Kushi and
Phoenix,
Jemkin. Get some one-taps going for the squad. In goes the dart. And the Phoenix molly as one flash is returned from Asuna. Doesn't quite find the right timing he was looking for. Cryo waiting inside of heaven, spraying away, but Jemkin's dealt with him as well. And now Bang is very vulnerable over here on this A side. Good thing that Vora is in for the flood on spawn side. He's dropped the spike now.
Beautiful paranoia from Bang to kind of delay, and Vora getting the pick. Bang and Vora playing really well towards this A-Heaven, trying to deny it. Timotino in here. The rotations were really nice, really quick from 100 Thieves. But again, it's still so scary seeing players like Cryo and Nasuna kind of missing a lot of these frags that they're getting, the easy kills when they're just entering onto their site. I'm really looking at these players to lock it in, make sure they're able to get those, make sure they're able to kind of hold an anchor on their own, because it's getting a little bit scary. But of course, really good try from RRQ. I actually think that could have been a round for them.
Ops out for Xfero. You see this a lot from him on the Vito. Likes to take his time working the map, using the TPs to be able to try to catch the defense out of position. And as we mentioned, especially with a Phoenix Jet comp, you're expecting 100 Thieves to make some moves. Most of those are in middle right now. Timotino playing some of these off angles. Haven't had to activate his dash just yet. Asuna having a little bit of a look into middle, but there it is, the mid walk. Very classic, getting on a deep line and is going to get on that deep B info line and try to cut the map in half. But RQ wrapping back towards middle now.
Yeah, they're going to walk up here. Timotino trying hard not to be spotted. The flash comes in, but Zag is a pick. Timotino immediately trades, but he's stuck in mid. No one here to help him out. Cryo's creeping up towards mid, but he doesn't need help. A pick onto that top mid, pushing towards tiles, gets another pick onto Xfero. Vora just cleaning up with Crazy Kai, leaving Jemkin alone in a 1v4. Gets a pick onto Bang.
1v3.
Spike is dropped towards top middle, and 100 Thieves are well aware of that at this point, set up quite heavily around it. Another Tailwind active, but no one really playing any of these close angles, so it might just elapse before Jem can even really try to take an angle here. Cryo, a little bit of a jiggle, doesn't feel the need to activate the neural theft, or maybe just doesn't have a good angle for it. And it seems like Jemkin is either waiting for a spawn wrap or may just try to hold on to this Vandal going forward here. 100 Thieves, some good recovery. Feels like every single time they're making some great moves in the mid-round and always finding the right angle. And unfortunately for RRQ, they've just handed an op straight into Timotino's hands.
Yeah, I think they've done a good job of adapting, understanding the slow play style that RRQ has now adapted. It feels like maybe RRQ is going to lean back a little bit more towards that B main, because that's where they were finding success. A lot of the B splits or the B main, the first few rounds of this game has found success. And I think the main reason is because they're just punishing Cryo for not having that much support, using and breaking all his utils so early. So definitely need a proper plan in order to get into that site, be able to play those post plans, because it's been almost impossible for 100 Thieves to flood in.
We'll see if there's any adaptations here for RRQ. Do hold on to the one Vandal going forward into the next round, but outside of that, not a lot to bring into it. 100 Thieves haven't quite built any money just yet. They'll look to do so in this round. Try not to take too much damage to the Sheriffs and the single hero Vandal here. Hunter's Fury is at the ready. RRQ almost ready with a res, and it's a bit of quicker of a pacing in towards A main as Kushi uses his Sova ult, goes fishing, not really finding too much though.
Gets a tag onto Asuna, but the run it back has been activated, so it doesn't actually affect him. He clears all of mid, but 3 of these players, 2 of them staying towards A site for 100 Thieves, and all of our RRQ has chosen to just walk back towards B, trying to end it towards there. So I'm looking for 100 Thieves to do some sort of mid-round play here, get some sort of information, and out comes the drone from Vora. I don't think he's going to spot anyone if they just stay behind the wall, but as soon as I say that, he sees all of them.
I'm not sure they heard that in time. Unfortunate. Asuna now on the front foot, looking to try to cut the map in half. Yet again, not punished on the fallback as he uses that Blaze Wall to be able to deny information to an RRQ who are now looking for a B split. Vora on the line confirms that they're making their way towards B main. It's a little bit of attack through the wall. as the drone is dealt with by the Op. Beautiful crosshair placement from Jemkin. Op is dropped on towards top middle, but RRQ, it's quite obvious where they're headed here.
Yeah, Jemkin has been absolutely on fire. That pick's so important. 100 Thieves. Asuna getting a pick. Cryo trying to stay alive on site. The ult comes in. The Sage Raz for Zan. Another spam through smoke from Asuna getting the pick. The wall's coming in. They're trying to split over lane, but Fora's here to get a 3K. Gets dropped off, but Asuna follows back with another 3K. 2 3Ks on the board for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, a lot invested into that round, not financially, but a fair few ults thrown at it without too much success from RRQ. Starting to run down the clock a little bit and have to give a lot of credit over to 100 Thieves. Their info gathering in the mid-round has been sublime. They are always taking space in middle in the mid-round, droning to find the team where it's needed and rotating accordingly. It always feels like 100 Thieves know exactly where RRQ are going.
It's been really nice, too, seeing the Vora drone come out. They have these kind of set plays around it, too, whether it was towards mid with the Phoenix Flash or on that retake towards A Heaven. They used the Paranoia from Bang and tried to trade with a little bit of those trap setups. So it's been really nice to watch. But now, if you're RRQ, what are you thinking?
I mean, they've already had quite a deep playbook so far. The pacing has been pretty samey, but they have, you know, thrown a lot of different late rounds in. Whether it be towards B main, they did try to kind of go fishing to catch the A main control in that last round. Does seem like they've gone for attack pause here to kind of discuss their options, give Jovi a chance to get involved in the conversation. I mean, as far as RRQ is concerned, they've already picked up the 3 rounds and picked up the pistol. Yes, I mean, you'd love to dominate the attacking half with this Senti comp, but that's just not very realistic most days of the week. So if they can just snag a couple more gun rounds towards the mid to late tail end of this half and go into the defense nice and strong, I don't think they're too concerned just yet.
Yeah, need to not get caught off guard by a lot of the mid-round things that 100 Thieves are doing. And it looks like they've opted to go back towards this B main. Kind of tried and true now in this game so far. We have Zan holding it down. Asuna taking all that space towards A main, but they're still not rotating any of these players really sufficient with Cryo and Jet set up on this 100 Thieves side.
This is a classic drop-off. Xfero has been dropped off at the pool. Unfortunately, Timotino has drowned him, and RRQ now trying to kick off a B split that never really got started in the first place. Jemkin trying to employ a little bit more of that contact-heavy style you've seen a couple of times from him, but Timotino is already posted up onto this line. Doesn't tag Jemkin, actually, as the Hunter's Fury comes in from the defense across the other side of the map, trying to make RRQ a little bit more uncomfortable. Nice entry on in from Jemkin, but Bang and Timotino are having impact here.
Zan and Cushing a 2v4 Timotino on site on that stairs, trying to get another pick, but waiting for the rest of his team to come in. The drone is going to come in. 2 shorties facing each other. Timotino with another 3K to secure another round. Make it 4. Just kidding. Asuna gets that pick onto Cushy, and the defuse is online for 100 Thieves. Feels like they're just having so much success here with finding those initial opening picks. I feel like Timotino with the op hasn't really been super aggressive, but just playing passive, playing on site.
Against this comp, there's not you don't need to do anything special at all. They just really don't have much to be able to deal with a defensive operator. Don't have flashes. You've only got the Sova. If you're not hitting a good Paranoia timing, or you're not actually able to, you know, contact your way into a decent position before you burst as RRQ, or the aggressive attacking side op they've had a couple of times doesn't find an entry, then you're kind of out of luck, honestly.
2 ults online still for RRQ, the Veto ult. But they're on a little bit of a weird buy. 2 Guardians across the board. They're going to use that towards mid, walking up once again. I think they're trying to beat that timing of a lot of the re-clears, or at least bait out that drone so they could switch it up and go somewhere else. But mid here, Cushy going to use that drone to clear that garden and tree area. Might just see that trip. But Asuna here ready with the trap play.
They're very much just trying to bait 100 Thieves into a rotation, but the drone is perfectly timed yet again. In comes the curveball from Asuna, catches all of RRQ. Haven't quite dealt with any of them as the Paranoia pushing the defense away, but Vora is perfectly positioned here, and once again 100 Thieves have the better end of the trade.
Vora has been phenomenal this game so far. Feels like he's getting almost every single important frag that there has to be. But the mid-split begins once again. Cushy getting the pick onto Asuna, but Timotino stuck in B main. Vora denying anyone from flanking him, and Timotino turning around.
Oh my God,
what an insane round by Timotino.
Playing with his food at this point, the jet up on the defense is well and truly taking over the game. There is no recourse here for RRQ, who since picking up the pistol have hit a pretty big dry spell. 100
Easy
Thieves,
है ये
nice
तो
adaptations
इसको हो
are
रहा है
all over this. They very much understand the pacing that
डर
RRQ
दो
are
के
bringing
लिए और
into this
एकदम
game.
पीछे मार
The
दिया उसने
operator
क्या
is having
मारा है
ridiculous
भाई
impact. The drone is always perfectly
बाप
timed.
रे
And now it's up to RRQ to go back onto the Sheriffs and see what they can fashion for themselves. Just try to avoid getting 9-3'd at this point.
Yeah, Asuna now with
Legit
that
था, कोई और
third
होता तो
run it
dead
back
था
of
उधर।
the half
But ठीक
online.
है।
He's not going to be using it just yet. They're just going to
Always.
keep sticking to this default
No.
setup because, like you said, Mitch, none of these players have a means of kind of playing around this operator, being able to push it back or at least deny. Asuna using that molly to deny a lot of that map control. The drone's going to come in and tag him, but nothing really to follow from that.
Yeah, once again for RRQ, it's a little bit one-dimensional. Very clear where they're headed, and 100 Thieves are rotating accordingly. They're quite happy to play retake B with the Cypher setup in play. Dash active, in goes the Sage Wall. Paranoia's exchange on both sides do give both teams pause for thought, but in comes the run it back and the curveball from Asuna. Bang trying to turtle inside of the site here. Timotino's arrived to the party, and it's another flood and a shutdown from 100 Thieves.
Oh my god, that is a terrifying sight when you're trying to cross into sight and there's 4 players just running at you. 3 of them just rotating in and Timotino just flying in from heaven. I think 100 Thieves, man, they're doing a phenomenal job of being able to consistently trade off of each other, being set up in positions where they're holding those crossfires or at least ready to peek off of any set util. And of course, Vora being the main reason behind that. The drone, the IGLing, all these setups have made so much sense for 100 Thieves.
Back towards B main then. Bit more of a singular approach here. But Timotino straight down the peak in towards Tiles, does get a fair bit of information. In comes the drone, it's a full Cypher setup, but once again, 100 Thieves are rotated quite nicely here. Dash on into the side, Chemkin very low on HP, separated from the rest of the team. This is Xfero just running through all of the utilities. He's got his ult active, and the flood actually backfires this time for 100 Thieves. Xfero caught on the cross, now into a 2-on-2.
Bang and Cryo versus Crazy Guy and Kush here, but the 2 players on RRQ are going to be leaving this site after breaking so much of that Cypher util. They know that they don't have any information here unless they just use their bodies to peek. And now over-rotating into that A, going to go through that cat. But both players from the side of 100 Thieves, they don't know anything yet. It's going to be a 2v2 retake.
Problem is RRQ just don't really have much left over. 10 seconds on the recon bolt. Crazy Guy, if he is given the plant here, will be able to have access to the res, but they just give it over to Cushy. I don't think they're too interested in it for the time being. Just have the Hunter's Fury for this post plant, and Bang bringing at least one dark cover into the retake here as ROQ up to play on site.
Kind of crazy they're playing on site with the Sova ult, not using it as their winning condition, especially because of the time taken by 100 Thieves here. But this 2v2 retake. Crazy Guy spotted, getting the pick onto Bang immediately. And now Cryo in a 1v2. Both these players huddled up, turtled up, bottom side. They get the pick, but Cushy ends it. And RQ finally another round to end this half.
Yeah, look, a big dry spell. Got to give a lot of credit to 100 Thieves for how clean their defense was looking there. They made a lot of nice mid-round adaptations. It felt like they were always on top of the information game, but RQ, especially running through a brick wall with that Veto ultimate, were at least able to brawl their way into a winnable 2-on-2. A nice pivot back towards the A side gives them at least 4 rounds on this attacking side. That's not terrible given the comp they're playing. Now they're going on to defense with this double senti comp. There's still potential here for RRQ to get this one done, but the pistol will be very important with how far behind they are.
Yeah, interesting to see that they're actually setting up Jemkin here to go for some sort of A main peak with these players. 4-1 Sage on the other side, going to use that wall probably off of noise, off of contact, or just off of a timing. But 4 of these players from 100 Thieves are also grouped up towards this top mid, maybe taking some sort of mid control with Cryo from Tiles here, and it's looking a little bit interesting now again. 100 Thieves, they lost that first pistol, but they're still up. If they win this, they could get a pretty big snowball of a lead here.
Saw a couple of frenzies purchased up. That's very North American, is it?
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever...
Actually, the North American meta right now is 1 Ghost and 4 Sheriffs and just no util.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely like a, Fnatic Gen G look from back in the day, just buy like 3 Sheriffs on the pistol round. I'm a big fan of that. I haven't seen frenzies in ages, though. I don't think I saw a single frenzy purchase this entire last stage of Pacific, if I'm honest.
ये क्या है?
So that's a bit
PRX
of a
सात्विक
throwback.
एक
Feels
गुस्ताव
like the
नेम का
Bandit
प्लेयर
has been
है
a lot
आपकी
more
फ्रेंड लिस्ट
prevalent
में.
in Americas
हाँ
over
है ना भाई.
Frenzy. So actually, you're right. I don't think
आप
I've
हो
seen
क्या
it
वो? आप
that often, but
गुस्ताव
for this team, I
Goat.
feel like they definitely have some sort of really quick strat,
PRX सात्विक.
really quick push up together where they're just planning on trading and using their firepower to kind of win out these 1v1s instead of trying to play too much into
He's my
the
good
mind
friend
games,
too.
into the mid
Oh.
rounds, because they're just so
सही है
good
भाई.
at understanding a lot of their set plays, understanding their positioning
भाई क्या
as a
हालचाल?
team and
कैसे हो?
being able to just play together. So Asuna, and Timotino, really good job, really good synergies when it comes to playing together and
Let's
pushing a
go.
lot. So I'm really looking forward to the synergy duo on
RRQ
attack side.
RRQ का comeback.
Right, into the second half
खेलते
then.
कैसे थे?
This is
Okay
RRQ's
भाई,
map
okay
pick,
भाई.
and they are getting
Thank you.
battered a little bit, so time to get this defensive half working for yourself. There's 100 Thieves getting ready for some A-main control here. The tension is palpable. I feel like this is a movie trailer as we're kicking off this pistol round. This could be RRQ's run back into this game of Ascent.
Nice.
Jemkin hearing a lot of that noise
Oh,
towards
उसके
Cat. He's
मारा
going to
हुआ.
push up, get this A-main pick. Zan and
Okay,
Jemkin
okay,
immediately
अबे
trading.
मारा.
Really good reactions to take that A-main space as they hear them up Cat. But Asuna with a beautiful flash curveball into that
Asuna
A-main.
अच्छा
And
खेल रहा है भाई.
Jemkin now sitting here with Zan trying to get another pick.
Sinner, he's walking up on the line. This is really cinematic stuff as Zan is getting able to get in there with a very nice right click. A 3K for Zan so far, just down to Timotino in a 1-on-2. Very high on the HP, does have the Sheriff to work with. In comes the dark cover. It's incredible. In towards A-main. I've got tears in my eyes. Timotino
अरे
to walk out
प्लान
onto
हो
this
जाएगा
A-main
प्लान हो
line.
जाएगा.
He's been able to actually gain
छोड़ दिया.
RRQ a little bit
मिस्टेक कर
here.
दी.
So they wrap around towards mid for just a moment, but sliding back onto the line on a nice timing. There is definitely potential here for Timotino. He is waiting. RRQ just playing this cheeky little high-low now that they've cleared out middle, so he's definitely going to have to peek into two players here.
1v2, the high-low is not going to get punished. Jemkin getting the pick. And now another pistol going the way of RRQ. They've now won both. But 100 Thieves have some rounds to work with here. Beautiful, really good reactions from RRQ. I really love to see that. They knew they lost that tree space. They knew they lost the garden space. Immediate reaction to take into a main. And then they punished as well because that spike got dropped. And all of a sudden that retake was so much harder for 100 Thieves. They didn't really have a plan to go on the flank. Just letting Timotino try to go for a pick off that Cat. Now into the second round. Pistols on the board for 100 Thieves.
Jumpkin on the line, waiting out that Sova dart, at least trying to find the timing straight through it. Here comes the paranoia. Oh my god, crazy guy! That is a big problem. As Kushi at least able to deal with the Phoenix who was going for the orb. Xfero finally clears out bang. That was the biggest spanner in the works thrown in by 100 Thieves who are now starting to filter into a B site, but Zan is all over it. Bandit does a fair bit of damage. Kushi able to clean up after that. 3 guns taken through for an RRQ who are chugging along nicely on defense now.
Round going the way that you expect. The anti-eco going the way of RRQ. They've been really good, really disciplined when it comes to these rounds. Not overextending. Little scary for Crazy Guy there with his wall out. Definitely not a position that you want to be in, especially if there were more than one player that were following up, ready to go. But at least the stage wall went down. Unbreakable with those pistols, essentially. But now, 3 of these players for RRQ are looking to be a little bit aggressive towards this B main.
The B main scrap on the cards here. Kushi ready with the shock dart off the back of Zan's contact. Dart doesn't get dealt with because the judge has been able to creep up on the line. In comes the curveball. Zan up close gets nothing. That is a bit outrageous. Timotino with the opening pick and now the orb on offer for 100 Thieves.
The timing with these two duelists is so phenomenal. The flash going in, Timotino taking that wider angle. Asuna being able to hold that close. This is the synergy that I was talking about. Yes, it's a bonus round, but it's still really nice to see a lot of these little micro plays that they're doing. Now, just holding, being patient, waiting for some sort of re-aggression from RRQ, but it looks like that re-aggression is actually towards the other side of the map. Vito sitting in that mid-smoke, trying to hear any information, but 3 RRQ players gambling the wrong side.
Yeah, this is just no-nonsense stuff for 100 Thieves. Minimizing all the risk with a nice drone timing. In comes the dash onto Switch. Matino posting up on the spawn side. RRQ. Gamble is stacking on the wrong side of the map. But if anything, now on the bonus, just looking for a couple of guns in damage as Xfero closes in on this B main flank.
trying to get any of these weapons down for 100 Thieves, but looks like they're not going to give it to them. Playing very passive, very disciplined, not going to overextend anywhere, but 3 of these RRQ players playing for exits, actually, towards this spawn side. Xfero trying to play that off angle, try to get a pick, but this is well played by 100 Thieves so far. Just holding, re-hitting, waiting for any aggression. They're all going to be going towards the side of Xfero, and hopefully he can get 1 or 2 of those guns down just to do a dent in their economy.
For sure. I mean, this B site on Ascent is one of the best places to play exits. On the defense. Oh, giving that frag over to Asuna does get himself the runner back online. So that is worst case scenario for an RRQ who don't really get too much done in that bonus round. Zan had a chance to have some impact at close range with the judge in B main, but from there things kind of just a domino effect all kind of fell down. And 100 Thieves now in a very strong position going into the first gun round of their attacking side.
Yeah, lots of rounds to work up, but this right here, that was really nice here. Asuna immediately getting the pick onto Xfero 2, denying any of those exits was really nice, and then run it back already online for Asuna. He can use this really well to find that operator on the side of Jemkin, who's holding it towards that mid, but he's using that ult towards that A main, getting the pick. Oh, sorry, Bang getting the trade onto Zan. Zan immediately getting the run it back, and the really quick A split coming in from 100 Thieves.
Great cages in from Cryo there. Not able to allow Jemkin any vision at all. Xfero tucking himself in towards Generator, going to TP out of the site, which leaves Cushy high and dry. Crazy Guy at least able to catch one on the cross, healing up his teammate, and now into a 3-on-3 post plant.
Yeah, no smokes there for the side of 100 Thieves to be able to cross that heaven safely, but they do manage to get it down to a 3v3. Jemkin using this tree side to get that pick, trying to walk up, get anything that they can, accompanied by the veto, but Bang here, going to put a smoke down at the right time, walks into the smoke, gets the pick onto Jemkin, but Xfero immediately trades. Crazy Guy trying to go for a pick, and Xfero actually getting 3 through that smoke at tree.
Yeah, evolution off the back of the defuse as well. That's a really nice retake for RRQ here. With only 2 guns kept through in towards this next round. 100 Thieves should definitely go for the reinvestment off the back of that spike plant and have a chance to at least damage or reset the economy here of RRQ. Definitely not done yet. This game very much hanging in the balance.
I think 100 Thieves had a really good idea here, especially speeding up after that first pick, getting that split on lock. But the problem was just crossing into that site. They didn't have anything because they used those cages towards mid to deny Jemkin. And Bang, of course, didn't have any smokes left because he used that initial one towards mid and then another one towards that tree so they could cross. So it's really, really interesting to see how they've managed to abuse that on the side of RRQ, just going out, taking that swing, taking their ones and the timing. But Jemkin going for a B main pick here, but he's not going to find anything because Cryo's just playing super passive.
Got a lot of value out of this Cypher utility, has to be said. Both teams kind of exchanging control of the mains, at least initially. Here comes the wall from Crazy Guy, who will play on top of it. Cryo just biding his time for the time being, while the rest of his team lies in wait inside of A main. 100 Thieves just tickling this A site, still kind of undecided, but they did force out the interceptor there, so that's a very, very nice little dark cover shock, dark combo. And it does seem like the offense now heading back to meet up with Cryo, as they know the Sage Wall is going to go down relatively soon.
And this is what we were talking about, where the defensive side, it's going to be so important how they use their util because there's so much delay. And 100 Thieves, they know that, so they're just waiting. Really good timing on the wall, though. You can see all 5 of these players grouped up already. The smoke is going to come down from Zan, but the contact play, there's only one of these players here on the side of RRQ. Sage to hold down sight, and the drone comes out from Vora.
Slow ult from Crazy Guy, but he's very much on his own. Nice pick onto Asuna as he gets tagged. Will he get spammed on through? No, Zan has joined him on the site now, courtesy of the From the Shadows, and they're going to tuck themselves in nicely with that bunker smoke. Paranoia out. One exchange by Zan as 100 Thieves try to close in and clear out backside. Nice pick from Bang. Zan goes down as well, but Cushy at least able to trade one back.
3v3 retake for RRQ. Jemkin with the operator just holding, trying to get a pick on anything. Whips on Cryo. The trade with the headshot is insane. And the evolution ult online for Xfero here. He's going to try to run into that site, but they don't have anything else to clear. And 100 Thieves, they're not giving them any of these peeks. Timotino holding that cross, gets the pick. Xfero gets the pick onto Cryo. 2 gets another one. 1v1 versus Vora.
Creeping up on the line now for a beautiful little jiggle peek to give 100 Thieves double digits. It's very, very dangerous in those clutch situations, and you can see exactly why, especially with the evolution. But 100 Thieves, that is a massive clutch to close. Both teams very low on money, and that will definitely have reset RRQ. Really fought hard in that round, considering the circumstance, honestly. Crazy Guy was very much left on his own. Zan does a good job to try to TP towards the other side of the map with the Omen ult and buy time, but unfortunately, I think the call from 100 Thieves was just a little bit too good. Xfero makes it more interesting than it probably should have been.
Yeah, really nice calls all around. I like the RRQ idea of leaving Sage weak side, teleporting in when they need it. 100 Thieves, Vora just getting a spam through the smoke on Crazy Guy, but this is their eco round. They're thrifty, so it doesn't really matter. Timotino getting a pick onto Jemkin. They're just going to keep overextending here, recycling that Sheriff onto Xfero. They're going to, or sorry, onto Zan. Kushi, I can't speak.
That's
this
okay.
is your team, that's why.
Yeah, that's all right. American names are a little easier. I understand.
Is it? Say Timotino 10 times fast.
Timotino is on his way to A main. Timotino is feeling very good about how this round is going. Timotino, before, he got himself a pick inside of B main. So 100 Thieves looking good. Xfero on the other side of this, though. Sheriff in hand. Yeah, nice little angle for him, but how much can he really do? Let's be honest. Nice opening pick onto Asuna. Interceptor active.
Oh my god.
Timotino to dash straight into the side there, and as such, 100 Thieves a little bit tentative, but they'll get the spike down nonetheless. That's a nice Hunter's Fury for Vora.
Dude, Xfero has been on fire with these picks. His fragging potential is insane, and he's just constantly been getting his 17 and 15 for him. But they've all been really impactful, I think. Granted, the last couple of rounds, he's just been alone in a lot of these fights. But it doesn't matter, because 100 Thieves, they've almost secured this round. 4v2, 2 pistols on the line here. Zan trying to get one before he's going to shut it down, and Cryo picking off Kushi. Now, 11 to 7 RRQ. They're going to be back onto those guns. They're going to be back onto that buy round. I'm kind of hoping to see them kind of switch up their setups a little bit. I don't like having so much heavy, understanding that Sage is going to be on that weak side, using that wall a little bit too early for my liking. I'd rather see a little bit more of an aggressive setup. Set up Jemkin somewhere with that Sage and off of contact, putting that wall down, because right now 100 Thieves, they're just abusing the timing on them.
Well, another timeout coming in. Not sure from which team at this point, as 100 Thieves are definitely closing in on the end of the game here. RRQ, well aware that their opponents have retained 4 guns out of that last round. So they've built up a little bit of economy. It's going to take a little bit of elbow grease in here from RRQ to make it inroads back into this game. This is their map pick, so you know that they've got a lot of depth on this defense, especially with this Senti comp. But I have to say, I mean, 100 Thieves, both defensively and offensively, have just been calling an excellent game. This feels like their game on a silver platter, especially because they've got a little bit of cash in the bank.
Yeah, it almost feels like they've anti-stratted this in a sense, where they know a lot of the habits that RRQ is going to be doing. That Sage wall not being a problem for them. And I think it also stems from the fact that you're playing with Asuna. That guy is the Sage god almost. He's been playing that for so long for this team all across Americas for so many years now. And him being on that Sage, understanding the timings, being able to kind of tell his team how to play around that, how to abuse the fact that Sage is not that strong after that wall is down, and using the slow on the timings is the only way to kind of add more to lay. But Jemkin, beautiful spot, getting the pick onto Timotino.
I'm not sure if he even saw him, to be honest. That might have just been pre-fire. Close range here is Zan with the judge. He's got the weapon for the job, that's for sure. Dart up onto the tree. Doesn't quite scan him. I could have sworn it would have at that close range. Asuna just around the corner as the jump comes through from Zam. That might have been obscured by the Odin span coming through from Crazy Guy. And indeed it was. Double up from Zan. And 100 Thieves shut down before this even really gets going. Vora left with too much to do, and that is a good response from an RRQ who needs to start working their way back into this game.
Let's go.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a nicer setup that I like to see from RRQ. Having the Sage be there, playing off contact, baiting for that Omen judge is around the corner. Looking really nice. Of course, Jemkin with that opening pick too contributed to that round. I think it's really interesting to see. But 3 ults online for the round of 100 Thieves. They could use these in order to pretty much cement around. It is their winning condition at this point. But Crazy Guy with this slow at the start of a main.
Yeah, he's once again all on his own, being thrown a lot of utility to try to safeguard any pressure towards A. He's just going to play retake on the side. Does have the Sage Res to work with, as the rest of the setup for RRQ very much is over towards B. But 100 Thieves just simplifying this round. Big group up into A main. And I think they're just going to send the runner back into Psy, or maybe the drone, and try to see if they can get themselves into a post plant.
Phoenix Wall going up for this A execute, but they're going to hear the drone and no information actually for RRQ. They don't know if these players have walked out onto site, but it doesn't matter because not a single player has rotated out.
They must have a really good retake plan. Spam coming through here from Crazy Guy, who may get caught by the Hunters. Fury, running back was chasing him down, even if that didn't finish off the job, and all of A Heaven has been cleared. Timotino now on a very dangerous lane, and RRQ are very far out of position, especially given the fact that they had that B main info line right at the start of the round.
Yeah, a little bit slow for those rotations, and of course Crazy Guy getting picked off didn't help either. The delay wasn't there, but there's only so much you could do, and they could have been out on site 10 seconds earlier with that drone. So 100 Thieves now in this post plan. Cryo getting a pick into the smoke. Timotino, everything's just going wrong for RRQ. The flood did not work. All these players are just hiding in these smokes and getting those picks.
Yeah, I mean, you have to have a very, very strong retake plan if you're going to play a setup like that, and it didn't look like they even had the opportunity to really play that. I think that 100 Thieves, the run it back through tree side and getting the jet on such a disruptive angle allowed them to just be one step ahead of this retake coming back in for RRQ, who was so far out of position. Like, it kind of shocks me that they didn't lean at all towards A, given the fact that, like I said, Jemkin had all info on the B side of the map. Regardless, though, 100 Thieves now on map point here. Slow Orb going to slow them down a little bit. It's been good patience on the offense so far from 100 Thieves.
Timotino with that op, trying to get an info towards that mid while his team's working B main. Asuna with that curveball flash. They're going to hear the Sage slow towards that main. Tapping that orb, trying to get that ult online for Asuna because he's pretty far though. Only 5 of these players for RRQ. 2 of them have weird buys, Bulldog and a Stinger on the side of Crazy Guy and Zan. And they're just playing this passive setup.
It's very slow for 100 Thieves. Minute on the clock as they start to make their way in towards middle. Big setup in towards A main from RRQ. Zan very much baiting for Jemkin, but that may not even be a factor. Drone pressure straight up middle as they spot out the TPs from Xfero. That'll help them read the setup at least a little bit as the drone comes in from the defense, clearing out B main.
Timotino's literally almost into their spawn here. They have some sort of idea based on that util being broken from Vito, but are they going to be ready? They're rotating right into his crosshair.
Galish आगे dash कर दिया वो बच गया but wall से गया as a result, but this is going to be a difficult take from 100 Thieves because A main is so dirty. Zan and Jemkin need to make sure they don't overcook this one with only 20 seconds on the clock. Nice trade back from Jemkin. Xfero from Heaven cleaned up by Asuna with only 13 seconds. 100 Thieves are putting that spike down.
2v2, all of a sudden the spike is down. They know that these players is in A main. Asuna 1v2, but Jemkin gets the pick. 3K to win that round, and all of a sudden 100 Thieves, they're not getting success in the end rounds of these games.
Yeah, it just took a little bit too long to get into the mix there. So denied an opportunity to close this on that point. RRQ, I mean, this is just classic RRQ, honestly. They really like to drag out a game. They really like to struggle to get a gain across the line. Overtime is very much on the cards. This definitely could have been a 100 Thieves game at any point in this offense so far.
Yeah.
I think they just took a little bit too long to get going there. The money is not great for RRQ, though.
No.
They're continually fighting for this game without a whole lot to work with.
Yeah, this round is a must-win for 100 Thieves, too. Not only just to end the game, but if they lose this round, they will be broke the next round. They'll be forced onto that thrifty. They're going to hear that same Sage wall towards B main, and they're holding these 2 players towards A main, just seeing if there's any aggression. I think they're going to read that this is more of a mid-stack because at this point, they have that full line on A. On B, they've heard that Sage wall. They know this player is probably playing towards it. The drone coming in, trying to get some sort of info here for the side of 100 Thieves. They will spot out at least one player. It's cushy on that A heaven, but they're just playing it slow because again, they know that Sage Wall is down instantly at the start of the round.
Yeah, just trying to bait out the Sage Wall, the interceptor from the Vito. Read what the setup is for RRQ, who do not budge an inch. In comes the drone in towards A main from Cushy, but thrown out from Heaven's side, very deep, doesn't really spot out too much info. He does have a dart to follow that up. Jemkin has taken a lot of space in middle, and 100 Thieves looking to simplify this round yet again. They don't have the drone to work with though, so it might be a little bit harder to get into this A site.
30 seconds left.
The execute coming in for 100 Thieves. That paranoia going out by Zan. Good defensive util. The smoke on site, but Timotino's gonna punish that. Asuna also getting a pick. Timotino pushing into heaven with that updraft, immediately getting one.
Crazy guy and Xfero fighting hard back into this round. Rez comes out onto Cushy. Spike goes down. What a one-shot there from Kong. Absolute gamer coming in from Heaven's side. What is that? The spam through. In towards Hell, puts it into a winnable 2-on-2. There is no business in this round for RRQ to be coming away with it. Xfero walking up on the tree line. Needs to deal with Bang. We'll catch him with his back turn. This is an illegal retake from RRQ as the spike gets tapped. And they've been able to do it. Massive 4K from the IGL of RRQ. This game should have been well and truly over already. That was, what, a triple entry into A, no? That was like a 2-on-5.
We literally need to study Crazy Guy's peaks on Heaven because he's gotten one every single time on that angle. And it's been phenomenal, and I think 100 Thieves, they're struggling to deal with this Heaven over and over again. And so it's kind of crazy seeing how these players are just able to get away with so much. Crazy Guy, that third kill on Bora was kind of gross. Just getting that last bullet.
Ruby Mishra, you started watch party. Yeah. Watch party access मिलने के बाद कर सकते हैं बड़ी, so access मिला इस बार.
Massive play from Crazy Guy to keep RRQ in it. That's just pure entertainment. As we head back into a lull, this may be a tack timeout from 100 Thieves, who feel like this is getting a little bit too hot under the collar. As you mentioned, money wasn't great heading into that round. They probably would have thought it was already done, honestly. When you're in like a 5-on-3, 5-on-2 post plan on that A side.
ये वाला round भी शायद से ही
निकलेगा. The other team's playing just this dry senti comp that doesn't have a lot of business getting back in. You're thinking you've probably wrapped it up at this point, but that one has definitely slipped through 100 Thieves' fingers.
Yeah, they need to clean up those late rounds, late to end round retakes. They're just allowing so many 1v1s to be online for RRQ. And of course, they're taking that and running with it. Feels like they have such a good understanding of how to play this mid-round. They just need to clean it up. I wouldn't say it's sloppy, but just small angles are being missed. And so many 1v1s are being taken for a reason that I'm not really sure of, especially seeing how initially on the first half, these players on 100 Thieves have been so good with their positioning, so good with their trading. The second that someone's going anywhere, they get a pick. But a B main push here for RRQ.
Good ball in from Asuna. Really unsettling the defense here and applying a lot of pressure with the Bandit. They do not want to be tapped at close range, that's for sure. As the Cage and the Cam go up from Cryo, he is denied information to RRQ. He'll join up with the rest of 100 Thieves who are starting to make some moves towards A. What an entry in from Timotino. Bladestorm active. And once again, we've been forced to put RRQ in a retake scenario.
D3 round?
The Molly going in. Asuna trying to delay Timotino, getting two with the knives on, getting two as well to trade back. That door is closed. 3v3, but pistols on the side of 100 Thieves for this post-time. The drone's going to come in, not going to tag anyone. And 3 of these players going towards that tree side. Cryo gets seen off, delaying as long as possible. Gets two with the Bandit, and now all of a sudden Crazy Guy in a 1v3. 2 of these players in hell, unable to trade, gets two for Crazy Guy. It's a 1v1.
It's at the spike, very much running out of time. Cryo very good in these situations.
Throw कर दिया, जाके कुछ करना ही नहीं था, होल्ड करते उसका आने का वेट करते तो
It's not but a pistol round to get it done. What a blinder of an entry from Timotino straight up tree.
Actually निकल जाता है, उठे चले जाता है जीत गया तो जाके throw किया है.
The confidence and the aggression going in from Timotino, kind of planning a lot of these things around him. And that's why 100 Thieves has been so phenomenal at setting him up for success because he is such a beast.
Next match.
But of course, both these teams putting up such a good fight for this first map of Ascent. I feel like I've seen both from enough from both these teams to be convinced that
This round they have some rifles to play with. They've found some space for Kankan in mid, and Rock playing on the edge of the smoke is definitely risky, but a risk that pays off. No trade for him just yet. He's still in this smoke. They still need to clear him. Surely they're not expecting him to be anywhere near this close. Instead, he goes swinging out. A second kill in a spot that looked like a death sentence. And now the operator honed in on the angle. Gianni with a 1v3 clutch, and he stands no chance. BBL continue their run, and it's looking like it's going to go all the way to the finish line.
I can't believe this. Every round I say it, and every round I find myself back here again. How is LaRock getting this much impact? He seems unkillable in the first.
I heard you whispering there. Were you afraid that the players were going to listen in to the final calls?
No.
It's just getting a little tense here, Athena. Getting a little tense.
I like to whisper a little bit of ASMR for the viewers.
We're building it up. The suspense was there. Ultimately, your team was not weaker. The Americas are slightly stronger than the Pacific's weakest team, according to Mitch at the start of the day. Pilsky nails it. And we're going to see RRQ at the bottom of our group for now. On the other side, we have a game 3 that is still brewing.
Pocket, don't get ahead of yourself, man.
Why are you talking about them over there?
All right. I was told this was one and done. I guess we will play the whole best of 3.
रिप्ले है ये
यहाँ
बंदा लिख रहा है रिप्ले है 100 teams
I don't want to hear. I don't trust him. You trust him?
I thought we were playing a best of 3 here, but
we will continue with Breeze, I'm told.
Yes,
it's scripted. It's day 0, guys. I'm hearing a lot of things. We're having a lot of fun in the venue.
You could just say you're biased for Americas.
Americas is clearly the best team.
Americas is the best team.
Not region, the best team.
That's fine.
Sure.
That's an American
post
right there.
Very well.
That's very valid.
I got to give it to 100 Thieves. I felt like they were definitely the better team there. They lost both pistols, and I felt like in the gun rounds, and especially the calling was a little bit better than what you saw from RRQ. And RRQ was getting away with some illegal stuff that game.
Yeah, both teams' mid-roundings were really nice to watch, but it's just so good seeing 100 Thieves, their full understanding of the compositions, how they want to play around it, and being able to call a lot of that situational stuff from Vora has been phenomenal. So much information given. It feels like he was one of the star players, even if he wasn't on the scoreboard. But the fact was, my IGL is fragging out too.
Actually, website
shout out to our producer. I'm told they're
zero
putting together the highlight package, and we've got it ready to rip and roll. Here's a look at some of the best frags from this game, but some of the bigger rounds came at the end. What did you think of 100 Thieves' first half compared to the second half? Do they need to increase the pacing? Is it going to fit against RRQ? What do you see, Athena?
I think the way they were playing was very well played.
In the way of BBL.
Hard to really believe the series we've had so far for BBL Ascent. Like we said, ENRG picking it seemed like a mistake. You're coming up against the Turkish team. It could have been what sent this 2-0. And honestly, looking back, maybe EDG would have preferred that. Lose the overtime and save yourself the embarrassment here on a final map known to be good for them in the past. Obviously, it's not been around for a while. And it looks like a lot has changed. The Viper wall is so annoying towards B main. It's burning utility or burning the clock as you take main control.
Too patient when playing the initiators. What do you think about his jet game in this one?
I mean, he's a primary duelist player, but he's a very slow player at times. When you're playing this kind of Sentinel comp, he's forced to kind of be the dive entry on offense. So sometimes that means that he's not going to be able to frag out as heavily as he usually would want to do. So I think that was a bit of a slower game from him, maybe by his standards. And as such, I don't think RRQ were able to go pound for pound against 100 Thieves fragging-wise.
Champion's looking pretty good to me. Timatino definitely looking good. Asuna passed all of my tests on the Phoenix. Was there
I told you gotta watch
an agent issue in here, though? Because the green room was shocked to see a veto out on the board this early in the tournament.
Ooh, I don't know. I don't mind the veto.
No, I don't think there was anything wrong with the comp per se, but I think 100 Thieves knew exactly what to do against it. Like, they actually played around it perfectly. It actually was very easy for 100 Thieves to read. And I think Athena mentioned the fact that they're playing a Sage comp, and I felt like they actually did play around it very well. They baited out the wall a lot of the time. They baited out the util. I felt like that they read those setups super well.
Yeah, I feel like you're playing Sage into Asuna, who's been the Sage player. I've been saying this for so long, but it's true because he's been super creative and really introduces a lot of new ways to play Sage. And I feel like for RRQ, they kind of just put that wall down off of a timing, and I felt like I was struggling to understand kind of how they wanted to change it up for this Sage in order to play against this team. The veto, I didn't mind too much. I actually thought it was fine. I think Xfaro did a phenomenal job just in general. His fragging out too was insane. So not a problem for me in terms of veto, but Sage, we'll see how it is.
Pilsky is a oracle. He knew another game was coming up, and it's going to be on Breeze. Can you tell me, though, about the map selection? Who picked our first map? Whose map choice is it going to be going to Breeze?
RRQ picked our first map. They then lost after winning both pistols. Pocket. And now their stats are not good on Breeze, and 100 Thieves have picked Breeze into them.
Yeah, this
it
is
doesn't bring me any joy to say that, but that's the facts.
This is literally like one of 100 Thieves' best maps too. They've had a lot of success on this map, and they play a similar comp with that double duelist Asuna usually on the Phoenix. So kind of crazy to see how they might just go into this one.
That's what I had in my notes, making sure America's still looking good. USA, all that good stuff. We're going to a break. When we come back, we'll find out if the Pacific can bounce back and steal map 2 to force a game 3. Don't go anywhere.
करने टाइम है अभी तो आपका फिर से डिले होगा
Leave signed alone, and guess what? They know where he is, or at least where he was.
Unfair ask, but it's a necessary one. He waited for. Next one goes his way as well. A chance for the stand-in to pull up the clutch, and Signed will keep them in the map. The coaching staff pulls off a massive 1v3 and gets EDG their second round.
I'm sure he's had a lot of game plans they attribute to victories, but that one right there, that's going to be the highest impact he's had. Crazy round from Signed, the super sub sneaking up inside B main and taking a 1v3 across the line. And yes, there were mistakes there from BBL. They lost in the sauce a little bit. But still, for Signed to capitalize on those opportunities, he set himself up as the top fragger now for EDG, but one good round's more than enough for anyone to do that.
चलो कोई ना खत्म है ना
It's the smallest of lifelines, but nonetheless, it is a lifeline. It's something to play around. It's a hope that they can maybe do something in this game. But realistically, going to have to be quite the streak of rounds from here onwards. Of course, for BBL, no reason to overinvest or put too much into this round. You have such a mammoth lead. A chance, maybe, to put some pressure onto Sign.
इन लोग का नॉर्मल मैच था उसमें तो लाइक क्लिप्स देखने मिलते थे तो नॉर्मली मारे लोगों ने
fight up close, and in return they've landed one of their own. Lovers Rock and Kreven, the ones to come out ahead. The pistols not dead in the water just yet, it seems.
क्लिप्स थे उसमें भाई अच्छे
lurk from Rose outside this A side.
इसका पहला मैच तो नॉर्मली लगा मेरे को उतना कुछ ये नहीं था
It's Concon that you're up against, and he's found the first. Rose a little ahead of the pack. This wraparound I don't think has been heard just yet, but
they figured
know
it
it's
out.
a possibility.
Yeah, no, they've cleared every other angle that it could possibly be, so they know exactly where they're going. Gianni's already going to drop the spike, and now the only last man standing is Kreven. He's still going to make this even more costly. Still, to win this is going to be difficult, but an isolated fight, time ticking down, and Gianni will save the day. It's not a round they should have needed a savior, but they
got it. 11-3
as this game goes on, if it goes on.
EDG
Feels like a matter of time for BBL, and look at how much
EDG
they were able to do here with just pistols in their hands. It's a scary prospect for EDG to struggle this much, to be down by this much. We don't just need to see them win up against this full buy, where, by the way, they're coming in with a lot of disadvantages. We want to see them dominate. They're putting credits on the line. 3 players unable to rebuy in the next. And ult online here and now, though, for Signed. The problem is looking at the map. It seems he's on the wrong side. And if they can bait that out, be a big piece removed.
I'll at least get the heal. I mean, he gets to live to fight another day. Nobody trying to just jump spot, but do look like they're going to try and split back towards this B site again. It is being watched by Jenny, and Dart at least might give the game away, but Paranoia leaves him in an awkward spot. Counter to try and slow down the attack, as he does have a teammate in tow, but Creven's aggressive positioning is going to make this problematic. In fact, it's going to end the round in his tracks.
That was the main way back through for EDG. They were bringing Signed into position so he could play in the spawn and pop that ultimate, run back through, lead the charge for the team. He gets popped like that by Creven, threading the needle through market, and it's done. You would think, because they invested so much. And still with the Phoenix ult, it's a 2v4. You're not winning this round. And thankfully, they're walking away. I got very scared seeing them closer and closer to that B side, but the save needed.
Like at this stage, you're 11-3 down. I wouldn't have even blamed them that much for just throwing into the wind. And like they won a 2v4 in I think it was on Lotus. Like they're so far out of this map that I feel like even just letting them get to 12 feels like a death sentence. And
the problem here, Tom, is that like I agree with you. I agree with you entirely. Like I could have seen a world where they do that, and I wouldn't damn them for it. But when you call the save, you can't go looking for picks. What use is a pick for you now? Oh, they've got a little less money. They can buy so many times. You can't. Why would you do that? Anyways, that's a big mistake. And EDG now have one rifle carried forward for a round they didn't even try to win. That's tough.
Very little. Stand-in has an ult and a rifle. Kankan, I think, will be forced to play just a headhunter into this round, and the opposing side have everything bar their ults. That's the only thing that's currently an advantage for EDG, and wow, just look at the paciness of this early move. Kankan, he needs to win this battle, and he does. That's a gun upgrade, but I was going to say an immediate trade, a labor trade, but it does the job nonetheless.
Worst part is he instinctively jumps to dodge the spray, but it meant he couldn't TP. So he ends up getting caught trying to hunt down that rifle. So we go for V4. BBL. Those are the rounds that they've done extremely well in, and it's been threading the needle. It's been sneaking up like that. Rose the one to do it this time. He's caught nobody. He's trying to embed in a nice spot. They're going to do the same on the other side of the map. Chichu's walking up. He doesn't expect Larocque to be crouched on that corner. That is a scummy play. The ult for Sign will at least find one, but they're on the wrong side of the map.
Yeah, they're going to find him. That's the problem. His ult's going to take him right back to where he was, and now Jenny is all that remains. He's just seen a player die on the other side, and because of that, he's going to start rotating towards the B site. But as of right now, Spike is going back the other way. He doesn't even know that he's currently been played. Maybe that's one for free. That at least gives him the knowledge. That's a lot of value found. What was a 1v3 to maybe break the wall before it's truly formed, but will eventually forced to go down with two players waiting on the other side with traps set ahead of him. He's giving them information with every step he takes, every move that he makes, and eventually Larocque is waiting. 13-3, a dominant final map for BBL, and one that will take them further in that upper bracket.
After how close that first map was, Tom, I didn't know what to expect going to Ascent, knowing that it's a home ground for every Turkish player and certainly every Turkish team out there. We knew there was a chance for
every
third?
Every third is crazy.
Alright, that's not bad. That's not going to be good enough, though, to avoid going to the lower bracket.
I do think, though, going into this, when you're seeing that
this is veto for the next series.
Hey, we're just showing you guys what's up for the next match. By the way, this is going to be PRX taking on NRG. That should be a very
surely we're not showing
one.
The veto now.
That you guys are just able to get a prediction on. The decider could be on Breeze, which is the map you're about to see for this series in the best of 3. Yeah, that
my brain can't take that. I'm just going to focus on this.
Best of 7 was real? You don't think that?
I don't know, but I can't think about that right now, Puckett. We got a game to watch, man.
Do you? All right, I'll let you play.
Soon.
I think our guys are locked in. The coaches are smiling. Production's all smiles. Let's hand it over for our agent selection. Can I ask real quick before I go?
We'll just
not play that the way that all.
100%.
Alright, that's not bad. That's not going to be good enough, though, to avoid going to the lower bracket.
Hey, we're just showing you guys what's up for the next match. By the way, it should be a very action on, the decider could be on Breeze, which is the map you're about to see for this series in the best of 3. Yeah, that
My brain can't take that. I'm just gonna.
No way both these teams play without a Viper or at least a Harbor, some sort of wall controller on this map, because I think it'd be almost near impossible if you play with just the Omen. So definitely a little bit of a slip up there for the Agent Select, but I'm really wondering if 100 Thieves have stuck to their guns and committed to that double duelist, because again, they've had so much time to prep, they may have made those changes.
Yeah, for sure. I think there's a lot of footage here on RRQ and how they do like to approach Breeze.
Oh,
and when we see the Agent Select, it is actually what they're playing. They're going to start out on the attacking side.
Mistake.
So I guess this just does seem to be the kind of way that they want to be approaching things for the time being. So stylistically, we're going to get very much the same thing as what we saw over on Ascent. Once again, RRQ will have to start out on that attacking side, and it's going to have to take a little bit longer, but I'm seeing Harbor Neon. Yeah, okay, there you go. The HUD has baited me for the 4th time. I'm getting whiplash, man.
I was looking at you trying to be like,
I'm getting whiplash. Okay, let's just focus on the task at hand. RRQ dashing on into that A site. They do have a lurk waiting in the wings that takes a little bit of chip damage onto 100 Thieves, who are going for a quick flood onto this A site.
Yep, really nice execute here, taking that backside space. Jemkin going to get the pick onto Timotino, but Cryo is here to trade. 3 of those players on RQ have dropped to 100 Thieves, make it 4, and all of a sudden Crazy Guy left in this 1v3. The spike is already being diffused. He's nowhere near. It's not planned for him, and Vora going to get that final pick onto Crazy Guy, and now that 100% pistol win rate for RQ has gone down.
Yeah, I mean, I was expecting that, honestly. That's a really nice retake from 100 Thieves, though. That's exactly what you want to be doing with the Harbor. Just a quick flood straight through middle, dominated the entirety of the map. They didn't get caught out by the lurk. Throw up the high tide and then just cut out that A side in half. Really helps you kind of simplify what you need to clear. And I don't think that RQ really offered much resistance. They're now back down onto an eco, and unfortunately they got to take a little bit of a back seat now on this attacking side of Breeze.
Yeah, the fast flood working really well for 100 Thieves, and for RRQ, I'm just kind of interested to see how they're going to farm these orbs, who they're going to farm them on. The dart going in, just making sure that there's no one close enough. Taking that A main space, the orb is going to be picked up by Cushy. Now looking for another A execute again for this side.
Yep, bang, spamming away straight through the Viper wall. Just going to play for the retake. They're quite happy to allow RRQ to have the site, at least for the time being, while this Viper wall is up. Up goes the Blaze wall as well. Suna looking to, once again, try to isolate some of these players from RRQ, but they're actually connecting a little bit with the pistol. Bora silencing that for the time being. He's being tagged up, going to dash back into safety as Cushy cleaned out from the site. It's all onto Clutch Master Xferro himself, but Cryo, with the late lurk on through from middle, will give the round to 100 Thieves.
God, Vora's positioning this last map and this map so far has just been so good, able to just dance around those pickles that he could get punished by, especially close range. Vora been so good as such a strong kind of rock player for your team. He's not necessarily anchoring, but he's always there. He's always rotating. He's always ready with a plan. And now we're going to see Cryo actually setting up onto this B site. And another... Oh, sorry. I was going to say another Thrifty. The HUD almost threw me off again. I almost lost the HUD. But we are going to see a gun round coming in from RRQ. It is currently 2-0 for 100 Thieves. The op online for Jemkin.
Now up on the attacking side. And 100 Thieves have taken A main in the meantime. One way is going to allow Asuna to kind of maneuver his way on through. He's having to think about actually pushing the issue a little bit. RRQ looking for a pick in middle. Just sitting in a 1-3-1. Operator was spotted nicely by the drone, so I think 100 Thieves have got a little bit better of a read at what they're playing against now.
Yeah, 2-0 again for 100 Thieves. Slow start for RRQ. Like you said, 100 Thieves understanding, adapting, not taking too many rotations, but still able to get a lot of that mid-round information. Peeking through that nest area, the neon.
Dirty trip set up there. As the trip wasn't actually caught by the shock. Second one will clean it up. Zan now diving into the site. Catches Cryo, completely hit by that relay bolt. Doubling up there. Jemkin dealing with Asuna. The flood is ensuing, but Timotino is the last one left. And RRQ's done a really good job of just brute forcing their way into B there and pushing this last player for 100 Things. Bang. He's in another postcode at this point. He's got a lot of running to do.
वो तो पता नहीं पर PRX को support करेंगे.
It's going to be pretty rough. A Bulldog, though, trying to go for at least one more weapon down because getting 3 weapons down on their first gun round is a little bit expensive. The jump peak going to get punished just a little bit because she got a spot out. Bang, bang. Sees just a little bit of that pixel. He's going to go back towards that elbow, trying to catch some sort of exits here. Because again, 3 guns down would be kind of expensive. You're forcing the majority of RRQ to be on some sort of weird buy. So exits going here.
Yep, see what he's able to fashion for himself. Nicely timed peek from Jemkin denies any chance of catching those players darting back off the site. Nicely done from RRQ. Just a very slow 1-3-1 to open up this attacking side. Gun round, and a really good B execute just to kind of simplify things. They really dealt well with Cryo there. Like he had the perfect setup there on the Cypher. Page on the site, really kind of making him guess about what his positioning was. He had double tricks to kind of keep himself safe. But it was just perfect utility from RRQ.
Dealing with one of the trips in the relay ball into the back left, and from there it's a little bit easier for RRQ to path their way into B.
Yeah, 100 Thieves though switching up their defense.
Net issue.
Setup, trying to fight for elbow.
Come
These players down. They run it down, run it back, pushing it all the way down towards elbow. Doesn't get a pick, but Timotino's gonna punish Cushy. Zan getting flashed, but it doesn't matter because he gets a pick.
Hello. How are you? Hello.
More players have dropped, and all of a sudden it's a 3v3 versus these 2 teams. 2-1. 400 Thieves. Just going to re-clear towards his mid, but the spike is actually down.
I'm not even sure 100 Thieves are aware of that. It's a terrible spot to be leaving the spike in a round like this, and 100 Thieves a little bit, yeah, I think they must have seen that. I mean, both, yeah, on the outside of the door, and they killed both of those players, so I think they must be well aware that the spike was dropped there. Zan, going to pick it up. He's done a really good job of pinching that one. X-Fro still lurking over towards B. You definitely don't want to get caught on the cross here as Zan. Very risky maneuver, but Vora gets off the line at an inopportune time, and now Crazy Guy can throw...
Stream lag. Stream lag.
He walks back and gets the fit. Okay, back to B now, I guess.
Yeah, this is stressing me out, but the orb gonna be a contact point of noise here. 400 Thieves, they don't really hear it because Cryo's not close enough. The spike is going to go down. They're committing to playing on these trap setups, these traps towards A. But of course, RQ, they know that there's a whole Cypher setup on A. They've ended towards B on purpose. Xfero here, backside, almost going to get a peek into Vora. He doesn't know that he's creeped all the way up yet. Nobody knows, but Xfero gets a pick onto Vora. And now Cryo alone in a 1v3.
Yeah, difficult situation to work your way into. And I think at this point, just looking for exits, if anything. Another gun to be saved over for 100 Thieves, who doesn't have much money to buy around it in that next round. RRQ, good 2 gun rounds in a row. Very slow stuff in both of them. And honestly, a pretty awkward situation to navigate their way through. Some good calls in the mid to late round. Maybe a little bit of good fortune, to be honest with you. Just a couple of timings, it felt like, where 100 Thieves, if they had just held down that midline for a little bit longer, probably could have ended the round outright. But as it stands, another gun round picked up for RRQ here.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. The start of this round was just this heavy elbow fight from both of these teams. 100 Thieves again trying to do that trap setup. We're off of contact. Phoenix has that flash out in his hands, swinging it around the corner and trying to play for those frags. I think it does work out for them, but it just was crazy how RQ was so quick to get those trades and punish, especially Timotino, who had the op on the other side, was just unable to get anything. But again, another anti-eco, anti-thrifty here for RRQ, and they're walking towards the same main.
Nice movement here. Lol.
The orb nicely. In comes the curveball and the relay.
Counter
Hunter's Fury coming in from the attacking side as a gun is dropped in the open. Crazy Guy gonna deny Timotino get his hands on it.
वो गलती से क्या सब जाते. अरे.
A messy exchange that still seems to go the way of RRQ there. 100 Thieves, definitely some potential shoving their way into A main there, but now they're unfortunately going to be put in a bit of an awkward situation. It's just Cryo on this B site on his lonesome.
Really good read here from Zan to tap the orb, try to bait any of those setups, and they're out onto this B side. Cryo alone on this side isn't able to get one. 100 Thieves have done so good with the bandits so far, but it just didn't work out in his favor. Vora now and Bang in this 2v4, trying to get out on site as fast as possible. But man, this is going to be hard. Both kind of low, 41 and 20 HP total for both of these guys.
Overlays to इधर-उधर हो रहे हैं भाई.
Some sort of map control to get that space. Both drones coming out, but Xfero is actually creeping all the way up the side of that wall. Tap on that spike. The dart is down. Another dart coming in. Xfero getting both those picks onto Vora.
Yeah, he was just waiting, seeing what the rest of the team could kind of bait out, but all of the guns kept on through for RRQ, who are starting to pick up a little bit of momentum on this attacking side now. Have pivoted into the double duelist comp. As I was kind of saying before, with Zan being picked up into this roster, they've kind of been playing around with playing double controller. They were playing Harbor KO for quite a long time. Now they're kind of leaning into Jet Neon because, as I mentioned before, Zan is a very comfortable player on the Neon. It's a bit of a specialist agent for him. And Jemkin quite happy to be back on his signature jet. As RRQ looking into another gun round here. It's looking like a quick mid to 8.
Super quick split, Zan. Stopping because of that molly, but being able to push all the way up. The drone coming in from A main, but they put a hold on it because they hear Timotino coming back around through this mid doors, waiting with a judge. Zan gets the pick onto Timotino, gets that off of his hands, and Vora using that Soval, trying to get as much information as possible. But Cryo, he's still set up. He gets the information. He sees that the rest of the team is out on site. So as soon as it's going to go down mid, try to re-clear, try to get that information, and the retake wall has come in from this harbor.
See RRQ just really slowing this down around down, waiting for some mistakes. In comes the Harbor Roll though. ASUS has found one great spam through from Cryo, making things very difficult for RRQ, and they're just starting to crumble. Crazy Guy trying to pick up the pieces, spotted out by the Neural Theft, and it's all down to Xfero. They know exactly where he is, and he's been flanked by Asuna. Nice little response there from 100 Thieves. It felt like RRQ were very much in control of that round. They found the first pick. They slowed things down. But credit to 100 Thieves for putting the pieces back together.
Yeah, they did a good job at flipping that site. Phoenix taking that mid-control, trying to get a pick onto Zan while he was falling back. And it just felt like both these players understood the aggression on the site because they took their time. They waited for Asuna to just make some sort of chaos, pull some of that pressure, pull some of that focus, and use the timing there. But of course, also Cryo getting a spam through that harbor wall was kind of crazy too, because that was the spike as well. But obviously into this next round, 3-3, both teams able to get full weapons. But it's kind of crazy because if RQ loses this round, they might be forced onto another Thrifty here unless they get those picks.
See how good of a salesman Cushy is. Plus a little bit of util pressure to that B side. Drone goes through elbow, looking to try to fish for a bang here. The paranoia. Blaze Wall goes up, and it's a disengage for 100 Thieves.
Yeah.
Really quick rotate, but it gets punished because Cushy has walked all the way up mid. Vora unable to get traded by Timotino yet, but RQ doing a good job at just waiting. Both these ops meeting each other. Timotino turning around at the wrong time, but as I say, he gets the pick onto Jemkin, a 1-for-1 trade, and now all of a sudden, the numbers are equalized.
RQ really having a tough time at finding the clean opportunities and timings that they've been looking for in the mid-round. Once again, slowing things down. 40 seconds on the clock as the spike starts to trend back towards that A side to meet up with Xfero. 100 Thieves are very much in front of this, though. It's just Cryo being left solo retake on that B site yet again here. While the rest of the team is ready with reactive utility. You've got the Storm Surge and the Phoenix Molly. So I'd imagine that they're going to have a really good time dealing with this. Up goes the fast lane. Timotino finding that opening. Big bang inside of the bunker. Smoke is giving them a lot of problems. Cushy tapping the spike. Timotino able to deal with him. And Crazy Guy is so far out of position here. Panic TP into the site. He will have a little bit of space to plant, but Timotino should be able to just deny that spike. There's no time, even if Crazy Guy gets that pick. And RRQ, unfortunately, again in the mid-round, things are just really not coming together for them.
Yeah, a struggle. It feels like 100 Thieves so quick to collapse. Their rotations have gone a lot quicker here. They're kind of just walking around through mid because it feels like they haven't been pressured enough by RRQ either. So much mid space is given to them to the point where they're comfortable rotating. That being said, Vora did get caught off guard, so we're going to see a little bit of a change maybe towards their clearing that mid properly before they do those full rotates. And now, still able to buy. Getting that operator on the side of Jemkin. They're looking like they're just going to go for another round of these slow peaks, but this time towards elbow.
Runner back secured inside of A main for Asuna. full information for 100 Thieves as Cushy once again looking to try to clear the Cypher trips. One of them dealt with. Up goes the Cage. Inside of the smoke is Timotino, hiding in the opponent team's fast lane, and he's found a decent timing. That's a hell of a trade back from Zan as the Hunter's Fury coming in does deal with Cryo, or at least make him uncomfortable enough for Crazy Guy to do his due diligence, and RRQ will take this A site.
That's a really good zoning out from Cushy, just being really annoying, forcing Cryo to get that peek over the wall or take his one. The drone's going to give so much information that these players are on site. They still don't know where Jemkin is. He has this full flank control. As I say that, he turns around, run it back, down on side. Soon he gets the peek onto Cushy, just jumping around. He's able to get it, and Crazy Guy now back sight, and Jemkin with the operator in mid.
It's a nice flank timing, but Asuna, they were not sure where he actually completed that run it back from. And now Jemkin being locked out of this round by the high tide. Asuna's got him marked. Up goes the Blade Storm, but inside of that Cloud Burst, Asuna was ready. This will be a nice little defuse from 100 Thieves to get themselves on a nice streak of rounds here. They've gotten very close the last 3 in a row, but every single one of them has gone the way of 100 Thieves.
Again, it's this post-plant situation for RRQ. The delay is so good on site. They're able to get at least one on the side of 100 Thieves, getting one of those picks and just delaying for long enough that the rotates are here so quick. You can see Asuna and Boras zooming. That side, and of course the flank, of course. So much pressure on both angles for the side of 100 Thieves. They're able to just be really annoying in that sense, forcing RRQ to kind of take that timeout, because now they've lost a couple of those rounds that they should have won. It feels like they've had a numbers advantage, position advantage, but it's just been kind of throttled by the way that 100 Thieves is reacting.
Yeah, a little bit of a dry spell here for RRQ that they're going to try to digest a little bit with this attack timeout. Start to make some adaptations. They've been mixing up the pace most of the time, playing quite slow. That little bit of a faster pump towards B was one of the faster rounds that we've seen from them, but it's always a little bit telegraphed by the Sova drone and the fact that they have to actually take their time clearing a lot of these Cypher trips. So that's really kind of slowing them down. Even if Cryo's not having the best of fragging impact so far, I think the Cypher utility has been worth its weight in gold so far.
Yeah, and he's been switching it up almost every single round too. When he is on that B, yes, he has a couple of the same trips, but the Cage has just been really annoying. He switched up his position. You never know where he's playing. And then he's also switched over and over again from that A to B site. So it's been working really well for them, but we're obviously jumping back in now. 100 Thieves, Timotino walking all the way down elbow.
Yep, has a decent timing here onto Zan. It's a very easy pick to kick things off for the defense, and RRQ post-timeout, that's where you just throw all of your plans in the bin. The opposing team already found the opening pick and tagged your jet off the line, forced to defensively dash. They've got no map control to speak of in a 4-on-5. It's kind of a nightmare scenario for the attackers here.
Really scary. No map control other than this elbow. They're holding this double doors, waiting for some sort of aggression. But again, 100 Thieves not giving it to them. They're not giving them those easy fights anymore. Full A main control here. They're hoping that someone taps the orb or at least walks into their crosshairs with that off angle. Timotino now trying to re-clear towards that mid. Using his op to kind of catch anyone off guard, but he's not going to find anything just yet.
Contact play in towards mid doors, has to find some impact here. Xfero, if he plays this one in first, is in for a rude awakening. That's a brave TP for Crazy Guy. And we'll leave it at that. Bora turtling inside of the site, trying to play the crossfire with Bang. It's a beautiful little recon dart in from the Sova, and even if he's pinned into the corner and dealt with, Jemkin on only 50 HP has not much to do here. Timeout completely ineffective from RRQ, and 100 Thieves slapped them away with 4 alive.
Crazy Guy living up to his name with that TP into Nest, huh?
They didn't have much going for them, you know? If you don't make big plays, you don't get big results, Athena, okay?
Well, I think there also was a really good timing from Timotino's part because he did just cross into Nest. But yes, this opening pick, really nice. I love that Timotino is able to go for those as well without requiring too much support. Bora's on the other side of the map. There's no one really following up with him, which could be a little scary if he does get picked off. But he's just so confident in those peaks that it's kind of rewarded them, and now RRQ forced onto this weird buy. 3 stringers across the board, 2 sheriffs, and they're going towards this B main.
Oh, that Phoenix Molly is really doing them a number here. As RRQ looking to dive into the site. Beautiful little spray control from Asuna, and the curveball's even better. Up inside of the dark cover. Crazy Guy has TP'd up.
Oh भाई क्या घूम के मारा उसने? ये अपना गोटेड है भाई.
in the back lines, they're very much trying to give Asuna the ace
Kill
here.
it, अकेले कहीं कर ली भाई
Get it
इसने.
done. Beautiful defense there from 100 Thieves. The Phoenix is all that's needed really to shut down that attempt from the Stingers
Critical
on
भी क्या मारा
RRQ's side.
वो?
Those are the types of
कम कर
rounds
दिया
that
भाई,
when I go
मतलब
home, I'm
too
like,
easy
maybe
ऐसा.
I should play on high sense like Asuna does because he does it so good.
ओपन
He's
पे पर
so
मस्त घूमा भाई
consistent with
पीछे
it.
एकदम.
It's
ये देखो.
insane.
It
एक
was
दो.
super important because
Blind.
RRQ with the Stingers here, if they get in the site and get the pit down, that's actually a losable round for 100 Thieves, especially with the comp that
वहाँ
they're
भी
playing.
ओमन
So
के साउंड आती.
cannot understate. You know, there's some anti-eco
Ay.
aces that you're like, yeah, that one
ये
that
कुछ
didn't
हो रहा है,
really
crazy हो
matter,
रहा है
but
भाई.
that one actually could have been a bit of a problem for 100 Thieves if he doesn't put some multi-frags
फॉर्म में आ
together
गया,
there.
फॉर्म में आ
Yeah,
गया.
he
वो तो
absolutely
फर्स्ट में
shut
वार्म अप
down
था
their
बोला
winning
ना.
condition for that round, and we're going to see early double drone from both sides, getting as much
अरे
information as
दोनों.
possible. Vora getting
वाह.
spotted out by the drone. They're not going to get any more information on the 100 Thieves side now, setting up for some sort of mid-fight. 3 players here
Okay.
situated towards here. Vora
Dead
about to
है.
get peeked by the op by Jemkin.
अरे इधर
He's
बैठा है तो
just
dead.
holding, playing
Dead.
passive. Who's going to make the first move?
And 10 on the clock here. Very tense stuff. So
गया.
set up in elbow, down goes the operator. Kushi looking for the trade as the dark cover goes in towards Ness. RRQ putting a lot of pressure on middle. Oh, he's hit him with a little bit of a bouncy dart there. Nicely done by Kushi. Aston is really going looking for him with the runner back. This is messy stuff. Zan's been able to time him inside of heaven as he comes off the back of the ult, and a big 2K from Crazy Guy to open up B. I cannot believe that RRQ has put themselves in a winning position as the spike gets scooped up by the RGL.
That's insane. Zan actually getting all the way up into Nest when Timotino was
ये round
off
RRQ का ही
through
है.
that tons. It's
देखो
insane
क्या
how we
होता है.
actually got that timing to get in
एक
and
मिनट से
punish
आ रहा है.
Asuna.
दो
But
लोग हैं.
bang,
एक मार तो
this
1v1 हो जाएगा.
1v3, it's not looking
But
too
time है.
good. We have 3 of these
गया
players
गया.
ready on
Oi.
site, and Sparrow ready with that flank peek. Kind of insane that round. I thought it was going to go down in shambles for RQ after that initial pick from Vora. Obviously, the dart, nobody was able to trade Vora, but it didn't matter because they had this mid setup, but it just didn't work. It wasn't there, wasn't flushed out because of the players that were towards elbow.
I think this is just a round where I've been praising our 100 Thieves for their patience for the majority of this game. They very much just try to crunch middle, and sometimes that just backfires for you. They really sent it in with the runner back and didn't quite find the right timing that they were looking for. Sometimes that happens. But RQ now on 4 attacking side of rounds, even if the last, however many, I feel like the last 5 or 6 rounds have not looked particularly close, so we still have 4 on the attacking side for RRQ. So they're doing their due diligence at least. Blazewall and Storm Surge going to secure A main control. Going for the orb is bang. In goes the relay bolt. RRQ looking to punish, but unable to do so.
में कैमरा नहीं चल रहा क्या?
The aiming fight coming in. Asuna getting the pick onto Zan, and he's going to fall back. Not trying to give too much away. Give another
ace तो crazy था पर उसका कुछ भी कहो.
RRQ, and all of a sudden, that's their neon down, but they still have this op online for Jemkin, but he's been unable to find an opening pick so far, especially towards this B side where Cryo's just playing on site, playing patient on his cam. Vora, though, uses drone early. It's going to have to use that dart at some point to get some sort of information because RRQ, again, slowing it down in their mid-round.
Darts back up for the attackers as well. Xvera does have the pip for the afterplant. Jemkin looking for a pick over on elbow side, and RRQ kind of waiting for him to get in the mix as Crazy Guy going to go for an information TP. Asuna hears that all being picked up. They know that there's at least 1 or 2 players for RRQ. Hold on. They're starting to get some picks. Bang able to trade one back, though, and he rips his ult. Timotino's arrived at the party as well, and that's a great shutdown at the end of the half for 100 Thieves. Just perfection from the Neon in the harbor to stop RRQ. Any inroads getting into A.
Winning this match.
That was such a nice setup from them. Really good positioning. Timotino as well. Not being phased by all the pressure coming out of A main. The players knowing that Bang has his back on side. Just being able to focus towards that mid doors. These are the kind of the small plays that I really like to see from 100 Thieves. But of course, these are so nice to watch. The 3K for Timotino, and now we've jumped into this halftime.
ये वाला बता देगा first round.
14 and 14 for the double duelists on 100 Thieves.
Yeah,
2 round मिल जाएगा
well
भाई
for
ऐसे.
themselves.
Let's go.
As we once again have the cinematic music really egging us on in this series.
It sets the tone.
It does.
Another 8-4.
It does what I couldn't. As RRQ, they've got their work cut out for them once again. Down in rounds at the half, moving on to the defense. Pretty similar to what we saw over on the Ascent side, but 100 Thieves calling has been pretty excellent today. And they're not playing that different of a comp stylistically. Again, double duelists. couple little different bits and pieces. I'm interested to see actually how they approach this attack side. They're going to have to get a reasonable amount of value out of the fast lane and the cages, I'd imagine, because they're only playing the Harbor as a single controller.
Yeah.
Which is not too common. Usually you're seeing that kind of paired with a Viper or something like that a lot of the time. Or you even have Astra or Omen in the mix.
Yeah, I think for both these teams, they've switched on to the the stronger sides. Sorry, the weaker sides. There we go. Because that Omen on the defensive side is really good at just delaying and using that smoke to block off those choke points instead of using them to actually execute into a site, especially when you're playing with a Viper. Once you put that wall down, it's gone. You can no longer move it. So it's almost impossible to commit to a site like B when your Viper wall is on A, and same vice versa. And then on the other side of 100 Thieves with that double duelist, it's going to be a lot harder to execute because the retakes, once they use a lot of that util on that retake, or at least on the execute, they don't have that harbor wall again for quite a while. They're going to have to cycle, like you said, those Cypher cages or something else that's going to help them through. Maybe the firewall from Phoenix here, but kind of crazy. I'm looking at these two double duelists to kind of keep up the synergy, but for RRQ, they're starting off with 3 players towards the safe side, trying again to get this A main pressure.
Xfero retake on B does have a wall to slow things down if possible. Spots out a couple of players on the side of 100 Thieves, but will just back his way over towards Elbow and play behind the Harbor wall. Cryo trying to keep Jemkin in check, who's having a little bit of a look in towards Elbow. That's fantastic from Cryo to shut the jet down, and now RRQ are very much under the pump.
Post plant here for 100 Thieves. RRQ seeming to decide against the quick flank towards Elbow. They know Cryo's holding it, but they're walking up. Timotino pushed all the way up, gets a pick onto
timing
Pushy, but
gets
2 here, dropping 3 players from 100 Thieves. All of a sudden a 1v1, Sheriff v Sheriff, Vora versus Xfero, holding it down, tapping the spike, but Vora gets that final pick, and another pistol going the way of 100 Thieves.
It's a good way to start the offense.
Easy win है भाई.
With Jemkin inside of Elbow, and despite some
buy
heroics from Zan, those were some very nice shots indeed. Coming back in on that retake for RRQ. 100 Thieves able to win the 1v1 that was necessary. That's their second pistol here. 2-1 by RRQ at the first map, and 2 by 100 Thieves.
लेके जा सकता था वो smoke से आ गया ना बंदा.
Switching over to attack now.
बच जाता.
It's going to force RRQ to once again show their resilience. Something that we know they have. You know, when they're in really good form, they're great at these comebacks, but I don't know, I haven't seen anything too inspiring today from RRQ. I don't get really the sense that they're in fantastic form, but this is a nice B stack at least.
Yep, 5 players from 100 Thieves opting to go for this. They're not holding back. They're just going in together. The trades are all in. Cushy somehow manages to get 3 with the classic, but Crazy Guy left in a 2v1. This is an expensive round here for 100 Thieves, but they're able to get that spike down, not taking any chances, just playing together on that side, high-low. Towards this tons. The peek is in, and Crow gets the pick onto Crazy Guy.
Yeah, nicely navigated at the end of things, but the B stack does get a little bit of damage done.
Yeah.
So that's the first little test passed for RRQ. At least make the economy breakable as you head into your first gun round. See how much 100 Thieves are going to invest kind of buying around these 2 rifles, but you don't feel too bad bringing 2 Phantoms out of things, especially when Asuna has a run it back into the anti-bonus. You're still probably feeling quite confident as 100 Thieves to keep the good times rolling.
Yeah, and they're grouping up once again. I think at this point, they're just taking that double duelist comp and running with it, trying to get aggressive, especially in their post plants, taking a lot of map control, because like we talked about, when you have just the harbor, it's hard to cycle those and prevent the retakes from flooding in. And now an A execute on the lines here. That firewall's going to go up first. The harbor wall's not the initial util that's being used to cross into sight. Asuna with the running back, trying to get one, doesn't find anyone, but Crazy Guy and Jemkin are the ones to stop the execute. I see that, but Cryo and Vora, good for their own.
Plan going down for 100 Thieves. Man advantage. If they win this bonus, it would be a death sentence for RRQ. As Cushy working his way in. Drone to try to read the setup here as the site is cut in half by a nice high tide from Bang. They know that the Phoenix inside of A main But Jemkin has probably got a lot of work to do here, and waiting out the high tide is probably going to really time RRQ out of this round. The Cove will further stall things. Like, this is just a nightmare to retake into for RRQ, and the curveball is where the first move will be made. Xfero was ready for it, diving in.
Shot, bhai.
RRQ, what a gorgeous little
Kya
retake as Jemkin puts 3 together. I did not think that they were going to get back into that
Damn,
one.
bhai. Tuck.
That was very much necessary to start to close the gap of rounds here on this defense.
That was insane.
Comeback.
Every single kill felt like it could have been part of a frag movie because that was kind of crazy. But 100 Thieves, man, they took the site. They made sure that they had the space back site. They just struggled to fight together to trade. I think Asuna here also taking that fight solo was a little bit of a struggle. We were complimenting them on cycling that util, making sure that the harbor util is actually the final piece before they try to do something a little bit too aggressive. And it ended up not working for them. But that being said, both teams with their guns online. A super aggressive start here for RRQ.
Timotino under pressure. Jim gets dashed into the window, and he certainly wasn't ready for that. Bang. Inside of the dark cover as Vora, I think, spraying Crazy Guy straight through it. That's a nice pick back for 100 Thieves that I don't think they necessarily were expecting. And now Arsena taking this space into middle. Drone reply in from Cushy. Trying to push them away. Xfero has been scanned out under a lot of pressure here. The shock dance, the Phoenix Molly, pinned into a corner, and there's nothing for him to do. The rest of RRQ here just waiting on the other side of the high tide as 100 Thieves start to scramble into 8.
Really quick response from RRQ, trying to collapse immediately.
सही बैठे हैं, ये all at day.
Did fall, but 3 of these
वो
players
आएगा,
towards
दो
mid, they just need to make sure that
गए,
they're clearing it out because Bang holding that off angle towards doors with Asuna. Nice little cross.
Oh, line of fire में भाई. भाई. बढ़िया भाई.
That's rough for RRQ.
100 Thieves जीत रही है भाई.
A little bit aggressive on elbow side.
line of fire में मरे भाई.
It kind of worked out until that spam kill came back through from Vora.
Yeah.
And I think the mid-rounding was excellent from 100 Thieves. As soon as they lost elbow, they took that mid-space. They isolated where that solo A player was playing. And as you can see here on the replay, they dealt with Xfero without really needing to do too much. Great little snake by Shockball and Phoenix Molly combo. And then just set up a beautiful crossfire across middle. There was not really much RRQ could do there.
The util has been so good, especially when you're looking at a player like Asuna. We've been talking about him a lot, but his flashes have been great for trap setups. His wall being used on their executes, and that molly, of course. It's so nice to see a lot of these small little things, these micro plays that they're using, that ends up making them just a tiny bit cleaner, makes everything look a little bit easier for 100 Thieves, like taking map control there and being able to trade and set up those crossfires. Really nice stuff, and I'm so excited to see how Asuna keeps playing on this Phoenix, especially for the rest of this competition.
Jemkin on the op. Not sure it's something 100 Thieves will be expecting. Tailwind active. Cryo, beautiful little peek on in there. That definitely needed to be where RRQ found some success, and the Neural Theft to follow up. They can read this setup nicely. Hunter's Fury comes in. Sad trying to chase them down with the overdrive active, but 100 Thieves are punishing every little aggressive maneuver for RRQ. And now with the high trade across yellow and the spam through from Bang, this is looking like a serious point for 100 Thieves.
इसका तो पैसे ही नहीं है इन पे क्या ही करेंगे.
They're forcing Crazy Guy and Xfero to fall back. They have to save these weapons. This is not winnable for them.
Win.
The 5. They need to buy around these guns, of course, because now 100 Thieves is going to be on match point with this. And man, if I was RQ, I'd be sweating right now because it's looking so hard. They don't have any idea of how to stop this kind of force push by 100 Thieves. They're just running it down at some point.
भाई नहीं आएगा, 2 लोग पे गन रहेगी.
देखो
क्या होता है, मेरे हिसाब से तो 100 Thieves खत्म कर दिया नेक्स्ट राउंड. Asuna घुसेगा, टक सब खत्म भाई.
Trade off of each other so well. It feels like they're able to speed up no matter what.
खत्म भाई,
खत्म. I mean, that setup is just a bit of a domino effect. I didn't even mind it. I think the op was something that 100 Thieves running a bit of a slower round were not necessarily ready for, but Jemkin just goes looking for information in the mid-round a little bit too early there and gets caught on the timing. If he finds an op peak, dashes away there, that could be a completely different story, especially with the overdrive and the Hunter's Fury coming in on the retake, which was kind of just used in desperation after that. That is what Cryo does best, though. Just an instant headshot, even onto someone holding an op line, and 100 Thieves now on series point. This has been a very convincing day from them. Breeze in particular, I mean, you could see why they picked this map into this series.
Oh, 100%. They've been performing on a map like Breeze. But Timotino going for that initial pick, demolishing Jemkin, absolutely destroying him. And now 4v5 just like that. RRQ are struggling, so they're trying to take that map control back. They're trying to equalize these numbers, getting the information with that drone. They're going to spot out Asuna here, but Zan unable to do anything with that. The drone coming in answer. They have all this information. Just holding for 100
Yo, उसको push करो, एक ही है ओमन.
Nice one, nice one. 100 Thieves are all over it. Great patience. Timotino diving into the site. Flushes Crazy Guy into Cryo's
खत्म game खत्म है. 100 Thieves win.
The rest of the rotators away. Blows up Cushy on double doors. And Timotino up close as the Harbor ult comes through. We'll catch at least Zan on 5 HP. Out comes the Shorty, and Xfero is tapping away. That is ridiculous, but Cryo will finally put an end to it. 13 to 5 for 100 Thieves. They absolutely demolished RRQ.
That makes sense why this is their map pick. They've been so phenomenal on maps like these, just taking their fights. But I mean, today they've shown that they have all this really good understanding of how they want to play together. The synergy, the way that they're coming up with these strats. And the mid-rounding from Vora, of course, has been phenomenal. Feels like they haven't been punished for a lot of those plays other than a couple of trap setups. And once it hasn't worked, they've still had an answer in the middle of the round of how to recuperate.
Yeah, I felt like for the majority of that series, 100 Thieves, definitely the better team. RRQ, once again, a little bit sleepy, a little bit slow at an international event, given that they are still betting in Zan very recently, picking up this player heading into this event. But I definitely know, especially all of the Pacific fans know that RRQ can play a little bit better than that, and in the lower bracket, they'll only have one more chance to do so.
Makes a lot of sense. I think also coming off of that Masters run as well, they're still a little bit tired, but I still think I see a lot of faith, especially the way that Xfero was playing. Man, he was a beast today on that veto, playing really, really well, constantly getting those picks on the Viper. His lurk timings were really good, just holding, making sure that the team always has a plan B to fall back into.
Chalo.
And then also
PRX versus NRG guys.
just getting so many
अब
of those picks.
उसका वेट करेंगे.
He's been
उधर
playing
के देखने में
phenomenal.
ज़्यादा मजा
Definitely
आएगा.
a player to keep our eyes on for the rest of the tournament.
For sure. And look, Xfero is a bit of a Pacific MVP, but he needs a little bit of help from the rest of the boys on RRQ for sure. So we'll see if they can pick up their performance heading forward into that lower bracket. They got a lot of work to do. 100 Thieves, I think that's a good vibe though, having got a clean win in that opening game. Puckett.
हाँ भाई गेम तो था भाई. थोड़ा सा ये हो गया इनके साथ.
Very unexpected 2-0 victory. RRQ gonna fall down, and they're doing it pretty swiftly. I have to give a big shout out though, Xfero. If you're gonna lose a game, get a 3-piece like that on the way out. He clicking heads, feeling good as you're going into your next matchup. But honestly, this was a grueler. Both of these teams sat out here for a while. They were iced. They were able to get back into the game. And I think ultimately maybe you got to revisit the Phoenix. Is it a mistake not to use the best agent in the game? Pilski?
Yeah, I mean, if you don't have players who can play it, then that makes it hard.
How do you not play Phoenix?
Players that can play it.
Oh, Cushy can play it.
It's part of the beta, bro. How are you not able to play Phoenix at this point in Valorant?
It's going to take a while to explain that because we're going to have to shuffle like 4 players' roles to fit it in the comp. The Info Enit player has to play Phoenix. Then Crazy Guy has to play Info Enit.
Right,
then who plays Omen? Who plays Omen, Puckett? Who plays Omen?
Yeah, Puckett.
Zan can't do both?
Zan can play Omen, that's true.
Right.
Okay, they play solo duelists. All right, you solved it.
Did I just solve the problem?
Thanks,
RRQ, if you need a coach, I work on COD most of the time. Happy to come on over. We got to take a look at our highlights. It's simple stuff, ladies and gentlemen. Tactical shooters can be simplified. When you make moves like this, the headshots are going to pave the way early on as it's 100 Thieves out to an early start. The pistol round in the second half gave RRQ hope again.
Yeah.
Are they the best pistol team here in Group A?
No, probably not.
Are 100 Thieves the worst pistol team in Group A?
They went 2 for 2.
They won
did okay for
there
themselves.
too. I think you're baiting us a little bit.
Okay, it's not working.
You're trying to see if we're
None
paying
of it is going to work. All right, we're looking at some of the highlights here.
Yeah.
Asuna is having the pop-off performance towards the end. The Neon's shown quite a bit here on the map. Walk me through what you saw, Athena.
I mean, this was insane. It feels like there were so many 3Ks that happened over and over again. Xfero, obviously one of the players that we were talking about. This by Jemkin was absolutely nasty, absolutely shutting it down. I think we were talking about this Molly combo from Vora and from Asuna. This crossfire just showing how well 100 Thieves were playing together again. RQ kind of having the right idea, getting a lot of those picks, but just having either the timing or the trading off almost every single time.
I mean, yeah, I just don't think that they necessarily were showing their best face here. I don't think that they had the right read on 100 Thieves, who I felt like had better fragging and better macro. They were just bigger, faster, stronger today, and RQ didn't show up to play as well as they needed to. As I mentioned before, which is often a problem in some of these international events. In Pacific, they are a very good team. But they're having a little bit of a struggle at the moment. That's why you saw the roster change come through. And yeah, well, hopefully they can pick it up in the lowers.
Who is the best Sentinel that you've seen on the stage so far today?
Xfero.
He's a gamer.
I mean,
maybe best Sentinel in Pacific.
Cryo's done a good job. He's done a good job. He's done his job every single time. He's switched up his setups, but Xfero's just been fragging out the whole time,
And then on the other side, who was the most impressive duelist? We had 2 stages going. You guys missed the action from Edward Gaming, but I saw quite a few highlights on stage A. What was the best player or player camera to watch on stage B?
Timotino
yeah,
today.
Timotino was really good. He really impressed me with the op. I think the way he was kind of maneuvering around, he really helped their setups as well a lot of the time, on a sense. So I was loving Timotino. I don't know if he's got it over Kung though. Like, I don't think anyone has it over Kung honestly.
He's a beast.
All right, Audio, we are going to be getting into an interview here shortly. I just got the thumbs up from Ginny. She's ready to rock. And it's not Timotino. It's his better half. He goes by the name of Asuna, and he was here since the beginning of the Thieves. Let's go to the main stage.
Thank you, guys. Asuna, congratulations on that win that you got here today. A quick 2-0, just another day in the office. Starting off this year pretty strong for EWC.
Happy to have a quick win, especially against a tough opponent, I would say. You know, any team from APAC will always give you a run for your money, and it's the first win for Vora and Timotino, so always good to, you know, have a clean win, especially for the international stage, to build some momentum and hopefully top our group.
All right, I'm looking forward to that, but I want to talk about your individual performance as well on the Phoenix, especially. Like, it was pretty good, so talk us through the preparation specifically that came into coming to the tournament.
Not a lot of like preparation in the sense of focusing on the other team, mostly on ourselves. So just, you know, working on our individual game, and we did a small boot camp. Thank you to Gentlemates for lending their gaming house to us. And yeah, we were able to practice for a week in Paris, which led us to have a really good, comfortable showing. And yeah, we're taking this event very seriously and hoping to win.
So when you're talking about the expectations, you're saying topping your group, hoping to win. In general, when it comes to the expectations for this event, of course it is to lift the trophy, but are there any other nuances that come with that?
No, I mean, obviously get experience. I think that's like the biggest thing, but winning this event will be everything.
All right, and when it comes to your next opponent, it's BBL. I do want to say on that last map against EDG, they won 13-3. So are you nervous at all?
No, hopefully, you know, it doesn't come back to bite me, but have to be confident.
All right, well, thank you so much. I'm going to let you go. Appreciate it. And we're going to be heading back over to the desk.
Nailed it. I thought she was going to leave him hanging. I'm not going to lie. Athena, I'm told that you got to go. We're going to be swapping Avril onto the desk for the next match. Before you go, though, what do I need to know about PRX? They're about to take the stage, and everyone says they're in the S tier.
Oh my God, PRX, they're a phenomenal team. I feel like every single player on that roster has a really good understanding of their role, and the way that they're playing at Masters was insane. They did come second place in Masters, but I still feel like they're going to be up there. And when it comes to PRX versus NRG, listen, I'm an America's girly at heart, but I think PRX is going to take that one.
They could be the clear winners in our next group. Stay tuned.
PRX.
It's EWC
PRX.
2026. We're coming back with more Valorant live from Paris.
चैट क्या लगता है? वॉइस नहीं आ रहा मेरा. वॉइस नहीं आ रहा. अच्छा. ओके भाई, ओके भाई. आ रहा होगा भाई. वॉइस तो आ रहा है. PRX वर्सेस एनर्जी देखने मजा आएगा भाई, लेजिट. किसको सपोर्ट कर रहे हो? मैंने भाई PRX या एनर्जी?
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower.
हाँ
Now imagine an entire city
क्या लगता है भाई
supercharge it.
कौन जीतेगा
Empty a city.
टफ मैच होने वाला है टफ भाई एकदम गोटेड वाला
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
In last year's finals, we were in a tough situation. I think a lot of different words were said, different tactics to wake up, maybe some harsh, maybe some inspirational.
I think all it took was winning that third map to give us that big amount of belief in ourselves that we can do it.
Even though it was so bad, we still inside believe that it's possible. Can't stop believing, because if you stop believing, then that's it.
Brienne's on 78 HP. He did the ultimate, but so is Crashies.
I think the trophy felt unusual. I mean, it was my first Valorant trophy. I think for all of us as well. Especially, thinking like 2 hours ago we were in the worst position possible. It felt amazing. It felt like a moment of finally.
I think I kind of knew in my head that we would win it just because it's really hard for them to be mentally strong, being 2-0 up and then going to 2-2. Like, there was no way in my head that we were going to lose that last map just based on knowing what mental state they're in and what mental state we're in.
Yeah, I mean, this year, many boys.
I think it's crazy. Our fan base is like really huge in France. I think most of the people like already saw some events we did. So I'm pretty happy to be here. We missed out on Champs Paris last year. It's good for us to have an international event that we can play in front of our crowd, I don't know if it's stress, but it's like, it's a good pressure that we have. We of course want to represent the country of our org. Also, like, I grew up in Paris, like it's a special city for me, so there is a lot of story about it.
We're extremely excited. We cannot wait for this opportunity. Obviously, we need to get out of groups first, but that's like even extra motivation for us to meet them all. It's our organization home country, home city, so that's one of the biggest goals for us for sure.
Feels good to play here, of course, because Vitality French org and we're in France now, so it will be really fun to get into playoffs and share the stage with some of the fans too. I think that will be cool for everyone, one of us and stuff, and for me it will be especially, I am playing the French org. For me, like, it's a really exciting tournament, I think.
I moved to Paris when I was 7 years old, and growing up in Paris, like, I think has been a chance for me, because I don't think I would be there today if I didn't, like, if my mom didn't move to France. And as I said, like, yeah, I'm grateful for everything, like, I'm trying to stay humble, like, work hard, prove by what I'm doing every day.
Our group is definitely the strongest, but I don't know, I feel like it's also probably the most exciting to watch. We have a lot of fans here and stuff, so again, will be cool to play in front of
इधर तो शुरू भी हो गया भाई
in person to
match.
French fans, especially when I'm watching like different esports and stuff. The crowd is usually like really good. Game by game, we have first Casey, and then we'll see like who will play next. It will just be fun to see it.
I wish it would have been like with the crowds. Unfortunately, the first game there's no crowds, but I wish there was a crowd because there's gonna be Vitality fans against Casey fans. It would have been so good, but it's fine. Still, it's gonna be an amazing match.
ये देख लेते हैं तब तक.
Bolt try to isolate. This is going to be a jump under the window. And while he will be able to find the first, he cannot find the necessary second. Not be able to get it done. Ravek will be thinking his lucky stars that he managed to have that ultimate online in a critical moment.
Well, this is one of the rounds that I love to see from this composition, where you have options available to you. You can sell those fakes. I talked about it earlier, using the Waylay to sell the fakes. This time, they integrate the Sova into it as well. And then you have the bailout of Profix ult, because he's been able to get into another one. Had a really good start to this. 8 kills already on the board for the Omen. So you have that little bit of extra layer to this. So now you're starting to see the playbook unfold for Vitality, the depth that they've been able to create with this new composition on Haven.
And maybe just some quick improvisation coming through.
Sure.
Felt like with that double stack, both duelists still remaining on C, that would have just been the round going over to KC and things tied up with a nice little bow on top. But Vitality now out in front by 2 rounds. Hunter's Fury, King Reveal still there on Sugetsu, and he will just get spammed down. Dals9 at the same time, able to scale around the back, out in the mid, finding the first. Durka not quite ready for the angle, eats a bit of damage, but does manage to escape with his life intact, but Aves cannot say the same. Sayonara able to intercept him there at garage window. 4v3. Slow and silent approach. Meanwhile, Sayonara with a quick check back in the mid and a rate. None the wiser, not ready at all. Caught on a time. Falls to the wayside and Sayonara. I mean, it's in the name. Good lord. Good lord. His lights out in these last couple rounds. He wants his ace. I don't think he's going to be able to find it. Dals9 escaping back through sewer, re-wrapping into A. So this would have to be one hell of a quick hunt here if he wants to be able to find it. But Vitality, explosive way to move up to 6.
Well, this is exactly the player that's been promised. This young, up-and-coming superstar. And this round right here was insane. Gonna have another convergent paths already. Just takes over for Vitality. I mean, you get a bit nervous there for Vitality because Dals9 gets so quickly into the back lines, almost gets Durka as well, but Durka able to escape, and that's huge for them. Keeps things a little bit confusing. Oh man, just sharp as heck, and okay, finally gonna get that timeout.
And it feels like this is still quite late. There's an opportunity, of course, to recover this half, but getting brutalized by Sayonara and Yampi in those last couple rounds. Ult's still working against you. Aves only halfway to that next Hunter's Fury, and Chronicle just hasn't had a chance nor a real need to invest this lockdown quite yet.
Yeah, if any opportunity kind of presented itself, it's been thwarted by Casey's really aggressive early play, and I think that's why a couple rounds ago we saw Vitality slow things down to try to look and figure out what was going on. You know, KC was starting to take risks early with Dals9 pushing out, with Levin pushing out, things like that, that were causing a little bit of problems for Vitality, but their recoveries were really nice. They were able to use that individual skill to turn some of these rounds on their head. Now for KC, got to talk about how you want to avoid. You don't want to get caught in another convergent paths like you just did a few rounds ago, where you just lose 2 players on site and it's basically GG, go next. Gonna be a Marshall there for Levin, Sugetsu, Bulldog. Dals9 did carry the gun over, but a couple pistols otherwise. So let's see. Looks like no early convergent paths this time, so Vitality reading that KC had learned their lesson. Spread both their duelists out over. Dals9 is top of a box with a trip underneath him. Timing there. A bit tricky for him. They're leaving him, giving him a lot of trust.
Doc might just clear that trip, though. It does. Finds 2 damage.
The little things, Achilleo.
That's just value for investment. And oh my God, Durka. Woo! It looked like he was asleep at the wheel. Adrenaline kicked in. He jolted awake. Managed to pump the brakes in time. Spares himself from crashing out of control.
We're able to scoop that gun up, though.
Available, but Sayonara is just going to try to play himself in here. He did not see the ponytails, but they haven't seen him.
That peak and Levin, he just doesn't have the angle for this
चल
one.
रहा
He
है
has to jump up onto the window.
कल जी का मैच है उसका भी करना हो तो वो करेंगे भाई डेफिनेटली करेंगे जी तो अपनी टीम है गुड
Cleans up the headshot. Narrate now boxed into a corner. As okay, the timing will be able to find that elimination.
देखा नहीं मैंने इनका
Molly out, 15 seconds. They do have
PRX का वेट करते हैं रुको
absolutely needs to try to hold the line, but Chronicles here on the backstab. He's
1 मिनट है होने दो होने दो भाई
Welcome back. It's the Esports World Cup. I'm your host, Chris Puckett, alongside two beautiful casters. The first comes from New Zealand. The other one, next door neighbor in Australia. We've got the fantastic dynamic duo. There it is. It's Avril alongside Pilski.
What's up?
Avril, you have been buzzing all day. When everyone's energy was dropping low, you were there to bring us back up. Why have you been so excited about this match since you woke up today?
First of all, I'm very caffeinated. Second of all, guys, I mean, this is a match that is worthy of the grand finals. PRX, NRG, probably match of the day for the entire opening round.
Yeah.
There's no better game than this.
Yeah, totally agree. Honestly, we saw them both play each other in Santiago earlier in the year. It went one apiece. PRX knocked them out of the tournament very deep into the tournament and then went into the grand finals over there. So, I mean, not quite a grand final. I agree with you. It definitely could be a grand final, but a lower final nonetheless. And these are two of the very finest teams for their regions.
And we got adjusted groups. Now, reminder, 2 teams are going to move out of every group. You need 2 wins to do so. 100 Thieves were able to do it. We saw over on the other stage, it was BBL taking it in our opening round. 2 new winners here in our second set of matches. And I got to get your opening thoughts. Pilski, who is the leader in this match when it comes to the predictions? Do you think PRX has a big lead?
Yeah. I think so, especially fan base wide. They've been so consistent at internationals. NRG have been making it to the internationals at least, but unfortunately just not making it as deep, even though, as we all saw at the end of last year over at Champs, the core of this squad at least very good enough, very much good enough to be able to win the very biggest events in Valorant. So we'll see how good their form is coming here into the Esports World Cup 2026, and I think that starts right from the get-go. They don't have any easy game to start things out. They are playing a world beater right out of the gate.
So PRX, of course, are Pacific champions from stage 1. Over on the other side, we've got NRG, who are the top team to come out of America's qualifiers. But first, let's take a look at the boys rocking the blue and pink. PRX, Silver Surfers this year, yet to lift the trophy. Can they get it done at EWC? If so, it'll come with a $600,000 paycheck. If you're looking for stars on this squad, Who do your eyes go to first, Pilski?
Everyone. Literally every player.
I need one. Simplify it for the new guy.
I could take something here. I mean, he's been phenomenal. We are in a jet meta as well, so he is really just running around doing a lot of damage. Jing if you get a raise map, but I think something is the player that really does kind of tantalize the viewer.
And now we can take a look at a ferocious squad rocking the black tee of comfort. Avril, this squad doesn't need a jersey to make a statement. Are you going with the mullet man? Mullet man number 2. Who is your starter?
इन लोग पे कर रहे ना और पिछले मैच में नहीं क्या लगता है ये वाला सीन जो दिखा रहे हैं ऐसा
Guy is known for the
lol
kind of pioneering of that. Ethan as well, former world champion and double actually now, given that he's the IGL on NRG, and I think this is a team led by Ethan that really wants to get back in that form. They've had some good results this year. A couple of third places. You talk about PRX maybe being the bridesmaid second
guys
place.
chat बताओ कौन जीतेगा 5 लोग देख रहे हो
too many times for them and they're not going to get back to number 1.
No bronzes. They want gold here as well. Of course, both are hoping just to survive the group. If you can win today, that is a huge step forward, knowing the rest of the competition statistically should be easier. Let's take a look, though, at how they should face off here in the best of 3. Last time around, it was in Santiago. That was months ago. So do we have new maps in this map pool that you can expect either team to maybe pull from?
Yeah, I think Pearl was a really important map for NRG, and that's gone from the pool now. So that's going to be very interesting as a map that I think PayPrX otherwise probably wouldn't have wanted to play very often. And the fact that we've sort of moved away from that, Sunset being added back in is a bit of an unknown. Obviously, a map that was really famously played by PRX last year as well when they sort of won in Toronto. So looking forward to see how that all sort of shapes out.
Pilski, what about the strengths?
The strengths?
Yeah, what maps could they really just flex like we just saw 100 Thieves do?
I don't think necessarily that, like, both of these teams are so strong that I don't think it's going to be like a slam dunk veto for either of them. And I think both of them have a history playing Sunset with that map coming back into the pool. PRX are famous for playing that wonky comp with the Sage Gecko on that map. They played it many times.
Gecko's going to be back in the lobby tonight?
Maybe. We'll see. Because PayPrX, especially lately, have been the kind of team that's like, I'm not going to change my comp too much, or especially when they haven't had time to prep, they'll just run the same comp. We saw that over on Ascent. For NRG, they did also love to play the Sunset back in the day. I think that was the 5th and final map of the Champs Grand Final that they won. It was very impressive to watch them do so. So I think both of these teams know their way around Sunset. They'd be happy to probably take it there. But I'd imagine a bit of a handshake veto will be going down here. I really wouldn't be surprised to see like a map that's super strong for one team or the other, really.
I would like to see Fracture. I think that was one of the most dominant maps. You saw that in the Grand Finals versus Lev. PayPrX dominated on that one. They might want to run that one back and say, look, we have a lot of confidence on this map. We can get a good start here. Get that early 1-0 in the BO3. See where we go from there.
Do you guys feel like giants on this desk? I feel like really, really big right now. Having a great time.
Gonna be big for a big match.
Yeah, I just looked behind us, and we've brought in the biggest of our referee bouncers. We have up to 6 referees on the stage right now, and the engineer in charge of the PCs. Everything's looking ready to go. We're just making sure the players are comfortable, and then we'll begin this match. But I just wanted to take a moment and kind of reflect where we're at. This is a brand new building. They are building around us as we are in week 0. We haven't even kicked off the EWC. And shout out to the people behind the scenes who decided this year we're not only going to add $750,000 to the prize pool, we're also going to make sure everything is a best of 3. This is a treat for the fans. You guys are about to be showing it. And the question I have is, who is going to be the flashiest? Like, if I'm new to Valorant and I'm about to watch the best players, what do I need to be looking out for, Pilski?
PayPrX. If you talk about flashiness, that's PayPrX in a nutshell. If you want to talk about what this matchup is, this is the flashy, like, aggressive team versus the team that likes to think a lot, likes to make a lot of decisions, likes to kind of play the macro and things like that. So
we hate NRG, we love PayPrX if you're ADHD.
I mean, I'm from Pacific, you're from Americas. I think that's about as simple as it gets.
Okay. I mean, PayPrX, Pilski wasn't wrong when he said earlier, who's the best on PayPrX? Who's the one to look out for? All of them. Every single player on this roster has been absolute lights out. But I think NRG have a lot to show here as well. Again, former world champs, something PayPrX is still chasing. PayPrX themselves been second a number of times. NRG have done it already. They're trying to climb back into that one, and I still have pretty high expectations for this team. We're in the post-SOM era of NRG now as well, so trying to navigate what this team looks like with Kiko. I mean, you could say similar things about PayPrX, having Emmy coming in over Patman, so both players making some roster adjustments compared to where we had them last year. PayPrX obviously had a much better result at EWC than NRG, and that NRG that we got in 2025 EWC was kind of like the first version of this newly formed with Suba lineup that ended up winning the World Champs at the end of that year.
As you take a look back on the stage, I just noticed the team photographers are still out there. Is that good news for the chat? No, it is not. Why? The referees made sure that the stage has to be clear before all the players can begin. Wow. As long as you see a photographer out there, Pilsky, we're not anywhere close to this map kicking off here. So can you give me a little bit of history? I know you've been in the sport for about 10 years. Have you ever had a crane over your camera?
I have not. This is new stuff for me.
He's 22 feet in the air.
Honestly,
I want to give him a camera.
To hear it. You might be to hear it as well.
I feel like I want to be in a cherry picker casting the game in like a coliseum or something like that, down to the people, like maybe from a balcony and like a theatrical kind of thing. That would be peak.
Would you want like the whole crowd to jump and then like your cherry pickers bouncing a little bit? You good with that?
The whole crowd to jump. I feel like we're getting confused with like a Insane Clown Posse concert and like like we're going in two different directions.
Let's just combine them. Let's get them to do halftime. Lots of options for us here in Paris. Everyone wants to come through to one of the world's favorite cities. Of course, we've been eating good, drinking good. What has been the best part of your trip, Avril?
Being in France for the first time. This is the furthest I've traveled. I think the same for you as well. I mean, we come from the opposite side of the planet, literally. So this is about as far as you can go, unless you go like all the way to the UK. So enjoying Paris just in general for me so far, but some nice food.
Pilsky, I heard you talking about Paris. We loving the city of love?
Yeah, it's nice. It's nice, but I'm here for business. I stand on business pocket, and I'm here for the games. So I'm not even thinking about that right now. Full focus.
Who do you want to chat about over there? Because he's staring you down. I got eyes on you, young man.
Okay. Invy's
Just giving us away.
What's up, Invy? He's having a good time. He's having a good time.
We're all vibing.
Is this how you make friends in the modern day and age?
You just gotta smile at people.
You just make eyes across the room.
You, me, hanging out later. Let's do it. Esports, baby. Yeah, you gotta keep the relationships for a long time. Photographers have been pushed out of the main center of the stage towards the exit. That is another good sign that this match will be beginning soon. When it does, what do you want to talk about for our opening round? Who is Team A? Who is going to get the advantage of picking our first map?
That's a great question. I'll have a little bit of a look at the video.
We're going to check that one real quick.
Usually would be.
I know we throw softball questions. I asked you about Paris. You didn't want to talk about food, so we're going to talk a little about the game. Who's this Team A?
We're eating good right now, Puck. I don't know what you're talking about.
I mean, I'm sure we'll have a veto graphic, but the team that did get to pick the first map was PRX.
Okay.
I think that's great. I mean, they could kind of set the tone in the series. I don't want to spoil the veto. I'm not sure if we have the graphic or not, and we could talk about it at some point. But,
I will have no idea for you either. Sorry.
I don't know how. And then NRG's got to pick a map after that. That's how vetoes work, Puckett.
True.
Just for the layman, I know that I need to kind of, explain things out.
How does it work again? Could you walk me through from the beginning?
I've never heard anyone give the play-by-play of like the stage movements. I honestly applaud you for that. That's a big talent of yours.
You find things and you see things, and what do you see? What do you not see?
People be moving off.
What do you not see? No clickety clacking. No flashing. We're about to begin, ladies and gentlemen, which means that veto graphic might come up.
Already to चुके हो.
We might also see the agent selections. So can we go there next? You mentioned Gecko might be seen. We've got some weird comps from PRX.
I'd be surprised if we got Sunset, though. I think both of these teams, it's a low-risk kind of veto. We're very early on in the tournament. It's the first time they're playing each other for quite a while, even though there's a little bit of a rivalry and a matchup there. That's mostly gone the way of PRX, but it's always very competitive. I'd expect a bit of a handshake veto. I'd expect 3 maps if we get the graphic, or if we don't. Maybe I should just say what it is now. All right, so PRX, banning Haven, NRG's ban Split, and then we're going to go Fracture, Lotus, and then Breeze as the decider. So you said you wanted to see PRX pick and Fracture?
Yeah, I think there's no surprise there, right? You have the Fracture coming out straight away. That was one of their best maps coming when we looked at them in London as well. Yeah. Absolutely dominate Lev on that one. Split being taken out is probably no surprise. I think NRG have not been the biggest fans of that one. It's been one of their kind of perma bans, I guess.
There we go.
So looking at it now, we actually legitimately have the graphics.
Yes,
so
shout out to production.
We've
got the bans in.
Oh yeah, वो बीच में दिखाया था fracture होगा.
In the 3-lane fun zone, we've got bans on Split, and now you got the pick. So Fracture was one you wanted to see, Avril. You mentioned why? Who's your player to watch, or what gets you excited about this?
I just think this was a dominant map from PRX, and I think they pick it straight out of confidence. They want to get off to a rolling start, get that 1-0 locked in, put the fear into NRG.
First look at Lotus for us here on Stream B. How do we feel about this map pick for NRG?
I feel good about it. I think at the same time, though, PRX are very famous for their Lotus
Okay.
it's a map that they played quite a lot for the last little bit. I think the same
Let's
can
go,
be said
chat.
for NRG on
Batao.
Fracture as well. I don't think that they're necessarily
जीतेगा ये
good
वाला.
on this map by any stretch of the imagination, and most of the games that they lose are very, very close games. So
इसको support
I
कर
think
रहे हो
with that
तुम
and
लोग.
Breeze being the decider, I don't think, as I said
Chat.
before,
है कोई
either
chat
one
में
of
मेरे
these
यार
teams
सब
is
dead है भाई
massive
dead.
advantage in the veto. PayPRX has been up and
5
down.
की watching आ
Breeze
रही
have
है.
been inconsistent on
बोल
the
देना
map,
भाई.
but if they
ठीक है भाई.
decide to turn it on here, then they should have a pretty good day at the
Ah.
office.
Yeah, I think Breeze is a nice finisher here. I mean, obviously, that was probably one we expected them to win a little bit more handily in the grand finals, but Nick got pushed a little bit from Lev. But as it started, I think overall, I mean, you kind of called it. This is a veto that does look like a pretty standard one for the teams. Everyone's should be pretty happy with it.
I think so. I think both of these teams are going to be relatively happy with the veto. I think it's just going to be a low-risk veto in a best-of-3 where you kind of want to play it out as cleanly as possible. Like, I think this could be a very, very close series. I think these two teams know each other stylistically very, very well at this point. So I think it's good to just have kind of a clean, fair 3 maps to see who's going to be the deserving victor in this best-of-3 and move on to this qualification game.
Would you be willing to put on a wager for your region that PayPRX will win this?
Yes, I will. And I'll tell you as well, Puckett, I'll be very sad if I have to come in here tomorrow and Americas have beaten Pacific 2 series in a row and I've had to live through that. That will be very sad.
Because I don't know if you knew this, but this is a pretty good year for USA.
You guys say that every year.
Doing all right in the US, in the World Cup. We're looking alive in a lot of other sports, potentially coming August, like American football.
The only team alive from Asia Pacific in the World Cup?
No.
Australia.
Yep.
Let's go!
All champions or potential champions still here at the desk. How about our friends on the stage? Not ready. Let's keep chatting about football. So this has been... We're going to go to the ads, guys. We're going to take a short break, figure out what is going down with our Fifth Man's PC. Once that is up and running, I promise you, we're kicking off this match. I can't wait for its PayPRX taking on your favorite friends, NRG. We'll be right back.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
पाँच मिनट में स्टार्ट हो रहा है मैच. लेट्स गो. आज खेलोगे क्या? मैच देखने के बाद देखेंगे अगर टाइम बचता है तो. कॉलेज है भाई, कॉलेज. मैच देखते कितने 11 तो बज जाएंगे. और फिर सोने भाई, सोने. इजी पीजी.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
It's the biggest event in esports. Welcome back to the Esports World Cup 2026. We're here in week 0. The event hasn't even kicked off, but we're in the group stages already, and we're on to our second match. We've got a team that has been in multiple grand finals this season, looking for another run. It's PayPRX. On the other side, one of America's favorites, NRG, the top team to come out of the America's qualifier, has already taken the stage. We have two fantastic casters for this one. We got Pilsky alongside Avril. Avril, they just brought us some fans out. We are nice and comfortable. We're ready to rock. It looks like all the players are at their desk with the coaches ready to go. How are you feeling coming into this?
Yeah, fantastic. And do note, fans, we're talking about the actual like fans blowing air. We'll get the real fans in, the crowd coming in for the playoffs next week.
Once
but right
we're
now,
done building and you don't have to wear a hard hat.
Exactly. I'm sure the fans, if they were in the venue for this game, though, they'd be going absolutely insane, particularly, you know.
To be honest, like, this is the game where there would be crazy fans for APAC and things like that. But given that we're in Paris, honestly, the game on the A stream is where the fans would be at right now. Carmine Corps taking on Vitality right now is a bit of a crazy French derby going on.
Do you know if we have any updates over there on the match yet?
It looked like it was close the last time I checked. I can
They're still
have a little
all
bit of a
hands
look
are
here.
on mice, so I think they're still in game late rounds.
Let's have a look.
Spike went
Looks
down.
like it's close. It's very close in the first map. No one's won it yet.
We got a lot going on here. On our main stage, I just checked out here. NRG, all smiles. Hands are up. Everyone's staying off the keyboards, keeping it grease-free.
Yeah.
What is it like in the moments right before the game? Why is everyone in preacher mode?
I feel like, I mean, the thing is,
It's on both sides.
A lot of these teams, they've kind of gotten to the point where they have like performance coaches, or they have like experts who teach the players breathing exercises, who help the players kind of get into the right mindset. You know, different players kind of have different mindsets getting into some of these games. Some people are too excited; they need to calm down a little bit. Some people need to get themselves G'd up a little bit.
I'm looking for the players that are like, you know, lying back, getting a little bit of a nap in there, bit of a snooze in there, like Vora from last game.
We see you, A streamers.
Hey, A streamers.
They're trying to be sneaky.
They're too tall for that.
I find it amusing that we could see Kakuka trying to squeeze past, but big time, he is 5 foot, so he was able to make a pass safely.
It was.
we didn't see big time.
We did not see him.
Give me let's go.
Let's take a look here at your agents as we are locking in. Will I actually see a raise in this time of day?
Yes, sir.
Absolutely you will. I mean, PayperX, Jing, this is
Something
the
could
man
say
you want to
Bream
be
Killer.
watching on this map in particular.
Damn,
but
damn.
as we mentioned before, PayperX very well rounded
Brock.
Fracture. For NRG, having a little bit of a look at a Phoenix comp. They've gone a completely different direction with the Phoenix Waylay. It is still, you know, similar flavors from both of these teams running the double duelist, but not in agreement about how they want to be doing it.
Yeah, I think both teams are just going to be sticking to their guns here. Obviously, like, no one's going to be deviating too far from what they've already kind of shown so far. Fade versus Sky into the mix there as well. One of the few maps you're going to end up seeing something move over to the Brimstone from his usual jet position, which I'm sure with the rest of the BO3, he'll be comfortably moving back on towards the jet. But yeah, you called this one, man. Jing on the Rays, probably one of the few players that you have to be really careful about.
Yeah, for sure. Totally agree. I think for NRG, it's going to be interesting to see how they navigate this one. Fracture is not a map that they've had heavily repped in the last 3 months. You know, they've only had a couple of officials on it. A few of those over in Americas. One in the Swiss stage of Santiago, which is a very, very tight game versus Foot. Whereas PayperX, this is a tried and true map for them. They have been picking it a lot, and they've had some pretty good runs on it as of recently. You talked about their game over in Santiago that went quite well for them. We won't talk about the rest of the final. That's not really relevant, Kev. What's relevant is they need this opening group stage win here against NRG.
Let's
here
go.
In EWC.
All right, well, we have PRX on the defensive side, NRG on the attacking side, looking over towards the top so far on Arcade. First up will be Jing. Beautiful shot on Kiko and a follow-up from Divide as well. It's gone pretty damn well for PRX, you'd say. Most the fact that Jing does trade his own life. 4 versus 2 in the opening pistol.
Yeah, भाई PRX के लिए.
Trying to contact their way upstairs. Out comes the guiding light for Forsaken and pushes them away nicely. You had the Sky Smoke invested there for something. There's no opportunities given for NRG to be able to get back into that round.
Should be a pretty tough one here, Scuba. Let's see if he gets something for his money to end this round with, but we're looking over to a PRX first round victory. Low HP here for Scuba as well.
Yep. Tapping away with the Bandit. See if he can farm himself up at Neural Theft, but Imbi will put him down. A nice setup there on Arcade from PayperX. Jing in the perfect little off angle, tucked behind the box, and that is a very good way to start your defense.
Comfortable. PRX, a team that we expect to go very far in this tournament, had a decent placing last EWC, but in terms of the Masters so far this year, 2 second places, NRG themselves really competitive from North America. Didn't quite do as well in last year's EWC. I'd like to make sure they hit the top 4 minimum this time, if not taking it all the way.
Soniko here for NRG. Looking to work towards Dish. PayperX on the other side of things have taken a main control. Trailblazer all the way through the south side of the map. They know exactly what's happening on bottom side. And Timmy the Tyrant has got Dish on lock.
turret. भाई
slow, but waiting to
सबको
explode
पता है
here for
उधर आ
NRG.
जाए देखते हैं रमेन
Being stalled out by some of the utility coming through from Divide. Grenade from Jing as well. Oh,
Yeah,
big
picture.
damage actually onto Ethan. Put down to 8 HP,
Damage
but
to
they gotta
Ethan
commit
को
to this
बहुत बड़ा
one.
है
Flash is coming on through. Divide swings into
Oh.
a triple kill. Beautiful
Oh.
stuff. Rock the only one that actually gets the kill. And PRX handling.
भाई too easy
this
भाई
anti-eco
too
with
easy
near
ऐसे
perfection.
खेल रहे लोग
Yeah, I mean, they cleared out all the bottom side. They had double nanos on dish. They dropped the nade on that exact position. It felt like they were all over. The information game knew exactly where NRG were coming from and had the perfect utility in the perfect positions. Saying that though, for NRG, not
कम
much
कर
in that
दिया
run.
भाई
Just a handful of pistols. They've handed 4 more
Easy
towards
भाई,
the
easy.
lockdown of Divide
Yeah.
going
आ जाओ
forward, and now
अब देखते हैं ना
PaperX into what looks like a pretty clean
तो
bonus
guns है
round. They've
guns
definitely got some punching
fair
power
fight
here.
Yeah, Divide definitely getting ahead in terms of the kill department. 5 and 1. 3 away from the lockdown. Let's see what kind of timing we get here first. Round of rifles coming through NRG. Going back over towards the B side. A little bit of information there from Forsaken. But a big stack though from PRX.
पूरा आगे छोड़ दिया
Progression
okay
smoke for NRG over on Arcade. That'll be given to them. They're looking for the lurk here of Scoop as the cam is dealt with. Forsaken looking to push the issue but cannot find the Cypher. It's a complete disengage over on the other side of the site. Envy inside of this Arcade smoke. Doesn't go well for him. Something's found one on the site. Picks up the Phantom, but Forsaken's got him covered nicely from stairs side. What a nice pivot in from PaperX. This bonus round looks like it's theirs on a silver platter.
Yeah, I mean, I expected even that Envy was going to get something that he gets found early, but the rest
क्या
of the
हुआ
plays Forsaken
बहुत
really
जल्दी मर जा रहे हैं
get the
सामने वाले
trade.
रुको
So, you know, a little
ले
bit
दिखाएंगे
more
शायद
in terms of damage being done, but mostly what they got up, 2 players still alive. You take that bonus, 3-0, NRG, after a bit of a
casual
rough one to
gameplay
start
भाई
with.
competitive चल रहा है
It's never
competitive
ideal to be in this position. Having a loss versus the bonus. PaperX, you can see already looking pretty locked in. Smiles on the faces is exactly
End of
how
carry
you want
play.
the opening of this game to go on your map pick.
एकदम
Fight
खत्म
getting
भाई
close
last
to
round तो
lockdown as we head towards the first gun round. Same for a showstopper.
Yeah.
All of these big impact ults are very much well within the wheelhouse if they can get towards round 5 here for PaperX.
He got one away as well, but unfortunately just doesn't quite have the equipment, and well, he'll earn the ultimate not to be able to use in this particular round. Stemmed up Forsaken, taking
cover.
advantage of that one.
Crazy
Not expecting too
भाई
much here. Rifles versus nothing. Forsaken earns his ultimate, and we're just getting prepped for the next round as well. Ethan taking whatever he can out of this map.
Jing flying around as he's often liable to do, and
Head
despite
मारा
a
था,
dink in from
anti-
Ethan, that is a flawless anti-eco for PaperX. They are really running away with this game with a bit of a landslide to kick things off, but can only imagine NRG will only wait so long before they actually start to crack through with a gun round.
Yeah, NRG don't want to suffer the same fate Lev did against PRX on this particular map. For that to happen, we'll need to start seeing some real life come through from NRG soon.
सही है भाई full
See
cover
what they put together. You did mention they earned the runner back at the end of that last eco round. That can really be one of these ults that helps you simplify things a little.
Op
Part
and
off
on as
कर
well.
रहे हैं, let's
Marta wants to
go.
get something done here. Get to really get anything on board.
He will be holding that stairs line. Does seem like PaperX are heading in that
भाई
direction. Sky
क्या
Smoke,
push किए
little satchel up
hello
on in, and now you got the showstopper as a result. Does clean up Marta despite the refract. Ethan at least able to take Jing with him, but it's a
Okay,
good
वापस
start
गए.
for PaperX nonetheless. And now they're trying to read the position of the rest of the attackers with these Seekers.
Now, Seekers will reveal the bottom
चल
side
रहा
of the
है
map
कि ये
pretty
casual
comfortably
game में
so
चल रहा है
far.
भाई like
Scuba
पड़ी
gets
नहीं
away
है
though. He wasn't one of the
दो
players
मार
that got
दिए
revealed by the Seekers.
एक trade हो गया बस
Still 3 players alive for NRG, so work to be done here. They can get on site pretty comfortably for now, as most of these PRX players have fallen off somewhat, minus something which is in play. And
Oh, something भाई
He'll die for it towards the end, but the rest of the players.
भाई
no
time
issues there
transfer
for
किया
PRX.
उसने
5-0 and something unreal with his ability to get that 2K.
something तो
Disgusting off the
है
back of the
भाई
breach flash,
something
diving
तो
in through
है
the smoke despite being at a man advantage. NRG not quite able to get comfortable. And they
Aim
will take a
transfer तो था
timeout
भाई
as a result.
crazy
This has been a bit of a battery to kick off this game of Fraction from PaperX, a map that they're very familiar with, and it seems like they're going to run away with another landslide victory
बस
over an
enough kill निकाल लिए पीछे भाग गए और
America's
हुआ
team, unless
ये
you
सही
start
था
to
भाई
get some quick adjustments here from NRG.
Well, they certainly are
तो है
from the
कुछ
north
तो
side
है
of America, and that side in this particular game right now, 0-5 is the scoreline. But what a way for PRX to handle that aggression that we saw from potentially Marta setting up a bit of a line there, trying to catch a player up from PRX, and the instant util coming through, the stun, Jing wanted to get in, the showstopper, completely blowing up that setup from NRG.
See what the adaptations start to come through from NRG. You've seen them mostly lean towards that arcade side of the map and mostly hitting one side. hasn't really been working out too well for them. I feel
PRX
like
winning by
PRX have often
easy win.
been quite happy to stack that side of the map and play a little bit more retake towards A.
We saw that one round where they had an eco 5-man up dish, completely slowed down by all the utility coming through, particularly from Divine, Nano Swarms, everything else.
Yeah, look.
There we go. Again, a lot required here from NRG. Still waiting for that run it back, which needs to be an important ultimate here, but Nightfall also earned by Ethan.
Towards the dish early on here for PaperX. Once again, it's the guiding light up over the top of Arcade, but that's only really there to condition NRG, who are starting to walk their way into A main and take some map control.
Yeah, first time we're really seeing anything through halls.
Yeah, you got it.
Let's see what we can sort of find here as PRX wanting to make sure they retain control of Rogue's information found, and decent kills. Mana and Kiko finding their mark here. This is 5 versus 3. The first big opportunity for NRG, we would say so far in this entire half.
Fault line, a jump spot from Envy. NRG finally starting to organize themselves well and punish some of this aggression in the mid-round from PaperX. Puts them at a pretty massive advantage. Spike will be scooped up there by Brock to join up with the rest of NRG to have taken this A main control earlier, but Forsaken and Envy are already on this A side of the map and Device on the rotate.
Yeah, he looks like he wants to move off, so it does still have plenty of util to relay back it towards B. Nightfall coming on in. Will be spotted. Flash as well. He's got no chance. Bear flash potentially against NRG. Envy now. He have to at least trade his own life. 1 versus 4 now. Divide with a lot of work to do. No ultimate. All of his util still left over towards B. Was not going to get a single shot in there. Scuba will find his head right out of the smoke.
Yeah, nice adaptation from NRG. Punish all of that mid-round aggression and then just keep things simple. Pivoting back to where they took that A main control earlier on in this round. So a successful timeout. That will help them steady their economy going forward, because they're going to have to make their way to a lot of gun rounds against PaperX, who have had a bit of a blinding start here to Fracture.
Smokes there also cutting off a couple of players from PRX, making sure that the breach of Envy was going to be isolated, despite a pretty good flash coming through from them against basically all 5 from NRG, who some around on that board. Nightfall the only ultimate spent as well, so pretty cheap in that ult economy side, you'll say, is... Let's see what we get done from NRG. Back over towards Arcade.
Yep. Second on over here, trying to disrupt this one as the runner back comes in. Going to throw out his guiding light, but Kiko is all over it as see the dash in from Marta. In comes the orbital from NRG, just trying to zone them away. But in the meantime, you've seen Envy be able to at least pick up one and deal with the runner back as something is pressuring the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, okay, what can Scuba do here though? 2 players in front of him. With PRX really off-site, should be a free plant. Scuba, oh, he needed that. Cage should keep him alive for the time being for a little while. No support here for Scuba, so he just needs to be able to hold this on his own.
Oh, instant one-tap from something, though. That does not feel particularly good for NRG, who are now getting ulti dumped on the side. Out comes both the breach ult and the brim ult. Kiko's been able to find one, but that's a nice flash to set up something inside a tower. Very low here. The lion's share of the work has to be done by Kiko as the Brim Molly tries to delay the plant for a little longer.
Yeah, 2 versus 2 now. Operator have a divide. Maybe not the best in terms of weaponry for this. First tap on the spike. All fades. Device looking for targets. Something on the Brock. It's just Kiko left alive, and he just can't quite hit in something. Doesn't even matter that he's not on a duelist. He'll find the aim. He's got the sharpness of it. Saw how sharp that was up against Scuba. He'll make sure he'll finish up the last 2 players of NRG. And despite the spike being planted there, no dice for the round.
Yeah, very nicely navigated by PaperX. He pushed bottom side through A main right from the get-go. I think this opener was fantastic from Kiko, using the runner back just to be able to set up NRG for success, but PaperX mid-rounding their way out of a bad situation. The ulti combo on that site really helped them kind of narrow down where NRG were playing the post-plant from. And then something 9 and 2, just a phenomenal multi-frag from him.
And even the utility usage, I mean, you look at the orbital strike, completely isolating Ethan. You had the nade coming through, paint shells from Jing, followed by a flash as well. Now something. Just going to fire a couple of shots into halls, but here come the rest of the players. Almost had a collateral there. Theft now from Scuba to reveal the rest of the members. The rest of the members are coming in nice and quick for PRX.
Scuba inside of the cage. NRG fighting hard in towards Sandside, and they punish the flood so nicely. Read it with the neural theft, and they knew that PaperX really wanted to try to get in and take that fight before the spike even went down. It's all down to something, and he wasn't ready for Scuba to have slipped through already onto the A site. A second round for NRG.
Seems like the 2 rounds NRG have gone so far have come through from the fact that they can find some punish early, particularly over towards, you know, that's A side of the map. Find those early picks, handle the flood coming in through from PRX, and sort of twice in a row for the 2 successful rounds. That seemed to work out for them. B, on the other hand, has been a bit more of a worrisome part of the map. They've recovered 2 here. They can at least get 4 to 5. You'll say it's an okay half for them, but otherwise PRX looking for that 7 to finish up our first half to make sure they're in the lead.
Be a big round for NRG. Money is starting to get a little bit dry for PaperX after their landslide of victories to open up this half. Starting to run out of cash here. Op picked up by Mata. Hasn't really had a chance to get involved in this game. He's often just been dashing in and refracting in on the entry. Ethan's taking dish here. A lot of moves being made on the map by an NRG, who is just waiting for a reaction from PaperX. Forsaken looking for information with the Trailblazer.
We'll see just the one. Kiko, not really too much information there so far. A lot more movements starting to flow over.
समझ में नहीं आया उसने डॉग ऐसे क्यों किया?
Teams, you'd say.
क्यों जाके?
Well, Forsaken wanted to make that play happen.
मिल जाएगा 2-3 लोग तो एक ही देखा उसको सिर्फ.
Not going to be the case now. As time starts to run out, that smoke comes
Wait,
out
like,
just
like
as
कोई
Mata
push
had the
करे
line
ऐसा.
up.
Jing v Scuba on the bottom of the map does not go well for the Rays, unfortunately. Scuba really keeping that A main push in check, and I dare say that this is going to prompt a little bit more aggression for a PaperX, who just don't really have any info on what's happening on the map. They've got the A info line, but that's about it.
I mean, that's his huge kill, because now PRX have to commit a little bit more over to the A side, something waiting. But as time starts to dwindle, it looks like NRG will be finishing over towards A, just something to slow this one down. Rest of PRX. Wanting to stack over towards B. There's the first spot. Okay, Molly to slow it down. Haunt wall spot him, and they already knew he was going to be there. Pass, you shouldn't expect too much from something here. A little bit more aggression though from NRG, because they got to get the spike down. Time is running out here, and Forsaken's causing problems to Vice as well. Stops the Proper coming on through, and that just isn't enough.
Now Kiko really needed to win that last tool. Lockdown invested there from the Vi just to be able to keep things interesting, and if he was able to win enough of those tools, could have really created some magic for PaperX. But as it stands, unfortunately, NRG capitalizing on that nice opening advantage that they had, grouping up together, and even with the clock running down, they've thrown the kitchen sink at that round. They understand just how better than bruised PaperX's economy was, and winning that round is phenomenal for them to start to make a bit more of a resurgence into this first half.
Barely any time left, and they have to get that last kill, and Devi falls just in the nick of time here, so still trying to rescue the scoreline a little bit is going to be NRG in first. Time, we're going to see PRX really in the eco. Haven't really seen their money run dry just yet, as they want to get aggressive over towards the bottom side of the map. 3 players stacked up so far, and NRG walking to the turret.
Yeah, just Devi here. Doesn't have too much help. Mollied out of position, not much for him to do. Over on the bottom side of the map, though, that's a nice opening from something. Trips now down. Rifle looking to be picked up. Guiding Light will enable that, and Paint Shells even to push Ethan away. NRG set up on the side, but haven't got the spike down just yet.
Okay, here it comes now. One go to Jane, guess what? That's ultimate ready to go.
अरे लॉल टावर मार सकता है 2 बंदे हैं
one for this round as well.
अल्ट उसका रेस का
Someone's also one away, but might even be playing for exits here if they're going to play this one slowly.
Taken up on the line.
Oh, उसको पता है.
But not quite able to deal with him. The seize is going to slow him down. PaperX not really making too many moves elsewhere. Aggressive play punish. They're very much keeping NRG pinned into this side. Molly on the spike from the attackers, just trying to buy time and time out of this round. Showstopper invested. Envy is on the defuse. Something up inside of the smoke. Wrap around there from Ethan, and Mata closes it out with 2 more shots. Spike goes off. How many NRG players will survive at the end of that round? I couldn't tell you. But that definitely would have gotten expensive for them.
Showstopper kind of gave away false info there as well, because I think Jane thought he had cleared tower, but not to be the case. Throw that one in there. Dealt a bunch of damage, but no kill actually coming on through. You can see how slowly PRX ended up playing that round. The fact that they were even in position to actually make a play for the defuse, though, that's got to show that they have the capability. But 4 now found for NRG.
Very patient there.
GG's मैं जा रहा खेलने. Okay.
Fantastic for NRG. But they've definitely made a big dent in this round deficit that they accrued early on. So dinks down on towards the bottom side. Once again, Ethan trying to create a little bit of pressure towards Dish on his lonesome.
Divide back on A. Helped a little bit by Forsaken. Both teams not wanting to make any early moves. Last 2 rounds of this half as well. NRG looking to scoop them both if possible. So plenty of decent ultimates on the side of NRG. First bit of information now finally coming through. Does Marta?
Todos बैठे हैं भाई वो कर दिया.
Is going to layer in a guiding light there and recognize that there's at least a couple of players over here. Saturate goes on in. Very tight line from Forsaken. Gets legged out by the op as the Prowler pushes in back.
Okay, Nightfall coming on through. He'll catch maybe one player, not quite. Perhaps Forsaken, but he managed to dodge that one out in time. And the rest of PRX now slowly moving on in. First duel, Forsaken wins it. Scuba down. Onto site now, Divide trying to hold this one. Brock on as well. That's a spike on the floor, by the way. Doesn't look going down. Tomato, some damage come through from the Orbital. NRG is still pulling through a decent number of kills. 2 versus 2. The runner back is gone.
2v2. Something निकालेगा, something है ना.
Scoop up the spike.
Something मारेगा भाई.
20 seconds on the clock. Molly going down. Kiko with the late wrap over through onto Sand. Deals with something. It's just Jing by himself. He knows the spike hasn't gone down. It's an awkward exchange here for NRG, who are investing all of the Phoenix util just to be able to cross. Jing up close to the Blaze Wall here. Satchel trying to cancel the plan. Not quite able to do it. That's going to go down for NRG. Now they're just playing this crossfire off of Ethan.
Yeah, this is going to be so hard to do. 1 versus 2 through the wall. Double swinging. Jing doesn't even get a shot off. Dangerous situation, and we sort of remember the round where Devi ends up going down just before the time runs out, and Jing has to be very careful we're not just delivering his own life away before the plant comes on through. But a difficult 1v2, but yeah, we're really getting into the weeds of NRG's comeback on this first half now, because they were down by quite a few rounds.
Yeah. Look at that, 4 in a row. Very good resurgence after the tactical timeout. Got to give a lot of credit to NRG there. Paytm now really being made to sweat here on Fracture. Keiko has got the Outlaw. He's juggling that with the Vandal. Maybe kind of rethought his purchase.
Oh, भाग गया.
Top side, he's made it out of dodge though.
Okay, ये clear है. उनको पता है अपने ना है. ठीक है.
Yeah, Scuba's going to get crunched on, and NRG will make some moves now after hearing all of that noise. Still, look at Forsaken. He wants to go for the chase. Scuba's about to make his way onto B, but the spike and the rest of NRG looking over towards A. A big flank, though, from both Jing and Forsaken that NRG have to be a little bit careful about. First up, Marta versus something. Smoke starting to fade, and shot in first. Ethan, no response.
It's very tense here. Forsaken's found another one. It's a bit of a landslide of frags for PRX coming back in on this retake. Brock still alive inside of the site. Gonna drop the orbital. Hits 2 players from PRX, but unfortunately Divide with the last second shot, and Jing ready for the fight. It's a 7-5 here. PRX with their nose out in front at the half.
Yeah, well, unfortunate. Thought the orbital might have done a little bit more, but Divide too quick on the trigger finger.
Gamble type ही था.
Lol. Close out the half there.
वहाँ पर पता चल गया ना कोई है ही नहीं उधर मेन से ही आएगा सब लोग उधर उस साइड
doing quite well for themselves, but you got to give a lot of credit to NRG. I mean, that's what we know them for. Got great leadership, great coaching staff. So post attack timeout, after they made the adjustments that were necessary, is a much more competitive half from there. They are not scared of PRX's fracture here. They're quite happy to leave it in the veto.
And handling the aggression well as well, in terms of knowing that, okay, well, the first 2 rounds NRG won largely came off the back of PRX wanting to explore the map, wanting to take some angles, wanting to sort of fight for positions on the map, and NRG all too happy to receive that and punish.
I think NRG is the kind of team that stylistically we see a lot of the times when they play each other. They often force PRX to slow down a little bit sometimes. Quite happy to just sit back, hold some of the angles, and wait for PRX to make the move in the early to mid-round that they're looking to punish. You saw a lot of that from NRG. Scuba given a lot of space to kind of work on his lonesome. Marta with the offensive operator.
Would love to have seen a little bit more out of that op, unfortunately. You sort of mentioned that, but Marta didn't quite have as much impact on that first half as we would have liked. Particularly on the op side of things. I mean, the first round that we saw the op, he instantly got util pushed out.
Yeah. That's just attacking side waylay things, though. You know, you're not really going to be the fragging duelist on the waylay often. When you're playing, you know, Phoenix is definitely the one to be doing the majority of the fragging, to often be following up what is a dash refract a lot of the time offensively. Definitely want Keiko in this comp to be the heavy hitter, the one farming up all of the run-it-backs. But NRG, I think they're quite happy with what they've done, especially given the start in that opening half. Kind of halted the momentum of PRX as they head into their defensive half now.
hopefully a bit better showing from America's team against PRX on this particular map. The NRG the confidence to move forward and start to get the lead in the second half if possible. That should be underway fairly soon.
Let's see what we're going to get here from NRG on their defense. Expecting a lot of waylay getting on this info line. Wouldn't be surprised if they start to mix in the op yet again. Here we go into the second half here. PayPrX mostly set up on bottom side. Forsaken, I'd imagine, will just be applying a little bit of pressure here. He's got full utility on the Sky. Breach on the other side of things as Marta on the line with the Sheriff Refract active. Ethan opens up the door. He's going to jiggle away. Does at least spot out Devi, and there's Marta. Oh, that is such a quick shot from Devi to get the opener.
Yeah, we've seen that from Devi before. And Marta finds out. 5 versus 4 early on, calling over Ethan, also Brock.
Stomping away. Ethan almost caught on the cross.
Okay. Smoke to try and slow things down. Stun to cause a couple of problems. When do we get the explode? Finally it comes on through. Just the meat grinder. Both Ethan and scooping all the kills. Brock likes to dig into the kill as well. Not just Devi. He has the capability to get those kills. He got the first one. Of this potential clutch, and he's got another as well. Devi versus Kiko. Devi's got the hot hands. And I'm not talking about Phoenix here. Kiko's the one playing that. Has he got the capability?
Mike
hasn't been tapped yet. Kiko knows he can take his time with this one. He's looking like a little bit of a raid boss with the bandit and armor. He's got a lot of util to work with as well. Curveball and a molly. Devi really waiting for a mistake, but he's the one who has to make the first move here. Turret's back up. I think that's what he must have been waiting for.
30 seconds left.
30 seconds. Spike will be easy here. He doesn't know it, but he doesn't quite know where Kiko is standing and waiting. Kiko just waiting for plant at this stage. Turret will be the one spotting him out first.
Spike planted.
As the molly comes on through.
God! Bye.
And the clutch. Instant headshot. He started out with that one onto Marta. He'll finish it onto Kiko. Another pistol for PRX.
Yeah, you're kicking yourselves as NRG. They rotated so well despite losing that opener onto Marta inside of A main. They were ready for PayPrX's execute. They had a big crossfire on the side, but Devi very sneakily able to construct himself a 1v3 on that A side. He opens up the round for PayPrX and he gets it done by himself.
The smoke coming down from Brock, and then the meat grinder, Scuba and Ethan just doing work, but Devi coming on through and just diffusing the scenario. We get another early pick. It's Marta down again. Unfortunately, something. It's just going to make mincemeat of him. Ethan will at least get the orb away. That's all that NRG will get so far.
Trailblazer was at least fun to buy onto Scuba. 2 players spotted out over on that B side of the map. So you're going to get the pivot back across. Something quite happy to sit in dish side. The rest of PayPrX relocating to the bottom side. They meet up with Kiko.
He's going to have to hide there, and that should be a little bit of info, but do they know it's the exact corner? They absolutely do. They see the hands. This will be easy. Yeah, shouldn't even lose a single player to Kiko despite the wonky shots from Jing. Now the crunch over on towards A. Brock to try and hold on to this one, but Pistol not going to do too much good. Easy 9th round here for PRX, 5 versus 2.
One enemy remaining.
Might not even lose a gun. Indeed, they don't. 5 rifles brought through into the bonus is a very, very good position to be in. As PayPrX, NRG once again going to have to play the opening part of this half from behind. So we'll have a look at how their first defensive gun round does look, but I mean, they were quite resilient in the first half, so have to give them the benefit of the doubt for sure.
The real worrying thing was the fact that PRX did convert the bonus, which is, and then that ended up being 5 rounds in a row for PRX in that first half, and for NRG, wouldn't want that to be the case again. An opportunity here, potentially for Kiko to drop one gun down. But honestly, when you just have the classics there, it's a little tough. See what the bonus looks like for PRX this time around. NRG really wanted to win the first gun round of this half. Prowlers will get their mark.
Know that there's at least one player hanging around outside of A main. That's a molly being prepped for tower. I do think that they're just going to try to drop off Jing up there with the Trailblazer. Kiko under a lot of pressure, pushed out by the utility, and that's an opener for Devi inside of A main. He's punished the push from NRG on the other side of the map when the pressure was coming through into tower, and now NRG are reeling in their first gun round here.
PRX, they can just abandon B at this time as well if they want to go towards A, but they'll slow things down. They'll say, let's recommit. Force the rotations from NRG first. Divide can even go for a little bit more if he wants to, but on the other side of the map is Envy and Jing. Yeah, they've just completely dominated this, and we're seeing the first half Groundhog Day here for NRG. Just can't win that third round.
Yeah, it's rough. I mean, they were well aware that there was a player hanging around outside of A, confirmed by the Prowler, but Divide has just been on one. He's having one of these games. Been in some excellent form as of late. And when he takes over a game for PaperX, there's just really not much he can do. Brock last alive, trying to hold onto his rifle. Not spotted out by the guiding light.
Just wants to save. My man just wants to stay alive.
Down and out.
He's been spotted. Divide, he's going to go for a little bit more. And, well, just saw the back of the player. Brock shuts him down. Divide's got locked down either way. He'll be happy with that one. Brock's going to convert another kill.
Yeah, don't feed him an orbital. He's only one off at this point. If he's able to get one more kill, he'll have it. And I think his respect has been earned here as PaperX hitting double digits. Not able to bring as many guns out of that round, but when you win the bonus, I don't think you really care too much.
Yeah, I mean, you got so many rounds in the bank at the moment in terms of where this lead is going. You got Ultimate starting to come online as well. You got Divide winning a 1v2. Oh my god, that just cannot happen if you are NRG. Would love to see if we can get a POV on that one, but NRG taking their second timeout now, and I think they need it.
Yeah. And see what they're going to construct here around this singular save Phantom. Got to be some level of investment here for NRG to try to keep things interesting. They did manage to take some guns away from PaperX. They'd love to do some more economic damage, if not give themselves an outside shot of winning this round. But if things go the way they're expected, PaperX will be up 11-5 here on Fracture, and it's going to be a difficult position to come back from if you're NRG, given just how strong PaperX have been looking on this map lately.
And this is the PRX off out of the starting gates and into the immediate sprint we saw them take in London in the grand finals, just dominating on the opening map. But this one is definitely more competitive, but at the same time as well.
1-1 OP.
PRX are here for a reason.
All day. I
know they can just take this map away and get that immediate 1-0 in this BO3. NRG looking for answers.
Can't have a slow start for either one of these teams. You would be honestly a little bit upset that this is the opening game of EWC. It's a very stacked tournament, of course, but PaperX and NRG would probably be a game we'd be expecting pretty deep into the playoff bracket.
Yeah, Karo.
Well, half buys coming on through. Obviously, Brock did save over that one rifle. See if he can be the hero for this particular round.
Main taken again by NRG.
Okay.
Lockdown being invested on this B side of the map. PaperX playing it very slowly. Not quite rushing into B by any stretch of the imagination. Showstopper now picked up by Jing.
We'll see what they still have to clear once the lockdown has concluded. Obviously, we can see that NRG are going to be late to the party here a little bit as Jing wants to start that party. He'll go down, though. Doesn't hit anyone. The Showstopper again. It's Marta and Ethan getting on the board here. PRX are left hurting. They're the ones with the guns. And still NRG coming out ahead on that one. Not Scuba, though, because Divide is still managing to land these clean shots.
They isolated him nicely. Utility invested. In comes the Nightfall, though. From NRG, trying to complete this retake in from Gen side. Envy disrupting. He's got a nice crossfire in with Divide, but that player on the site has gone down. Divide now knows something on the wraparound. We have a really good flank timing here as we head into a 2-on-2. Kiko, that's a huge pick to be able to get across to the side. They know exactly where something is, but the movement is a little bit too good. Clutch needed for PaperX, and NRG will be kicking themselves, Kev. They put themselves in an excellent position there post-timeout.
And they barely had any equipment. They came through with the lesser money, just came out of the timeout, start with a 5 versus 3, ends up being a 2 versus 1. But unfortunately, NRG just didn't quite have eyes on where something was, so two players took in opposite directions and no ability to trade. Something fast enough to once again dragging that crosshair over, transferring onto the secondary, cleaning up the 1 versus 2. And these are the moments that will just set PRX aside ahead of the others and far ahead of NRG so far on this map.
Put a dent in the economy of PaperX, though. It was only a half buy for NRG, who now have a follow-up gun round with some ults to work with. Out comes the C's there in combination with the orbital. I think that's just going to kill one player outright. Ethan following up super nicely. And again, it's a 2-man advantage for NRG.
So this time, you're hoping that NRG will be able to navigate this 5v3 a little bit cleaner, but Divide is still alive. Something's still alive as well. Two of the biggest fraggers so far that we've seen in this particular map, particularly Divide. So the opportunity is still there. You can start seeing some clean rounds.
Jump spot, curveball to follow up. Everything going the way of NRG until something steps into the limelight, which is a very similar Story to what we saw in that last round. PayPrX volleyed off. Too much fire in the way, and they're going to pivot across the sand.
They burn some defensive utility away from NRG, but they themselves on the PRX side is still left wanting here. Something going to cause a little bit of noise, might cause a little bit more. You start to see Forsaken take the spike away. So for the time being, something wanting to sell this one. Won't sell it for very long because of Nero Theft. As NRG themselves will start to make their way onto the opposite side of the map. Still going to get past this trip.
Forsaken. Still with the trip nicely. This is a winnable 2-on-3 for PayPrX. Ethan in a great position in a crossfire with Scuba. Over on Heaven's side. Ethan very low, but Scuba playing off him nicely. Out comes the runner back from Kiko, but it's not even needed. Scuba getting it done himself, and NRG capitalizing on a two-man advantage that they weren't quite able to in the round previous.
A dangerous amount of players end up going down there for NRG, which goes to say that, you know, even with 3 for PayPrX, still very highly capable. 5 versus 3 and 2 will survive for NRG, but they get the round, importantly.
Let's see what we're going to get here. NRG have got a lot of work to be doing, and you can see that the money's starting to get a little bit battered and bruised for PayPrX. Couple of rifles to mix on in here. Orbital and Seekers at the ready as well.
Rolling Thunder 1 away. It's a big round for ultimates for PRX, but not much else at the moment.
PayPrX grouping their way in towards A main, joined up by Forsaken here. We'll see how many ults they're going to throw at this round. Try to make their lives a little bit easier. You can see that NRG are well and truly ready for the flood. Even the B players are playing retake, leaning in spawn side.
Doors open, Kiko on the J first. A lot of pressure coming through from Rogues, and looks like PRX still want to challenge this one, but they're just challenging into their own deaths. At least Envy will make his way over towards the site and get this plant. You'd imagine if he goes for it in a timely manner, but currently 1 versus 4. NRG will be able to pick up another round.
You can see the elbow. One off the Rolling Thunder. Peppered away through those smokes on spawn side, and Saturate doesn't quite connect. That gives him an opportunity onto Ethan, but the crouch peak is a little bit faster. That is 4 alive for NRG. And 11-7, honestly, is not that crazy of a scoreline to overturn here for an NRG who is confidently finding their way to advantageous situations round on round on round. Last 3 rounds in a row, they've been up in numbers quite substantially.
Could be a dangerous round as well. I mean, we saw the trap set up over towards ropes, but an opportunity for PRX if they were able to make their way into sight. Well, they do nibble on that hook that was put out there, wanting to really challenge for ropes as we get into the timeout here for PRX. Seeing what ways they can just buckle up for these last 2 rounds that they need to finish up map 1.
Feels like they're in very good form right now. Even the rounds where they're behind in numbers, they're keeping things kind of on a knife's edge. The individual players looking very sharp. I mean, that's a given when you get PayPrX. But still need to close here against the NRG that can be quite troublesome once they get on a little bit of a roll, especially with this kind of comp. I feel like Keiko's in quite good form on the Phoenix. If he starts chaining the run-it backs together, that's going to be a little bit of a difficult prospect.
See, it's about breaking that early chain of rounds that PRX have, and you see what happened in what we'll call the second quarter here, but the second half of that first half where NRG start to get it together. That time might just happen again now. 2 in a row here. Economy is starting to look a little bit safer. PRX were the ones that actually had a slightly broken economy, but those ultimates I talked about in that last round are still available now.
Absolutely. That's what I got my eyes on as well, and they're already prepping themselves for a B execute. Mata looking to disrupt. What an excellent guiding light, though. And NRG are just bumping into each other. Curveball, as well as the Prowlers, just trying to zone PayPrX away. So a little bit of a standstill in the mid-round here as PayPrX look to pivot back to 8.
So a lot of youth being thrown back and forth, plenty of flashes, and Mata will be the one that ends up falling there. As Forsaken will keep things busy over on the B side of things, including the Seekers. Wants to really sell this one, but slowly Scuba's making his way over. Brooks sniffing something through here as well. Not too sure where the direction is, but will just cover drop for the time being. Rolling Thunder clears the site. Scuba's first down, trying to dodge away from the ult, but running to the hands of Divide.
Yeah, he felt like he had a timing there. Brock spamming away as PayPrX have done a really good job this round. Kiko, though, applying some pressure from the flank could start to cause some problems and throw a spanner in the works for PayPrX.
It could have been really dangerous if something was still alive here, but now A-main control being taken away. NRG working their way up, still have Forsaken to clear on the top side as well.
Great stun. honestly. Still beacon down for Brock. Just jiggling away. Honestly, that's a decent haunt. They know where PaperX are playing from, but killing them is another story. 1v1 here for Kiko.
Kiko versus Forsaken again, the player that was unknown for the time being, and Forsaken will run the clock down. He's going to start making some moves away, but as the spike starts to get diffused here, he's almost looking to just stick this one, but that's going to be half so far. Time is running out. Forsaken's just going to run down the clock. Still gets the headshot anyway. NRG put that one close, but the 12 is still found regardless.
Every single one of these rounds, even if it's like a 3-on-5, every XVX is so incredibly close. Felt like Scuba definitely had a decent time. He dodged a Rolling Thunder so nicely, peeking through the sky smokes. I'm surprised he doesn't even get one there, and that is courtesy of Divide just being able to hold every angle, playing patiently exactly when it's needed. 22 kills for Divide. He's got a lot of help from the rest of the boys. I mean, whenever Jing is on the raise, that's who my eyes are on, but honestly, he's not needed to do a whole lot this game.
Yeah, I mean, when Divide's killing everybody, everyone else is just kind of scrambling to see what pieces they can still get in there. Speaking of which, Marta would like one of those pieces on his side of things, Operator on the defensive side.
Yeah, it's a similar kind of story here for PaperX. A lot of pressure in tower. What a util combo onto Ethan. Not much he could have done there. And that's an opening pick for a PaperX who have a little bit of control towards A main. Kiko once again has to overturn this round in the favor of NRG, pushing Forsaken off the line straight into the open arms of Marta.
Marta's in there. Kiko's in a little bit deeper as well. Burns his ultimate, the runner back, nice and early, but guess what? PRX are gone. Nobody's home. On the other side of the map now is where we got to play.
Marta scaled in. Orbital won't catch Scuba if he's going to play in that little corner there. He's dodged it nicely. This has to be hard cleared here by PaperX.
Yeah, Scuba's in a great spot. Do they see him? They do, but they don't quite get the kill just yet. Jing, though, wants to send out the rocket. He'll find Scuba. Still, though, players looking down for PRX and NRG. 3 versus 1. Jing has a lot of work to do here, and this is looking like it should be a good round for NRG now.
Anticipating a flank on top side, but he won't be given any reward for his patience. It's one off the paint shells with the satchel to work with here, and this is very winnable. Both Brock and Marta are a little bit worse for wear. If anything, it looks like he's saving.
Economy's not good. Look at the money. 200 in the bank for Jing. Most of the players
I would have expected him to go for it. I'm not going to lie. It's Jing.
He does have a good round leading. You know, it's 12-7, but
that's very sensible for Jing.
10 seconds left.
Sensible and Jing, something we'll have to get used to. Or maybe not. We'll see how the future rounds go. NRG claw one back.
Another lockdown for PaperX in the back pocket, though. 4 more needed to push us through into overtime. Definitely doable for NRG. Marta's having a tough time getting into the game, though. I feel like he's taking this arcade line a lot of the time, and he's constantly getting pushed away.
Yeah.
I think this tower side play has been very successful for PaperX. Either they're catching the waylay. Last round, they caught Ethan with just utility. I'm surprised that, honestly, NRG was able to recover from that. It was courtesy of a great hold from Scuba. Pixel perfect positioning. Doesn't get caught by the orbital. That's what you want to be seeing from your anchoring Cypher on defensive fracture.
Talk about arcade. I mean, that's where NRG want to put the pressure again. It's Marta once again on that line, but Tree is where PRX will start moving out from. That Prowler didn't get to see much, so good information for Ethan.
As he execute over towards B. Jing. Straight on in towards Canteen. I'm surprised he's even alive. Brock has found Envy in the meantime. This is just not going well for PaperX, and Kiko was undiscovered. Nice reaction onto Devi, honestly, and Brock has got him back. This is just going nowhere fast for PaperX.
Yeah, Jing had no HP to work with there. Now Forsaken has to do a lot, and he couldn't land the shots or something. Doesn't have the gun. So he's here to just maybe get a couple of shots in there.
He just wants one gun. He's just jiggling in the corner. Mollied out of position. Nicely done for NRG. A great anti-eco to give them their 9th.
Chipping away at it. 3 more to go. NRG getting a string of an hours. PRX desperate to find this last map. Will take the final timeout. It does seem like it just keeps slipping away from them.
Yeah. All 4 timeouts used in regulation. Giving NRG the respect that they deserve. These two teams relatively familiar with each other, even if it's been a little while since they last played.
Goes to show that NRG not out of it, despite how behind they were on the rounds.
Totally
both halves.
I mean,
really.
PaperX have had phenomenal starts to both halves, and yeah, I totally agree. I think NRG have been pretty good.
Puckett's just handed me a drawing of the US flag, so he's feeling it right now. He's back in NRG all the way, and well, 3 more rounds. Puckett might just be right.
Yeah, maybe. The, I guess, onus is on PaperX to close out this opening map of Fracture. It is their map pick. Left in the veto by NRG. Will have known that PaperX will be liable to be picking that, especially with how good. That will be the timeout elapsing. Let's see what PaperX have drawn up here. Do still think that they have the lockdown in the back pocket.
Yep.
So that's going to have to be something that they're considering for NRG. I mean, they have the orbital to potentially cancel that later on in the round. I will find. Don't think that's something they necessarily want to have to do, but if it comes down to it.
Last time we saw the lockdown, Devi used it quite aggressively on B side, just from the tunnel.
Again, pressure on the bottom side of the map for NRG, and conversely for PaperX, very much just trying to make some noise over towards Arcade. Cypher Cam dealt with, and Forsaken going to make his way into unders.
Marta patiently waiting for Devi as well, who, as a reminder, Devi got a double kill here not too long ago. And in fact, a couple of pings going on towards A-Halls. This could get dangerous for PRX.
Marta changing up his angle of approach. He is very much on his lonesome here. There's a couple of kill trips on the side, but that's about it.
Oh.
Jump spot out from Devi. Fault line onto the line is perfection. He's just being given nothing.
Yeah. Has to think about saturating that one potentially, but he has to exit regardless and throwing a shot out there, but still low HP. Nightfall coming in defensively. Ethan arriving to help out the fellas of NRG on this defense. Oral has well been dropped into smoke.
Something in the meantime. The players in Sand are starting to get in the mix. Envy is cleared. Marta out of the side. Scuba stepping through the smoke. Checked nicely there by Forsaken. Even if something goes down, and this will be the lockdown, just trying to zone Kiko away. Make sure he doesn't have any chance in hell at closing out this round, and he'll have to respect it.
Yeah, minimum. He's going to have to wait this one out. And then he's got to clear absolutely everything. Turret in Sand. Alarm bot in Hole. Obviously, Kiko doesn't have to worry about that part, but he does have to worry about walking to the high-low. Envy and Forsaken ready to go. They know the positioning now. And three at the same time. No chance for Kiko, and PaperX will take map one.
Yeah, nicely done. I mean, credit to NRG, trying to overturn two pretty big deficits at the half. They put together some good rounds of their own, but PaperX have been really, really hot on this map as of late. I think NRG putting up more of a fight than we even saw in the recent Masters Grand Final. And PaperX, I mean, map pick win for them, but we do still have Lotus up next for NRG. Honestly, I would really expect this series to go to distance. If this is just a 2-0.
Sure.
I think that would be the unexpected outcome, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, if this was a more dominant showing from PaperX, it'd be a little bit more worried for NRG, but the sort of resilience, the tenacity of NRG to keep that one competitive and really pushing it to a potential OT. I mean, we got close, despite the deficit that NRG were at one point in that map.
I knew it.
Speak
you
up,
got
Bucket.
me again.
Come on, man.
Got me again. Sneaky audio, man. Let's talk a little bit about this matchup from PaperX's side of things. Smooth sailing bright and early. You're up 6-1, 6-2, and then all of a sudden NRG came back. Can we talk about that first half? What did you see early on from NRG? Was it simply winning one round? How did they draw their opponent break?
I think it was attack timeout. Like, NRG's known to have really good leadership, not only in the IGL slot, but also in the coaching booth as well. And I think since they took that attack timeout, they actually made the adaptations that were needed to be able to deal with PaperX. They were able to slow the game down a lot. So I think that helped them out a lot.
That was part of it. I mean, we're sort of talking about the fact that the two first rounds that NRG got was playing it slowly, punishing the aggression coming through from PRX, players wanting to take positioning, and then just playing the player advantage after that.
And as we take a look at some of the highlights, I think the big round, it was Kiko, who already had 3, looking for a 4th and a 1v1, but he was bested. PaperX goes on to win the economy and win the rest of the game. As we take a look back at some of the key frags early, what do you see?
I mean, this is a key round for sure. Yeah, Devi, this clutch definitely changed the trajectory of this game, especially because we talked about NRG having slow starts to both of these halves, and with how close this game was already, you know, a 13-10, I believe it was. That pistol definitely could have made the difference for NRG to get them going a little bit quicker on the defense.
I mean, it's a lot of pistol and then into 2 more rounds for PRX. The fact that they got both their bonuses on both halves is kind of insane. That is really what contributes to the deficit that NRG found themselves at, leading to, it was a 11-5 lead, I remember at one stage. So yeah, really tough to come back from.
Yeah, I think the NRG, honestly, if they had won even one pistol, could have definitely had a better shot at winning this game. PayperX are no slouches on this map by any stretch of the imagination, but I think that the scoreline isn't really a good representation of just how good of a crack NRG gave this map.
I think one of the highlights for me is the Cypher knowing the perfect corner to hide in, avoiding the Brim ult, and of course, getting a big kill or two. As we close things out, though, we know NRG was close. They had missed opportunities. They will not have a second opportunity if you lose this next map, and it's going to be your map pick, right? So you just played PaperX's. This was okay. How do you excel? Where do you want to go next? And what are the expectations as Lotus is on the horizon?
I think they just need to win a pistol, honestly. They need to not have a slow start on both halves because Lotus is a great map for PaperX. They kind of invented that double duelist style on that map in particular. So it's up to NRG to show why they pick Lotus into this series and come in confidently.
Could be a big Brock Odin map as well. We know he likes to bring that one out on the Vice as well. But running into double duelist, we saw how deadly something was on the Brim. Now he's going to go probably on the Jet, so this is going to get wild.
Scumbags with Odins. You'll love to see it. I'm one of them. Come see me in matchmaking. In the meantime, let's talk a little bit about the PaperX player to watch, because for me, it's always Jing. He's going to be on the Rays, jumping in and going down to 1 health, still making it fun to watch. Can he continue to go this negative, though? He was 11-17. The man was aggro from start to finish in that game.
I mean, he's going to be on the Rays on Lotus again, so I honestly would expect him to have a better game, but you can see from the PaperX system, they got a lot of value out of the slower players on the team. They got Something and Divide both having a lot of impact for them. I think Forsaken was right in the middle of the pack, often just getting involved in the mid-round with the guiding lights and things like that. He loves to play the Sky as kind of like a pseudo-duelist at times.
Scuba, Brock, and Kiko all putting up some big numbers. Which one of those three do you have eyes on? Final question before the break.
Yeah, I mean, Brock, again, he's the guy that's going to be bringing the Odin out on the Vice here, but I need to see a step up from Mata because I think he underperformed on that fracture. This needs to be a better map from him.
Final thoughts. Will Waylay ever grace our stage again tonight?
Yeah. No, tonight? No, tonight, no.
Tomorrow?
Yeah, for sure. At some point in this event. Yeah,
Saturday?
for sure. Yeah, Saturday.
And Sunday?
Sunday? Monday?
Not Monday.
Not Monday.
No games on
We'll
Monday.
be back after this. There's no games on Monday. Mark the calendar. Game 2 after this. At time.
How long
It was like 10 minutes last time.
9 minutes and 30 seconds. Best of luck.
कल पहला मैच ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट्स का है ओहो जी वर्सेस MIBR ओहो ये भी क्रेजी है भाई फिर तो। Coated matches
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
I think it's crazy. Our fan base is like really huge in France. I think most of the people like already saw some events we did. So I'm pretty happy to be here. We missed out on Champs Paris last year. It's good for us to have an international event that we can play in front of our crowd, you know. I don't know if it's stress, but it's like, it's a good pressure that we have. We of course want to represent the country of our org. Also, like, I grew up in Paris, like it's a special city for me, so there is a lot of story about it.
We're extremely excited. We cannot wait for this opportunity. Obviously, we need to get out of groups first, but that's like even extra motivation for us to meet them all. It's our organization home country, home city, you know, so that's one of the biggest goals for us for sure.
Feels good to play here, of course, because Vitality French org and we're in France now, so it will be really fun to get into playoffs and share the stage with some of the fans too. I think that will be cool for everyone, one of us and stuff, and for me it will be especially, like, I am playing the French org. For me, like, it's a really exciting tournament, I think.
I moved to Paris when I was 7 years old, and growing up in Paris, like, I think has been a chance for me, because I don't think I would be there today if I didn't, like, if my mom didn't move to France. And as I say, that, like, yeah, I'm grateful for everything, you know, like, I'm trying to stay humble, like, work hard, prove by what I'm doing every day.
Our group is definitely the strongest, but I don't know, I feel like it's also probably the most exciting to watch. We have a lot of fans here and stuff, so again, will be cool to play in front of them and just feel the support in person too. French fans, especially when I'm watching like different esports and stuff, the crowd is usually like really good. Game by game, we have first KC, and then we'll see like who will play next. It will just be fun to see it.
I wish it would have been like with the crowds. Unfortunately, the first game there's no crowds, but I wish there was a crowd because there's gonna be Vitality fans against KC fans. It would have been so good, but it's fine. Still, it's gonna be an amazing match.
Welcome back. As the war wages on here in Group B, we see an early start for PayPrX, but now it's time for NRG to get their map pick. We welcome Avril and Pilsky back on the show. Pilsky, I want to start with you. You just saw NRG fall, but bring it close.
Yeah.
How can you blow out PayPrX on this map, Lotus? Is there a way to do such thing?
No chance, buddy. No chance. But I expect all three of the maps to be close.
Okay.
I got to be honest. And I have faith NRG can turn this series around. I think that we should be in for a 3-mapper. I will say, though, PayPrX are one of the teams that has had some of the best streaks on Lotus. They've kind of, invented the double duelist vice on this map that a lot of people copied. So they know their way around this map.
Do you think we'll see the double duelist on both sides of the ball tonight?
Not for this map. I think this is going to be another slow look coming through from NRG. They typically like to play the Vice and double controller in this map as well. So this is not going to be double duelist from them. They will have that one raise. So it's going to be a much faster look, I think, from PayPrX compared to what NRG will show.
What are you excited about coming into this one?
What am I excited about? I'm honestly I'm always excited for PayPrX. I'm just always excited to see PayPrX play. I'm excited for Jing to have a little bit better of a map on the raise, to be honest, because I think it was just kind of a role player on Fracture in that last map. I don't think he really was necessarily tasked with doing too much. And honestly, just for this matchup, like, this is a bloody barn burner of a matchup between PayPrX and NRG every time we see it.
Just excited for this match in general, this group in general.
Yes,
And we got the
you heard
two
from
French
Vitality
teams.
saying this is the group of death without
Oh,
a doubt.
100%.
Vitality may be on match point right now. I can only see like 22% of the left side of the screen, and I saw an 11 about 15 seconds ago. So I'm thinking they're in the final 2 rounds potentially here for Vitality. Would that be an upset at all, or an expected result with a 2-0?
I think it's the expected result. I think Vitality is kind of one of the better teams in EMEA at the moment. Carmine Corps is a decent team. They kind of be on struggle street. They did pretty well to be able to qualify for this event. There's a lot of EMEA representatives, thankfully, for Heretics coming through from winning the last year's EWC Valorant. So that really helps the region get a couple more of the boys over here.
And then after seeing what you have so far, it's just been 1 game. But are these your 2 teams to make it out of the group? Or do you think it's the winner of this and the winner of that match?
Oh, man. Vitality, PayPRX on paper might end up being the 2 teams. But I think NRG have a good shot in it. Honestly, this is the group of death because all 4 teams have a decent run of maybe having a look at getting into the top 2.
Yeah.
But whatever 2 teams don't make it out here, they understand, like, this was an extremely tough group to win.
Honestly, like, this group has 3 teams that could win this whole event in it.
Sure.
Honestly, I think Vitality, NRG, or PayPRX could all win EWC, to be honest.
That's pretty amazing. And we're going to see all of these matches. If you're just joining us, we are in group stages. To win, you really just need to win 2 matches. You advance to our top 8 in the playoff bracket. You lose 2, you're done. You don't want to start your tournament off with a slow start, and NRG wants to at least take this to a game number 3. Lotus is just a few moments away, and I'm sure we're going to be getting into this game. Agent selection, if you could prioritize 2, what are the most impactful agents you can bring onto this map? Starting with you, Pilsky.
I'm just going to say the double duelist from PayPRX, honestly.
Which duelist in particular? Do you still have to run a Phoenix?
Jet, something.
Raised Jet?
Yeah, Raised Jet. I don't think you're going to see them running Phoenix. And this is just kind of their quintessential comp. This is what they play all the time. As you called it, Kev, the stylistic difference between these 2 teams is the double controller. NRG playing a bit slower of a comp here.
It's also going to be Envy coming through with the Fade as well. I mean, typically we've seen on the PayPRX side, they've also played the Sky. So this time that's going to be a bit of a swap up from the PayPRX side. But otherwise, double duelist from PayPRX as expected. Just the 1 duelist coming through from NRG.
Yeah. I actually like the Fade better as a solo in it, to be honest. I think it gives you a little bit more flexibility in the Sky. Of course, you kind of got even lacking flashes a little bit in the comp. And yeah, that's how I feel about the Initiator. Yeah, no one's distracting me right now. It's
I think
fine.
Fade has been a little bit more common. Out of all the Lotus games I've seen over time, different metas, Fade has been quite at home on this particular map.
It is kind of the vintage duelist on this map. The Sky is kind of the off pick. I think, mixing flashes in. And I think in particular, PayPRX is probably the kind of team that wants to play the Sky a little bit more. They do like to play faster. Even back in the day, they loved playing the Sky on this map. I remember screwing them on this map and just getting bombarded by guiding lights and things like that. But I think the Fade, on the balance of probabilities for most teams, is probably a better inclusion. And I think I like the fact that they're playing it here, particularly into the Vice Viper, where you're going to be kind of denied a lot of info and you're going to have to be put through your paces working the map a little bit more.
Well, let's kick this one off. Lotus map 2, obviously lots of pressure over towards B as expected. It's NRG on the attacking side of things, something waiting on the other side, plenty of teammates.
Oh, there are 8 people in front B right now. Prowler and Paranoia going forward. Marta straight into the side. What a disgusting right click, but Jing able to at least trade back the race. So no smokes now for the defense, and NRG will slow this one down.
Yeah, that was a crazy shot. I mean, I think a lot of the times you probably don't make that one. You just sort of die in that moment, but not here, not today, Marta. Like I said in the pre-show for this map, he needs to step up here, and he has, at least for that opening pick. But what do we want to get over here with something versus 2, Kiko? And also Brock taking, or he already had a little bit of damage taken from a little bit earlier on.
NRG going back for second helpings. This is a bait setup for the player behind the double stack, as something is just diving and dancing around the mound right now, trying to tap down some of these players with the Ghost. Starting to run out of ammo here and dealt with by Kiko, but can Envy be the savior of this round here for PayPRX?
Yeah, he's hearing a lot of stuff right now. He's got 1 backstab kill, catches Kiko out with his hands on the smokes, but it's Brock and Scuba with the door open, able to get those trades. Just Divide left alone now in the 1v3. Low HP for Brock and also Scuba, so fairly winnable. We've seen Divide already get a clutch on that previous round, a map of Fracture rather.
You cannot lose another 1v3 pistol to Divide. He's just going to be living rent-free in your head as NRG. 2 of these players are 1 tap to the Sheriff. Spike going down courtesy of Ethan. Arc Rose is back up as Divide. Not sure if that's something you might want to place to try to find some information here. Ethan, first up to bat. Does try to pepper down Divide, but he's been allowed to cross into the site, completely surrounded. You can see Brock wrapping around to a waterfall side. It's probably not something you'd be expecting. Arcros has been invested onto the site. Divide creeping forward, but surely should get caught on the cross here by Brock. Not quite.
He's still in it for now. First tap on the spike. Arcros already used. Positioning pretty open here. Double peek from NRG would be strong. Time running out is a problem, and the double peek will, in fact, come through. Ethan for that kill. No clutch this time. Marta happy with that opening.
Yeah, perfection there for NRG, just giving Divide absolutely nothing. I mean, his respect has been earned well and truly by that 1v3 he put together in the second half. Pistol of Fracture. Explosive start to this.
With
that one. But look, NRG, they win themselves a pistol, and we said they needed to start these halves a little bit quicker, and that's a good way to do it here.
Kind of bad for something there, as he saw a lot of heads, couldn't quite connect those shots over towards Mound, and Envy probably would have liked to have gotten one more kill than just the sort he found in Kiko. Rubble side, all 5 up for NRG. And PRX here to match as well, just about 4 members. The first kill onto Forsaken. Okay, Marta, once again, first blood, 2 rounds in a row.
Yeah, dealt with over on Rubble side, picking in with the Horde, similar to what you saw from Ethan in that last round, but none of these classics are having any impact. NRG doing a really good job just pushing this anti-eco away. Divide with a Sheriff in hand, rotating in through spawn side, wants to try to trim down the numbers.
Oh my god, you cannot be doing that. Okay, that's a problem. Especially if he gets another one here, but disgusting shots so far, and something in there as well. They just turned this one around.
Pick from Brock or something. That's ridiculous with the Bandit. PayPRX are committing daylight robbery right now to complete an eco win in what? That was a 2-on-5.
Yep.
That was a 2-on-5, Kev.
I cannot believe that.
Legit.
Oh, the stars lined up. Couldn't have had a more perfect situation. Something receives the last 2 players who have no idea that he's there. I mean, he was about to get 1 freebie, and the second freebie was like, yeah, thank you, yes, I will.
That is just brutal, man. I feel bad for reacting, because we're right in front of the players. I'm sure they probably...
something to
mate, we are the only audience they've got. I mean, I just lost myself with dividing those 2 shots in a row.
I almost fell to my knees, I'm not going to lie. Regardless, though, Forcebyte does come in here for NRG. Prowler going forward, and PayPRX are very much fighting for this mount control.
2 casters falling to their knees in the EWC arena right now. The only audience that these 2 teams have got themselves. A nice TP in the Envy. You should have hit that one. That was almost free. 5 versus 4. He'll want that kill back. And Jing might just be able to get that kill back. Sees players, sees a spike on the floor. And Jing, okay, looking for number 3. He's got it. Oh, PRX styling on him.
Looking to continue pushing the issue. Jing is now on for the ace. Showstopper earned. And Kiko, who opened up this round so nicely with the little bit of a shrouded step, crouch jiggle into V, has got far too much work to do. Spike dropped outside of Mount. NRG trying to throw a little bit of a Hail Mary force buy into round number 3 after a shocking eco defeat. Or anti-eco defeat, rather. But I just don't know if there's anything that Kiko can really get done here. PayPRX with a gorgeous shutdown, and this is what we were talking about. We wanted to see a little bit more from Jing on the raise
We also said
Fracture.
Sensible Jing. He's not just running knee-deep in to try and get the ace.
Left.
Respecting the fact that still early days here, I want to secure the economy, not do anything too silly.
Yeah.
Kiko just wants to save the rifle, and the hunt is on for what it's worth. So maybe Jing will, in fact, get the ace.
We'll see if he's able to do that. Making a lot of noise coming over here towards Heavenside. He's the player in the position to do it. Kiko, this is just such a favorable angle for the Omen, though. There's no way you check this as Jing.
Their head, okay. Kiko probably dies anyway, but Jing would have loved to have been the one getting that kill.
Paranoia out, but Forsaken jumps straight on top of him. 2-1 for PayPRX. Another great start to a half here. Money will be broken for NRG.
Yeah.
I'm sure they will have had a sigh of relief after winning the pistol, but this is unfortunately going to be an emotional roller coaster for them.
Look at this again. The opening 3 coming on through. Marta just couldn't quite land it. And Jing ends up getting 4 off the back of this. Pretty gross, but more so than that.
That was a gorgeous arc rose from Divide, by the way. Blinds 2 players after they make contact with Jing and sets him up so beautifully.
Team play, perfect. And instantly shutting down the pistol even more so. Okay, getting into a nice hot territory here. Something Judge in hand. Plenty of NRG players in front. All on pistols, so let's see where the cleanup happens.
Aggressive dash on in. Something very much just kicking his feet, running around with the Judge, trying to get a bit of an anti-eco on. Envy inside of the site has a dark cover for safety. He knows that NRG are kind of halted up in tree for the time being, and the attackers once again will slow this one down. Not much to work with. Just classics and abandoned on Scuba.
Low HP on Martyr as well.
PRX,
happy to chill. See what Energy are going to do here. Share covering over towards Mound. B is mostly open, but Devi will be checking that one in terms of his own contact.
A deep sheer wall over towards C Mount, as well as a one-way. PaperX, even if they don't have anyone invested over on that side of the map, are quite happy to just lean towards B and A until it at least gets tripped here. Wall goes back up for NRG.
Through the wall is going to be Forsaken, spamming his way in.
Random fire.
And whereas you find one, you shall find more. You know, with all the classics in the eco, that all of NRG are just going to be waiting around the corner. Forsaken gobbles all of them up. One away from the ultimate. And a nice clean round.
Yeah, PaperX, excellent position now, taking no economic damage on this defensive side. Going to start running away with things. NRG once again going to have to take the hard road here. And just gun round by gun round work their way into this attacking half of Lotus. This is their map
ये जाएगा क्या? Third map जाएगा? 8 की watching आ रही है. Lou. कैसे हो भाई सब?
The real disappointing thing is, you know, you would have liked to have seen NRG get off to a bit of a rolling start, pistol, anti-eco. Maybe you lose the round 3. Maybe you don't. I know we've seen PRX on Fracture. Multiple rounds in a row to start things out with post-pistol, and see what happens over the B side again for NRG.
Front B cleared out. They want to try to sandwich Mal, but PaperX are already playing around that towards front B. Prowler does confirm that the raise is over towards the door side. Rocket pulled out, not judged well enough by Forsaken, who goes down, and something pushed away. In goes Jing with his own rocket, looking for Ethan, but denied outright. Ethan doubling up nicely, and this is looking very good for NRG.
Jing doesn't even get a shot in there. That could have been at least one kill coming on through, a little something more for PRX to work with. NRG now should be able to get themselves onto site. Still something to deal with here as the paint shells will just push them off. Haven't even had a chance to talk about the fact that something is playing on the operator here, and at some stage with the numbers in 2 versus 5, how badly does PRX want this retake with the op?
I think you just want to min-max the money. It's only early days, a lot more legs left in this half. NRG's money hasn't built up too heavily just yet, but they're looking pretty good, honestly. Spikes down, Scuba on the off angle. Might have a good timing here onto something, and if he could take the operator away, that's going to make this one a little bit more expensive for PaperX, honestly.
Yeah, I don't think something really wants to walk too far forward, though. Wants to hide away a little bit deeper on site if possible.
The
2 teams will handshake this one away, I believe, as you're not even really playing for exits here if you're PRX. You just want to hold on to what guns you hand. I say that, but Devi and Brock and Ethan will meet.
That trade actually gives 2 ults over to NRG. Both Brock and Ethan were one off. Brock goes down, gets him the Steel Garden. Ethan earns himself the Nightfall and will unfortunately fall to the spike at the end of that round. Not ideal, but still good enough from NRG, who now go into yet another gun round, knowing that they put a pretty big dent in PaperX's economy, and they've got great ults to work with.
It's a showstopper trade that goes in the favor of Marta, and not quite in the favor of Jingers. Ethan will be able to get 3 kills in that particular round. Really put the pain on to PRX. I mean, that's the 3 kills that puts PRX and just the 2 members, including Op, which is something this time around.
This is going to be fun.
Well, is ready for NRG coming through pillars.
Yeah, over on front B, that has been a pretty big point of contention here. You're going to have to have a Prowler and a Paranoid to push something off the line here. Rubble has been kind of soft cleared by PaperX, who will play the Vice over with a deep wall on 8. Something on the line here. The Fade is over towards main, so they don't actually have a Prowler to push him away. They're trying to throw out a dark cover. A Prowler will set him up on the line, courtesy of Envy, and NRG just going to respect it.
Heading over towards the A side of things. Only Devi here. Sheer wall being played in as well. As it's a big group up for PRX over towards Mound. Still yet to see where NRG want to really seriously start to make some moves.
Yeah, just playing retake A here. They still have the sheer wall, so they're quite happy to lean towards C and the front B info line. Door gets tickled by NRG. Does that give PaperX a little bit of pause for thought where their setup is concerned? 45 seconds. The attackers are not really budging an inch. Kicking off the B split now. No scope misses from something. He's able to pick up Brook. Hit by the Paranoia and traded out by Kiko.
Would have been gross if you got Kiko, but Kiko's happy with that kill. 4 versus 4 now. B is going to be the ending of where the site plant is going to take place. The rest of PRX coming through the door. And a big TP as well. Forsaken gonna have the off-angle potential here. Now he doesn't actually commit to the TP. Ethan onto Forsaken as he gets taken down from that door location. And it's been difficult for PRX to buy themselves into the retake so far.
Yeah, Devi needs to get involved in this round over from Heaven side. Only marked by Ethan. Kiko continues to jiggle here.
Oh, nice.
Find a pick onto Scuba, and they're taking a long time to get back into the site, but PaperX have at least got some trades on in.
Well, Jingle, if we hear the sounds of victory, and we do from Arda. Big shots in, Ray's going well. Celebratory paint shells, we lock in 3-3 now. Finding some real success on to B, where, hey, PRX have also been wanting to place more of their own resources on that side of the map. Something trying really hard to find value on this operator. And the no-scope just is, unfortunately not, it still gets the kill, mind you.
Well, it's just a bit of an awkward exchange at the end of the day, unfortunately. And Brock, even though he does go down, I think you're happy with the 1-for-1 onto something, especially because you've already been able to dump the Steel Garden. Wrap around from Marta was perfection. PaperX, it just felt like they had too many different angles to deal with running back into that B side on the post plant.
See if this ends up being a timeout here, but not getting into the next round too quickly yet. NRG not feeling too rough from that second round so far has been the one to talk about, with the eco win coming through from PRX really setting the table. NRG saying, it's fine, lose that one. On our way back on the future rounds and not going to let this one go as far into a deficit, or a deficit at all compared to where Fracture was.
I think they're doing quite well for themselves, working their way through this attacking side despite a massive slip-up in round 2. Honestly, they've just picked themselves back up by their bootstraps, and it's only courtesy of the eco being one that PaperX can even continue to buy here on the defense.
We can't afford an operator for something. That'll be one thing gone off the table. Brock Odin is back in play. A lot of util being exchanged here. Forsaken tucked away. Has to get, unfortunately, revealed the fact that he shoots the haunt, but Jing's the one that actually gets the kill.
Great open up for PaperX, who dominate that mount control. PaperX going to be put through, oh sorry, NRG going to be put through their paces. They don't have any more Prowlers to deal with any of these aggressive plays for PaperX. Box spam onto something, does at least equalize the numbers, and Scuba ready for the follow-up peek from Jingnet.
It's a crazy read, Ethan. Understanding that something or somebody will be behind that box and rewarded. But now look at this. Nearly had the second, but Ethan a little bit too sharp. For PaperX, Envy still in play though, 2 versus 2. Nightfall ready to go, and he wants to rip that one through. No issues. Brock now behind that same box, and he's going to take him down by Divine.
Nice one, nice one.
Doubling up here for PRX's 4th.
Yeah, good recovery from PaperX there. NRG not quite able to keep the streak of rounds going there. See Mount fight. Well navigated by PaperX. Had a lot of cheeky positions. You saw Forsaken up close towards that dark cover. Good turnaround for Ethan and Scuba when they were down in a 4-on-5. They were ready for that mid-round aggression. Honestly, if Forsaken doubles up there, the round would have been done outright, but the rest of PaperX pick up the pieces. It's just a very back-and-forth game of Lotus here.
Close margins as well. Obviously went down to a 2v2. Nightfall doing some work there, and Nightfall nearly ready again, but a Scuba onto something who doesn't get anything with the blades. Very unfortunate there.
Not ideal. Envy pushed off by the Viper wall. Well aware that he does have Odin in hand, and I don't think NRG are scared of it. Maybe they should be. Nice off angle. Paint shells and the Paranoia not really connecting too much, but at least making Envy uncomfortable enough for NRG to claim the site.
Do some damage on Brock, or even get a kill, but not quite there as Marta converts onto Forsaken. 2 left alive. Now look, we've seen PRX win a 2v5 before, but Devi and Jing gonna have to do a little bit more than that. It's only Devi left, 1v4 ultimate in hand, but what can he really do here? We know he can certainly get some shots in, but look at the money situation.
Yeah. NRG being very disciplined here. Both teams a little bit lower on the cash, so they want to maximize the guns and not give Devi any chances of completing this clutch, let alone taking more guns here.
Does Devi even want to go for it? That's my question, because it just doesn't have the money to play with.
Yeah, fall back into spawn side.
hold on to the Vandal, but consequently, NRG, who are also quite light on the cash, will get through this round with 4 guns surviving. It's a very nice clap back to even things up 4 apiece.
Early shut down against Something's Bladestorm. Everyone winning their ones. A well handled 4 versus 2 there, making sure the clutch is not going to be possible. So once again, we find ourselves all evened up 4 and 4 on Lotus. By the only gun in the hand. See what the rest of the economy looks like for PRX after this.
Too much for Envy to do that. Especially after something goes down right at the start of the round.
Oh, that is not the economy look you want to see for PRX.
Yeah.
Quite a bit better for NRG. No blades for something, obviously, and a TP that could have been a death and will end up still being a death for Forsaken.
Yeah, I mean, he wanted to go for the progression smoke play with the Hort to try to scan somebody going across to Rebel. It is a PaperX classic to throw out those dark covers and try to dive into them with the Omen or the Raze. In this case, though, as mentioned before, NRG very, very familiar with PaperX and all of their antics and quite happy to play around them.
Desperate to find that gun there, dropped by Forsaken. And the hand-me-down will not be passed over.
This is going to be a very, very good half for NRG, especially after they get E-Code round 2. Like, they're going to go up 5-4 with massive economy. A lot of ults coming off online here towards the tail end of the half. Like, I'm very, very impressed that they've been able to actually put themselves in a winning position on this attacking side of Lotus, given how it started.
I mean, the same situation on Fracture would have led PRX to quite the lead, but here on NRG, they're about to find the 5-4 here, especially with that kill into Envy, and still one gun left in the hands of Devi, and at the end of this one, he has to start asking the question again. Does he just go for the save?
30 seconds left.
Potentially so. Not much for something to do there. NRG starting to really condition this A site. They've been kind of battering down the door in this part of the map a couple of rounds in a row here. Seen PaperX with a very, very quick opening towards A that has been pretty unsuccessful 2 rounds in a row. Something's Bladestorm, and then you saw that cheeky little play trying to go for the Haunt scan. Have to maybe try to rethink the approach, maybe, especially with the Steel Garden, move the Vice over to play retake A. It's definitely a viable option. PaperX have had a fair bit of success kind of fighting in the middle of the map and dominating C Mound.
That'd be an okay time for a timeout for PRX as well, as they will recover some of their economy for that next round. And a couple of ultimates to play in there. Showstopper I'm looking at. Both of Vices looking at Steel Garden here. Contact found Devi. Okay, he's happy with that one. How much of a chase did NRG want to go on?
They've got really great money, so honestly, they can throw as many guns at this as they want to. As it stands, don't want to go through all of the effort and the trouble of digging a Devi out of a fully set up
close
C-site.
close match.
And NRG claimed the lead here, 5 and 4. Only a couple of rounds left to play, and NRG have got plenty of money. They've got plenty of ults to play with. Really, the onus is back on PaperX to try to conjure a little bit more magic, because they've been falling flat in the last couple.
Yeah, a couple of opportunities there. Something, like you said, not much to do, but maybe a cheeky headshot would have landed in a kill. So no timeout, but PRX still, again, really needs something out of this. Their economy is in the dumps and something back on the up. Half armors across the board for everybody. Can't even quite afford everything now. Has something would like a shot here. Dash ready to go, but NRG do not bite on the hook.
Forsaken peppering down at least one player outside of A there. Scuba a little worse for wear, but the regen shield will help him come back up to a little bit more of a healthy status as NRG looking to pick up the pace towards C here with the Nightfall.
Haven't seen much out of C for NRG so far, so this time they're going to really commit into it. Shit will slow things down. With the Nightfall in play, PRX fully respecting something is ready once again. Paranoia will be pushing players off slightly, but just no one in the sightlines. He will reveal the operator once more.
Yeah, Steel Garden's getting traded, waiting for the Raze ult to kick this one off in combination with the Paranoia. In goes the Viper's Pit from NRG. It's a pretty deep one to try to zone Waterfall away and make things difficult for PaperX.
Here we go, showstopper Jing. That's the opening he was looking for. But doesn't see Swebbing flashed out. Mata gets the kill. Divide gets the trade. So there is still a 4 versus 4 and against something. He wanted that operator kill for so long. Gets it onto Kiko. Opportunity now. Envy onto Brock. 2 left. Scuba and Ethan to hold on, and they can't do it. Scuba needs to do a lot of work here. But something's got his number. We're back to evens, 5 and 5.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised PaperX was able to put that retake together, given that the showstopper had 0 impact on the retake there. The pit ends up kind of working against NRG. I understand they were really trying to dig their heels into Waterfall and give themselves an avenue to play towards long, but unfortunately, it just ends up being a big smoke to obscure the fact that PaperX are on the spike.
Mata flash here is on, makes it easy for Divide to be able to get that trade.
Good stuff inside of the pit from something. It's not easy to retake into a pit with an operator, I'll tell you that.
Like I said earlier, PRX needed to make that one work, and okay, let's just get this one underway because Jing already wants to take some early control, playing off that smoke.
That's a classic set play from PaperX, going fishing for a pick outside of C, but unfortunately not able to get it. Scuba lurking outside of A here, has Defiant something to contend with. Not sure if something caught a whiff of it. Indeed, you see the ping come out, but with the wall going up for Scuba, he's going to be able to skulk away as NRG start to work mound control.
Okay, here, clearing rather. And Forsaken doesn't TP out in time. PRX dropping their members over towards C. Now the wrong rotate has to happen, Jing. Late to the party, unfortunately. Oh, Vice Util stuck on the opposite side of the map.
I will not guys. Hello, this way. Welcome to the stream, mate.
Have to take a long way back on into it. That is ridiculous from Jing.
Welcome,
Waits till the last minute, and Mata not respecting the boom bot.
Yeah, if he shoots the boom bot, unfortunately, he just dies to Jing's swing there. So lose-lose scenario, and perfectly played by Jing. Makes the retake a little bit easier now. 4 versus 4, no ultimates though. On either side, Prowler in first. CT clear so far. And Scuba, like you said, on for the long flank. Wait for that activation, but he needs to get in position. Something big shot into Ethan. Divide gets a kill to Brock as well. Okay. 1 versus 1.
1v1.
Does he have the shot? Oh, Scuba's gonna come in. Door's closing. Door is closing, brother. No, he's just gotta give that one up, I'm afraid. He's gone. Can't even leave the site. That door timing's wild.
It's perfectly played there by Scuba. Just tapping the door. Divide just endlessly waiting for him to peek. But never quite gets the peek that he was looking for. And NRG, nice open plant for them. I think Scuba was so far away, I was getting a little bit concerned he wouldn't have a chance to get involved in the round, but plays it perfectly in the 1v1. Forsaken, fortunately, out on an island there. I mean, yeah, that was fantastic from Jing. Honestly, PaperX, it's crazy that they keep making some of these rounds so competitive because they were so far behind positionally after they lost Forsaken there. NRG was basically given a free C site.
The push.
Here we go, once again, making similar plays here, but this time it's Mata going in on a 1 HP, he survives. Takes down Forsaken once again. Big trades happening still on Mount 3 versus 4. Paranoia doesn't get as much as you would have liked, but Kiko will find Divide regardless. Now something has to find this next shot. Dash is about to fade away, and 3 minutes from NRG is too many.
Not much for Envy to do there. Well traded by NRG. What a resurgence to get 7 rounds on the attacking side, given the fact that they get eco'd after the pistol. Really, really nicely worked. Could see why they picked Lotus into this series.
Attacking
I'm
easy.
feeling good for them, man. They're going on to defense now. They're playing Senti double controller. I'd imagine that they're going to be quite pleased with themselves.
Starting to really win things over towards that mound side of things as well. Those last 2 rounds,
जीत जाएगी भाई.
and something.
नहीं तो मैं सेट हो जाऊंगा.
He had a couple of the op kills, but not really dominating the map or controlling the spaces.
जीत जाएगी. अब तो attacking है PRX का. Defending था ना.
Like you said, the big recovery from that second round is really the story for NRG. And we already saw their ability to recover on Fracture.
Good off, bro.
Unfortunately, the deficit ended up being a little bit too big for them.
Despite the fact
that it took a couple extra timeouts from the PRX side to even dig in for that 13th round here. Lotus finished that first half with the lead. Feeling a lot better about their chances. Feeling like we can definitely go to a map 3.
It's up to PaperX here. Another pretty close half. More than serviceable, swapping back over onto this attacking side. But they have had a change of Enit. I think that does kind of help them in some regard. The fade over the sky will help them, as I mentioned before, kind of work the map. It's why it's a very, very popular choice of initiator on Lotus in particular, on a lot of 3-lane maps, because you can just solve any question mark that you need to by throwing a Prowler. You need to take B main, throw a Prowler. You need to take C mount, throw a Prowler. Clear rubble, throw a Prowler at it. Use the Haunt on cooldown. The sky will allow you to be a little bit more explosive, you know, which is how often, I mean, PaperX do like to play. And I think a lot of teams like to play that mimic this kind of Raze Jet burst comp, because the Guiding Light just gives you more burst potential. You go from contacting, making no noise at all, to Guiding Light, Satchel Dash straight into the site. It's very much faster than a Fade will actually offer you.
Sounds a lot more like PRX's traditional playstyle as well. Double duelist, explode on with some flashes coming through from your sky.
I mean, the problem is, though, that as you kind of mentioned before, they're playing into a slower comp from NRG that has a lot more stall and a lot more util. You're fighting into a Vice that's going to give you some problems on the dive, less problems than if you were running something like a Neon. But even, you know, Viper Omen, going to be troublesome regardless, though. We're going to have fisticuffs here over A Rubble right off the bat.
We'll see how PRX manages this situation. 4 members for NRG on their side, and one scan already out on Tomatoes. That location has been revealed. The wall's going to slow things down somewhat. Util damage from all angles. So is Brock.
PaperX not liking the way that A is feeling right now. Taking a little bit of a chunk out of Brock and Marta, as mentioned. So I feel like they kind of win that exchange to some regard. Marta taking a little bit of risk, looking for information, punished by something to give PaperX the opener.
And PaperX slowed down, walked back a little bit, then re-entered. Now NRG are interested once more again, so looking forward to play off. Door tagged as well. Brock, reminder, one of the low HP members.
All of NRG are here though. PaperX ready for the swing with the Paranoia is excellent to make them very uncomfortable. Paranoia back in response for PaperX. Very much fighting for control of Rubble here. this will definitely decide the pistol round. Scuba with 2. Into a 1v1. Can divide clutch yet another pistol for PaperX. Swing in from Scuba. Oh, and a 3K to give NRG yet another great start to a half.
A big celebration from NRG as well from their side of the stage. Second pistol picked up in this map, and question now will be, can they actually convert that into a string of wins? That second round eco from the first half still in the back of everyone's mind here. But obviously, massive trades back and forth over towards Rubble, the re-entry from PRX as well. But a 1v1, Scuba takes away from Divine, who's been so sharp today in the series. And Scuba showing, okay, I'm still good.
PaperX with a couple of upgraded pistols here on the eco. Divide can't do much against an Outlaw on an angle like that. Up inside of the progression dark cover here. PaperX wait for the door to close before they make their next move.
Yeah, Marta's already basically cleared over towards Mound, relieves pressure away. NRG starting to rotate. Now the opening coming through, that is going to be Paranoia, dodged out. Kiko would like to hit some of these shots, get some damage in there. Forsaken on 1 HP. Now they're just waiting for Kiko to see if that can be a kill. Ethan looking over towards the left, but doesn't quite manage to get a shot into play. Jing cleans up, Scuba gets Jing down, and now over towards the drop. Just back and forth, 2 versus 3 now. Still plenty of damage, even if PRX lose the round. But will they lose the round? Now they probably will.
Yeah, brute flank from Brock and Scuba. It's coming in tandem. I mean, the Lemmings made it into the side. Actually took a couple of guns away from NRG. They were in pretty good positions to just shut that down outright, especially with the easy opening peek over on Mount side. But PaperX do a good job keeping it interesting. Put themselves in very annoying positions. I mean, you can see them kind of tucked in under drop here. That's not easy for Ethan to clear.
Yeah, frustrating death for Ethan on that one. Well, the rest of the players in a good position to finish things out. No shenanigans from Forsaken or anybody else. It's the last couple of plays alive for PRX. This is one of the biggest deficits that PRX has seen for quite a little bit.
Very close on the C's laid there. Almost had multiple players caught on the side of NRG. They dodge it nicely up behind their Viper wall, and now an immediate pivot back towards Mount for PaperX, but that's where I'm having a look at this Vice wall. Going to be a little bit harder to break through that.
So Boombot Prowler clear coming through from NRG. Make sure no one's Rubble that allows now Kiko to move over.
I saw they've got the Paranoia in the right position here, but Brock's only got a Spectre and a lot of work to do. There's the burst into the site that I was talking about, the TP up on top. Not necessarily ideal for Forsaken, and these are some awkward duels being taken. A lot of players here for NRG, but PaperX finally break through.
Okay, Ethan and Marta. Okay, they're really getting some good damage in. There's something on basically 1 HP here. Just a big flank. PRX weren't ready for it. And now something is just going to end up potentially saving this one. He's just...
Dead
Well, it's a 1 versus 2, but the HP
Time-
situation is rough. He's going to go for a potential long flank.
शायद ले
Just
सकता
barely
है
enough
भाई
time.
शायद
I mean, that could seriously work out. I don't know
Oh,
how tucked
okay.
behind the
Oh,
box
देख रहा
Mata
है
is.
Dead
He's
है
ready
एक
for
गोली
it,
खाई
though.
है
Very much clued on.
Wait.
And that's a 10th round
एक
for
गोली का
NRG. Bonus converted. They are running away with Lotus right
timing
now.
है
Yeah, this is looking fantastic for NRG. As honestly, before the flank from Mata and Co came on through onto door, it was looking PRX's way for quite some time.
But that's where you look at NRG, not only the Vice Tech with the wall, but also just how annoying they were being for PaperX to kind of isolate and hunt down inside of the site is exactly what allows for that door open to be so
Door
impactful
खोल
on
के
the
दो
flank.
ले
If
गया है
PaperX had made it safely into the site like 5 seconds sooner, that's probably their round.
Well, PRX facing the pressure now will be taking a timeout. They are quite in the hole in terms of the round deficit so far. And a 1v2, that's something really would have taken a lot for him to win that one. And heads up play by Ethan to consider the fact that he might be getting long flanked. And as these rounds go by, it's looking more and more comfortable for NRG, and the likelihood of us going to a map 3 is starting to look really real.
Expect nothing less from this series. PaperX have very much dug themselves a hole here, though. Coming out of this timeout will be on a half buy on this attacking side, where it feels like they're getting shot down more often than not by NRG, who are playing an excellent game here. Very well-rounded performance from pretty much everyone in the server as well. Like, no one is really lagging behind.
Third में पाएगा
From both teams, really. No one's, as you say, really running super far ahead like Devi was on Fracture. Odin out for Brock this time around. Something feeling himself on the Marshall. Seen him do some magic on that before, but here we go. Omen versus Open first and foremost. Does that Prowl actually get a bit of a sightline? Maybe.
Forsaken tried to dodge it.
लगा वो
Kiko
शायद
saw his cape going inside of the
Brock
dark cover.
लेंगे
Unfortunate. Disgusting off angle here from Brock.
Second मार सकता
This is what we know him for.
And that Prowler certainly will be able to see Devi revealing the Odin through that wall as well. Bit of a clear coming through. The rubble side from Envy.
Mata. Outlaw out yet again, looking to farm himself up a showstopper. He's halfway to it. Little taps on in will make a big difference in getting a rocket going a little earlier on. Something over on the other side of the map. Sees the sheer wall. Dash active.
You can tell that shot put the fear into PRX as well. Okay. Tap the wall.
I have the spike.
Trigger the orb as well. Just wait this one out. Slow things down. 40 seconds left to play through. End on C. Playing pretty far back is going to be Scuba and Rourke.
Yeah. Quite happy to let PaperX come to them. Only Sheriffs and Marshals in the mix here as the Paint Shells tries to clear out Pillar side. They will be able to at least make it up onto the site and maybe even get a plant here, but how much more success can you really conjure as PaperX?
Well, they got to go for that plant sooner rather than later.
Oh.
Big damage. Brock finds his mark onto something. Inside the smoke, no problem. Scuba on the Devi as well. Now Jing.
Jing मारेगा नहीं
Yeah,
One
just
भी
see if we can
नहीं
get
हो
a
रहा
kill here or two.
एक kill या 2
Hope the
kill
economy-
शायद से
Nice
Dodge.
tap. Also building himself up a showstopper. One off now, courtesy of those 2 Sheriff shots, but NRG will complete the retake nonetheless.
11 found.
Nice one भाई मैं भी टूर्नामेंट से ऑब्जर्व करके डायमंड गया हूँ बहुत हेल्प मिलता है ये सब देख के गुड जॉब फन भाई
NRG was able to make a little bit of a comeback. PRX, after that tag timeout, we'll need to think about where this is going to go.
Going into their attack timeout, there definitely would have been more so chatting about the adaptation and heading into this gun round. So let's see what they've prepped up here. The half buy is one thing. Plans may have changed, especially when you're considering the orb control. You're now one off 2 pretty big ults here for PaperX.
Yeah.
It's up to NRG to kind of deny those orbs.
Operator in hand. Something. Really keen for it. And Kiko a little bit more. Good spot on a Forsaken. Knows his tricks. Knows where he's going to end up being with that TP.
Just a flick one tap. Devastating to lose your smokes on the attacking side 5 seconds into the round. Just a disgusting shot from Kiko. And anything that you discuss on PaperX is very quickly getting much more difficult for you.
Yeah, it's going to have to end up being relying on the Cloudburst smokes or relying on that Nightfall now. His Devi is under pressure. Oh, he's lucky to survive that scenario. In fact, he was looking for that kill.
I'm surprised he almost got Mano there. Honestly, had no business being doing anything at that point. 3-on-5 here for PRX. Off angle from Scuba is looking pretty dirty.
This round is
a dumpster
fire. Hate to say it, but kind of in the bin at the moment. It's Scuba just drops something from behind his neck.
Yeah.
I mean, what do you do here now? 2 versus 5. You don't feel good about giving up the round. It's about to be 12 for NRG. PRX kind of in the bin at the moment. This was terrible for them.
Yep. Only thinking about Breeze at this point. Picked up by Envy. 30 seconds on the clock. I feel like I'm watching the Masters Grand Final all over again, like a stop map for PRX. Oh no, we're so back. We're so done. Hopefully on Breeze, we
just speed ran Fracture straight to Lotus from the Grand Final, really. We're skipping the 3 maps in the middle. Time this one out. PRX, it sucks to be in a position where you got to save on this round to give the 12 over to NRG.
Especially after the attack timeout. Brock entering with the Odin. Little bit of a jiggle for Ethan there. They're well aware where Envy is, and he won't make it away with the operator. So something will be a little bit more empty-handed. And PRX, they've got all of the odds, but none of the money up against map point here for NRG.
That round went from bad to worse with no recovery on the op. It just starts, like you said, you lose Forsaken like 5 seconds in, smoke's gone. Something trying to make something happen over on towards B and just gets dropped from behind, no chance to recover that. And they're basically on 5 ults.
I mean, that's the kind of round that NRG does, though. I remember that America's like lower final, I think it was, against MRG. Where it feels hopeless. He gets spammed, In goes that showstopper for Jing.
Let's see if we can find some hope. Jing really looking for it. Just going to have to throw that rocket out. Lots of ultimates being played in, and something again just doesn't really add anything as Ethan drops him almost immediately. Brock on the other side of that door, spamming on through. Jing made his way onto site, but they're just losing members. They're just continually losing more. NRG are going to make this one look easy. 2 left, down to 1. Forsaken versus the world. And despite the rocket going sideways, NRG is the world. Forsaken can't even run. 13-5. NRG clap back.
Yeah. Really, really nice recovery from NRG. I felt like they were definitely competitive in that first map.
Rough starts to both of the halves. I think they very much showed their quality here on Lotus. Both halves definitely look like the better team, and PRX a little bit sheepish, unfortunately, showing some of that map-to-map inconsistency that we just saw over at London.
Second half, they were gone. I don't think they won a single round there, right? And multiple opportunities where they're trying to find anything to work with. Operator not getting anything done for something, sadly. That second to last round, like I said, was just heartbreaking watching them have to save. Yeah. Giving the 12 over. You hate to see that. Howdy doody.
Hi, Bucket. You want to use mine?
Hand signs. Sign language.
Yeah. I'm just enjoying this, honestly.
Hey, game worker, bro.
There we go. Hey, bro.
My producer's like, you're live. Just talk. I was trying. We're going to go to some highlights. Let's take a look at some of the best moments from this game, shall we, gentlemen? Because you told me you cannot blow out PRX on Lotus.
Oh, sorry. My bad.
I just witnessed a blowout.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm a fraud.
Yeah, let's take a look at why my guys were able to step up for the great USA. Pistols galore. The raises out of the gates. You'll love to see the satchel fights. The team shots were able to go in NRG's direction. I mean, this was a crazy round, though.
This was like the best round, but after this, it just gets bad for PRX. You start out so strong. Insane divide plus something moments into this Jing 4K that nearly ended an ace.
This is where the PRX highlights end.
That's what I'm saying. After this, it's all NRG highlights.
We got judges coming out, headshots galore. Who had the biggest impact as this game swung back in favor of NRG?
Literally everyone. Like they might have had like 1 or 2 kills between them. It was a very well-rounded performance for NRG. Honestly, I felt like everyone had their moments. Everyone had a fair degree of impact. And like I said, like NRG, when they're this well drilled, on their defense in particular, they make your life a nightmare. We saw it in that second to last round for PRX, where you're just losing 1 or 2 players before you've even kind of made it through the opening parts of the map.
I was quite impressed with Ethan, honestly. I mean, we saw some really smart plays there, able to just sniff out members, not losing to random flanks. 2 versus 1 against something, just understanding, okay, big flank is going to be there, finding him behind the box as well. Ethan just had eyes all over the map.
Is Fade a happy way to play if you're an NRG fan?
is Fade a happy way to play?
Yeah, you bring her out every map?
Yeah, well, not every map. You know, she's good on some maps. She's you'll play other things on other maps. But Fade, I mean, they're pretty good on the Fade. Ethan is a very flexible player. He can kind of play any initiator that you really need to be playing. And I think, honestly, I was surprised that Fade came out for PayPrX, and it doesn't seem to have gone particularly well for them, particularly on that attacking side. Like, I understand why they went for that, especially against double controller Vice. Like, they really want to work the map a little bit more. They want to have more kind of answers to just simplify the map control. But I felt like they probably just needed to burst more, and I would have probably liked to see a Sky.
Which, you know, like I said, maybe a stylistic difference there and a mismatch in terms of what they would normally do. Double duelist Sky, a bit more bursting, explosivity with the flashes and your two duelists getting into the mix.
Especially playing into a Viper. Like, just flash to the Viper wall, bro. Yeah.
The Viper causing problems. We'll see if the controllers continue to crush. 13-5 is a nice score. Can we do it again, or are we going to go to ultra overtime? We're already overtime here on the set, but I'm happy to stay here all day with you two gentlemen. I don't think we're going to breaks. We're just hanging out for a minute. Avril, how are you feeling?
I mean, we're going to full 3 maps of the BO3 between PRX and NRG. This is what we wanted. We might be staying extra. The fans might be watching a little bit extra here, but this is the game that people were waiting for, and it's delivering. We're going to all 3.
Absolutely, and I didn't even write down our third map because you were so confident in PRX. So talk to me about how this map was decided through the bans and protects, the veto process, and who should have the edge statistically coming in.
I feel like it's an up and down map for PayPrX, but if they're kind of clicking today, then they should be reasonably confident on it. Like I said, both of these teams can kind of play all 3 maps in the veto. As far as I'm concerned, I'm just hoping for a third map Gigabanger.
Yeah, I'd like to see, you know, obviously I think the Jet's definitely coming back for something, back on the Operator. Found like kind of mid-success on Lotus. And to take over the map would be pretty big for PRX.
Solid stuff all around. Both teams taking one map. We've got a third map potentially loading up. And as you can see, the players are not on the stage. So we're going to go to a short break. When we come back, the players will be in their seats and we'll be jumping right into the action. Stay tuned. It's EWC.
देख पाऊंगा मैं थर्ड मैच नहीं देख पाऊंगा लगता जाना पड़ेगा सोने स्टार्ट होने टाइम लगेगा अभी तो 5 मिनट लेंगे लोग कल जी का मैच भाई जी MIBR रुक जाओ देखने दो
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
We really appreciate about this event because it's very huge event and we can compete with really like great opponent in the world. We will do our best, but one of our main roster player cannot be here because of some surgery he had. So I'm not sure we can be really good. We will do our best.
我觉得不是很坏吧，但还没有达到我们理想的成绩。圣地亚哥的话，其实就是输掉了嘛。然后伦敦的话，其实我们本来有非常大的信心去拿下冠军的，那最后可惜就是自己没有把握住嘛，没有达到最好吧，但也还可以接受。我觉得当时是奥特曼来到之后，在磨合，我们在适应教练的风格吧。教练组的分工其实也比较不明确，就大家团队里面都比较混乱，感觉。 最后还是差一点吧，尤其是打勒维尔坦，就是第3张图的时候，指挥的时候我没有扛住，我觉得可能会有点难，但我相信我们可以做到。
I'm very happy that we managed to qualify to EWC because it's a very big step for us. We don't really care about the enemies we're playing against. There's PRX who were top 2 in Masters and also Vitality top 4. Of course, they're insane teams, but if we manage to get out of this group, then we have a high chance winning the whole tournament.
He's got a teammate.
It was 2v5. It was Narrate and Lewan. They were alive. I see them both in insane positions, and I thought we could actually win this round. And then they got kill after kill after kill. Then it's 1v1, and my heartbeat is like 180, and I cannot do anything about it. He won it, and then I'm relieved. Going into playoffs is like my biggest dream I did back then in KCX, so it was very insane. There was 30k people just rooting for us, playing against Koi. It was the best moment of my life. No matter how good is the specs of the headset, you're still gonna hear if it's a big crowd, so they're gonna give us other momentum for sure. During stage 1, we had like, it was the worst split of my career, and I think for everyone in my team, and it was just super sad that we hard worked the whole year just to win something and we cannot. It was a good learning lesson for all of us, and it showed actually in AWC how well we learned from it. I think we had some issues with like our momentum, I would say. We're getting overconfident, we're doing so many mistakes, and then once we do these mistakes, we get low confidence, and then it turns from up to high, and then it's very hard to play like this. It was my rookie split as an IGL, so this was for sure a part of it because I did so many mistakes, but I learned from it. That's the most important, and yeah, I'm looking forward for AWC. I think Zeech worked a lot in our mental aspect more than in-game because we were all super sad. We went in a really bad rough times, and he worked into this, like he tried to make us stay alive again. In-game stuff is not as important as the connection between the players. The team has to be loving each other so they can be able to perform. If we manage to get out of this group, as I said, we're gonna for sure win the tournament. We might be the underdogs, but we're here to prove we're not.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup. It's Chris Puckett here on your screen, and we are about to jump into the final fight of the night. PRX taking on NRG, and as these two predicted, we're going to a Game 3. Last map, though, much more of a
convincing win than expected at 100 Thieves. I want to start with you, Avril. What do you see from the boys from Americas?
Yeah, NRG, the recovery after that brutal second round as well, losing the anti-eco. And we saw what happened on Fracture, where you just get this PRX string of a massive amount of rounds, 11-5, they had the lead. Opposite thing happens on Lotus. It's 11-5 the other way around, and NRG not only recovered, kept that spree going, massive punishes on the PaperX side, and unfortunately for a player like Forsaken on PRX as well, he went like 0-9 in terms of first kills, first death. He died first like 9 times.
Some of the TVs are pretty ludicrous, I'm not going to lie, but I'm impressed by NRG. Not only the kind of resilience to be able to come back from losing that opening map, they got eco'd in the second round, as I kind of mentioned, but they also blew out PaperX on a map that they know their way around very well.
Yeah.
I saw a request in the chat to see your back. Would you mind showcasing the dog? It's got flowers with it.
Yeah.
Who are we giving flowers to at the end of
for?
this fight? I was going to say something if he plays like he does in game number 1. On the other side, I'm eyeing Kiko. Let's go back to when you were popping off. I want to see a little bit more
You picked the only
aggression.
non-American player on the team. You picked the Brit.
Well, everyone loves a Brit. Have you met Big Time yet? This kid's amazing.
I've seen way too much of Big Time.
I would hang out with him every day, bunk beds and everything.
No, that's what I literally do. I live with him for the last 2 years.
In bunk beds?
It's sometimes in bunk beds. Hey.
Interesting.
Yeah, you got to grind.
I mean, we're on the hustle.
Big Time's one of the only people I know that can fit in a bunk bed, so.
That's true.
As a grown adult.
Was he on the top bunk or the bottom bunk?
Yeah,
you feel safe with him on top. Yeah, you're
I
good.
see.
You're good.
Yeah. Sure.
We take a look here at that man, though. I would not feel comfortable with Mata above me. If you're looking at the agents, what are we locking in? Gentlemen, I am going to exit. Take it away. This is the decider. Who is going to jump to the top of the group? NRG or PaperX?
I'll tell you what, Pilsky, the harder map comes on through for Breeze and NRG. I think one of the only teams that's still really keen to play this KO in there. Most teams I'm seeing not really that down for it anymore. Double E-nets coming on through for NRG versus the double duelist look of PaperX.
That's a pretty popular comp in Pacific, honestly. Both T1 and RRQ had been running this during the regular Pacific season, so I think that this is going to be a comp that PaperX are very familiar with. I know it says RRQ down there, but this is the third map between PaperX and NRG, and stylistically, this is going to be double E-net versus double duelist, the Something Jet and Forsaken Neon that they have been running a lot on this map. It's a map they've been very up and down of, but their last streak of maps, you look at them cutting their teeth on the very best teams in the world, and you can feel some degree of confidence here for PaperX that they can close out this series. On the other side of things, NRG playing a lot of very strong teams over in Americas, but they haven't had as many international reps in the last 3 months on Breeze specifically.
Yeah, but overall, I mean, still looking at the things here, like Breeze has been a reasonable good map for both of these teams. Breeze was, unfortunately, one of the maps that NRG dropped allowed in the qualifier coming into this one. As we also remember the PRX side of things, Breeze was a map that they did beat Liv on in the grand final for London. However, bit of rough waters on that, actually. Not a very clear-cut victory for them. We'll see if they can make this one a lot more clear-cut now. Again, don't mind the fact that it says RRQ on the top. That is, in fact, PaperX. Defensive side first, NRG attacking. Kick it off over towards shops.
Is it the third and decider map here, opening up the group? Winner will go on to take Vitality, I believe, in a qualification game for the playoffs. Loser will play Carmine Core in the elimination. NRG creeping their way in towards A main. Viper wall goes up, dash on in, and they can give an open A side here. Divide trying to spam one down before the plant goes down, but NRG with the forward high tide will take all control here, including yellow.
Massive coverage. It's going to be Divide hiding behind the high tide and seeing a couple of shots come through on the opposite end as well. The rest of NRG, rather, PaperX finally arrive.
Kiko up close and personal here. Not too much utility left over. Just the pistols here for NRG as PaperX start to make their moves.
Envy took a little bit of damage early on. Hiding away is going to be Kiko, and he's completely shuts down 2 members of PRX. As soon as they spot in, 4 versus 3 now, Brock. All the way in the back, Forsaken doesn't even get to move, and Jing, nothing a response either. Falling apart as PaperX, NRG, another pistol, 3 pistols in a row going their way.
Yeah, really nicely worked there from NRG, just keeping things simple. Creep up in towards A main, throw up the Viper wall, Sova Dart, and the dash on in, and when they recognize that it's a retake setup for PaperX, they choose to
even take a step forward. That is a big strength of the Harbor in combination with the Viper. Originally, we used to see this over on Icebox, where you're kind of segmenting the walls. But the Harbor gives you a little bit more flexibility in terms of where you actually want to control in terms of the site. So being able to kind of further extend that control gave PaperX a few more troubles on the retake going forward.
All right, Knife will probably get info on 2 players. Forsaken and something is potentially got the sniper out, actually.
Yeah, 2 marshals. I mean, this is pretty common on Breeze, but PaperX in particular here do have a couple of upgrades to try to keep this one interesting.
Okay, Kiko there as well. Moving up through mid, walking into something. He's been waiting for this opportunity. Buying up as well. Given that, what was the pistol going towards the NRG side of things? This is a very slow round. Look at the trappers well on the door side of things. Jing and Envy dodging out from the Viper molly as well. This could be very interesting. Should get checked though. 2 players there. Envy is the only one that actually gets somebody on the PaperX side of things.
Yeah, both of the marshals here. Devi on the rotation over. Something not really able to do too much as the Viper wall goes up. Takes a chunk out of Kiko.
Unfortunate.
But look, not much to be done here as the wall gets dropped on PaperX. And Devi not even able to take one more with him. Only Marta to go down here for NRG. And a pretty nice anti-eco.
Yeah, but PaperX would have liked to see a little bit more coming through from the marshals. No one really biting over towards mid. The trap setup. Now the mid doors. Only delivering the 1 kill. That's after the fact that they dodged out from that molly as well. Once more, Ethan, the rest of NRG, defusing that situation. A device body shot on Kiko, not landing a kill either.
Fair bit invested in that round for PaperX. He's going to hamstring the opening gun round a little bit. A couple of sets of light armor. Full buy up for NRG, who were kind of cutting corners there. Initial contact. Going the way of either one of these teams. Forsaken well aware there's a couple of players over towards B-Main. That's the 2nd time that Kiko has picked Forsaken on the jump spot. And this is a landslide for NRG.
Yeah, Forsaken's first deaths just keep going up, unfortunately. As the light armor gets a little bit lighter now, not in a good way for PaperX. 5 versus 2. You know, a map and a half ago, I would have said maybe still winnable for PaperX. Devi can certainly do it, but now the way this is going, looking like 3 in a row for NRG.
Yeah, they are all over this. Just keeping things pretty simple here, using the double E-Nit just to be able to take control of the mains and springboard into these quicker executes. PaperX having a really tough time dealing with it.
So those first deaths, man. No trades either. Heavy investment on that 2nd round. Double marshals being brought in. Doesn't allow every single member on your team to have a full buy on this round 3 rifle. Now you have to walk out. Tail tucked between your legs for PaperX. A couple of rifles here.
It's the best possible start for NRG, honestly. Like, the cash is already like 2+K on all of these players. They're about to win the bonus round, up 3-0 on the attacking side of Breeze. This is going to be a bit of a nightmare to navigate for PaperX.
Similar to what we saw in Fracture, but the opposite side around, right? I mean, we just saw the fact that you get those 5 in a row. Bonus converted as well. After PaperX wins the pistol, they got both the pistols on Fracture now. 3 pistols in a row. Haven't seen anything come through from PRX's. The timeout coming through super early.
See what they want to kind of construct around these 2 rifles that have been kept through from the opening gun round. Might be some marshals or sheriffs to be invested in. Maybe throw a shotty in the mix, especially if they want to contest a main or something like that. Up to PaperX to kind of pick themselves up. This has been a false start here on Breeze so far. NRG are looking pretty locked in, really running through with all of the momentum they garnered from stomping PaperX on Lotus, and Breeze looks like it's heading in much the same direction.
I mean, it really did say it earlier on, but it kind of feels like we're speed running the London finals in a way where get a very resounding win on Fracture that this time around actually kind of gets a lot more competitive, and then slowly but surely throughout the rest of the series, and this time just in a BO3, losing momentum from PRX. Confidence seems down as well. Some of those magic moments you get out of Fracture, you're just not getting anymore.
Let's see what they come up with here. Got a lot of work to do. I think the objective starts to move, especially when you have this good of a start on the attacking side from, you know, being able to string rounds together, being able to break the money to how many can we kind of chip in early on here. You got to kind of adjust your expectations. Forsaken really going to go for a Guardian here. Down to $400. Indeed, he is investing quite a lot in this round. He feels like PaperX have a good chance to win it.
2 players with just the pistols out there as well, including something who's super far away from the Blade Storm. And PRX getting nice and active early on. A couple players wanting to move a little bit deeper into the mid. As NRG, full respect, they want to be prepared for the potential PRX doing something here.
Yeah, something very much saving for an operator heading in towards the next round. Ethan jiggling for the mid push. And he, it's courtesy really of this deep wall from PaperX. Makes NRG a little bit nervous that they will be taking some space over there. And sometimes they even just throw down that wall and then just play towards the mains. In this case, NRG really doing their due diligence, working their way through the map. Up elbow, drone goes into middle.
Drone sees nothing. Smoke ends up being pretty useful there for PRX just to hide inside the cove. They don't see anything on the opposite end either. Time is running out. NRG have barely made moves. It's confusing PaperX a little bit.
I think they're making the right call here, though. Just dropping off Scooper in middle for the late lurk. He's able to play in front of this Viper wall, so it's not really troubling NRG too much as they group back up towards his A side. Similar to the pistol, it's just going to be Devi retake. The rest of PaperX have cleared all of B, but the Execute's going to get in a little bit faster.
Full flash, and Devi isn't able to get anything. Forsaken once again, first death. Very unfortunate. Brock will convert onto that lone player, Devi, who can't respond at all. And Devi had one of the only rifles.
Yeah. Something with naught but a classic. Oh, there you go. He's picked up the Vandal. Wants to try to make this one a little bit more interesting. 2 players cripplingly low on the side of NRG.
3 players off-site here as well. They do get smoked off. Gives a little bit of opportunity for PRX, who with their guns available, 2, 1 being picked up by something. It's playable, but it's not anymore. They're just leaving, aren't they?
Yeah, they got to save. You really got to min-max your money when NRG has this much cash. Like, you've got to be able to guarantee yourself as many gun rounds as you can get access to, because there's no breaking the attacking side economy anymore. Forsaken looking for some damage here at the end. Oh, sorry, Jing. Some damage here at the end of the round. Stand out by the KO knife. I do imagine he's probably just going to go down to the spike. Doesn't feel the need to force the issues. Trying to keep NRG interested so that maybe one of them died to the spike. But as it stands, NRG really just passing the test with flying colors. 5 alive heading into round 5.
Damn,
they're going to have like 7k on each of these players, something like that. It's going to be a ridiculous amount of cash for the attackers.
And they played that round so slowly as well that PRX, like I sort of mentioned, they got really confused towards the end. Didn't really know where to go. Leaving Devi just to anchor A alone, and we'll see what happens with that. And just couldn't even trade 1 for 1 there. Leaves Martyr, I believe, on 5 HP.
I think this changes plans for PaperX as well. I was pretty sure that something was saving for an operator, but as he picks up a Vandal to save into the next round, it's going to be rifle-centric game fate for PaperX.
Okay, hang on.
Opener with the utility here. Keiko gets sent in, then back into middle here for NRG. Not going particularly well so far. They've really tried to cause a little bit of a reaction and a rotation in the early round for PaperX, but they still end up a man down.
Haven't seen PRX get the first blood in some time now over the course of these rounds. It's Kiko trying to dive on in on A and being punished for it. Devi onto Brock as well. Okay, numbers starting to look really comfortable for PaperX. Will still be a plant coming on through, but a 2 versus 4 now. Ultimates in play. Plenty of money though, so NRG happy to get it done.
Scuba on the front foot, nice placement of the Viper roll here. Ethan could set him up with a nicely timed flash to try to start to even up the numbers. Scuba going for a little bit of a play here. Something well and truly ready for it. Just down to Ethan. Trying to do some damage to the economy of PaperX. Fragment keeps something at arm's length. Forsaken's made it up onto the side. Forsaken just, just pushing straight into the fragment. PaperX getting themselves their first gun round here.
Tell Ethan wasn't ready for that. Something pushing into the fragment. Leaves with 6 HP. One of the few times now that we're really starting to see PaperX getting that first blood, converting onto secondary kill, getting really heavy numbers in their favor. Starting to bite their way back into this map a little bit.
Yeah, long road back in, but that round was fantastic, really. NRG trying to go for one of these set plays where they set up the jet for success in the early round with a little bit of the double unit utility.
Let's go.
Have a wrap into middle in the mid round to catch some of those rotations.
We want to see the op come through for something that will now be the case. Back over towards mid. Has to be a little bit concerned about the dart.
Same for Keiko though, and he's holding this line nicely. PaperX punished in the opening kills department yet again, and NRG with a man advantage.
Really expensive there, unfortunately for PRX. Jing now playing off a Forsaken together. A main's good. Null command is going to cause a little bit of issues here. Jing really would like a kill shot one, but instantly Kiko responds with more flashes. Decent, but Kiko doesn't care. That's going to be A taken care of. 4 versus 2 again. Once again, you have to look at the money side. Divine and Envy, how much do they want this?
It's locked out of it, really. The high tide only just went down. He's going to give it a little bit of a sniff, but Devi is just sitting in nest. I don't think he's interested in this 2-on-4 at all.
Just got around for PaperX. It's already gone the wrong way now.
Oh.
Not a bad shot from Envy.
Really just going for damage, though. I don't think he's particularly interested. Dart on in to keep NRG.
Saving.
Not bad.
That's what he was going for the whole time. Really well worked. Heads up play from Envy. He'll be able to hand that to something in the next round. And with 2 guns saved over, PaperX will be able to put together another buy here.
It's well played by Kiko at the start of that one. Out dueling something and then converting a little bit later on as well.
Wouldn't be surprised to see NRG go for this quick mid to A yet again here. They do have some good ults to be doing it. You see often Keiko has been wielding the operator in the last round or so, but he could rip the Bladestone here, pick up the pace. He can get the Hunter's Fury on through with the dart up over the top. Something that could go quite well for NRG. They did just condition the mid to A though with the pick on mid doors and the null command. So we'll see what they want to go going for here. It does seem like they are going to choose to go to the other side of things. Back to B.
B's open.
PRX आ रही है नहीं कम में कभी भी आ सकता है भाई 1-5 ही है ज़्यादा नहीं
Will be popped this round as well for Kiko, and yep, full retake on B. I'm afraid for PaperX. Something might catch a little bit of a whiff of a player. Oh, it doesn't quite land the shot though. That would have been a hard one to land for sure. Kiko on the other side would just completely rip away Envy. 5v4.
Yeah, awkward exchange. Tried to go for the drone. Envy under a little bit too much pressure there. Drone from Brock does spot out that the flank will be coming through from PaperX as he meets up with the rest of the team on site. And NRG have flipped the map. They are in defense spawn. It's going to be a very difficult retake for PaperX.
PaperX now got to execute like they're the attacking side instead. At least their smokes are still online. Brock has a decent line and a decent shot onto Devi, and numbers are now looking sad. And something is just going to peel off in a 1v1. Marta, nice, okay. Makes things slightly better for them. Maybe just playing for the exits now.
Yeah, 100%. Trying to hold on to these 3 rifles, but at some point you've got to stop saving and start getting some rounds. Jing covers that smoke push from Scuba well, but that's where the good news really ends. 6-1 for NRG. What a brutal start to this map for the Pacific fans.
NRG can just close out the one more round. They get the 7, and I think for PRX,
push कर दो background मस्त मजा आएगा.
Would be pretty good for them at this stage.
Unexpected.
Because this kind of deficit is rough to make a comeback from. They are still going to have the weapons to play through, but I hear you, man. At some stage, you gotta stop saving. And I think this next round coming up might just be that one. Another timeout coming on through. Plenty to talk about for PaperX to recover in this half.
Yeah, second timeout for them. And just as many rounds here on Breeze have not had an answer for what NRG's been throwing at them so far. This has been a very well-constructed attacking side of Breeze. The double E-Nit Harbor is something that can be really difficult to play around, especially when the other team is so well organized. The attacking side op has been having some pretty serious impact. Like Keiko has been finding opening picks like it's nothing on the jet, causing a big problem for PaperX thus far. Needs Forsaken to start to turn things around here. He hasn't had any impact on the Neon.
Yeah.
It's usually a pretty good agent, pretty good map for him.
It's been a rough couple of maps. Like I said, that first death stat line is a bit haunting. When you look at a guy like Forsaken, you certainly expect more. And a massive turnaround for everyone on NRG. I mean, Marta had a rough go of Fracture, but now that's feels like such a long time ago. For NRG, winning this the way they are is pretty shocking for PaperX and a shocking day for Pacific in general if they can't pull through.
Deep ball on mid here once again for PaperX. One way thrown into A main, very much trying to play disruptive. And there you go, dropped on Kiko and suddenly gets the opener. Marta replying with the operator picked up from the jet though. He is pretty good at wielding this gun himself.
Yep, I've seen him on a jet before. Familiar territory. NRG will play this one quietly. Let's take a look at Elbow. How much does PRX want to move up?
भाई
Envy knows he's kind of just in the Goldilocks spot.
बैठे रहे
Not too hot,
ऐसे है
not too
ऐसे
cold,
रहो
he's just
देखते
sitting
ना
tight.
वापस आ रहे लोग
Ready to disrupt this pivot to B
Hello,
if
bhai.
necessary.
Nice.
Something on the other side of things has still got this A main info line with the operator. And Ethan going to spot that out. Well aware that the jet is sitting right there.
damn भाई
Drone goes into middle here for NRG.
क्या लगता है PRX का comeback आएगा chat
It's drawing out a lot of utility.
PRX का
NRG
comeback
just kind of simplifying things
possible
back towards A main.
या
Well,
नहीं
they got info that something
बताओ
is
भैया
there based on the knife coming through from Ethan. How do they want to defuse the scenario? They have still util to play through. Box got recon in there as well. Okay, there it is. Just play the ultimate. That'll be enough, more than enough to push off our jet from the line. But Divide will so clear Ethan up. Something more of that brainstorm. Smarter and Brock. The operator changes hands once again. High tide coming on in. 3 versus 2. 17 seconds left to play through 2v1. Envy. Wait. Might have brilliant timing here, but undetected.
Okay.
And he can't do so. NRG again. Big celebration from their side of the stage. Collecting that 2v1 victory, extending their lead even further.
Yeah, nicely worked there for NRG. Finally, when PaperX are able to find an opener, immediate reply from Marta.
possible
And NRG just able to simplify a lot of these rounds and use the double E-Nit to the best of its abilities. The KO knife spotting out where the operator is, and then they just place in the utility right where it's needed. Got to put themselves into a winnable post plant.
7-1, massive difference in rounds, and PRX have already burned through their timeouts as well. All alone now. They got to figure this one out. Back over towards mid. Something and Divide playing together. That is big information. Ethan, they're looking for him. They want him.
Oh, nice.
Secondary as
Yeah,
well.
we know what. Push करके निकाला.
And the sphere was used in that exchange as well. Kiko onto Divide. The exchange 3 versus 4 now.
4v3.
Will be recovered by Kiko.
Yeah, drone out onto the middle line. Hunter's Fury ripped by Envy, looking to try to further extend the numbers, but dodged out nicely there by NRG. The rest of PaperX.
Oh, nice round.
It's all on Marta.
ऐसे push करो बे aggressive से खेलते हैं लोग slow खेल रहे हैं वैसे खेल रहे हैं ना हुआ ही नहीं इनसे
attention away from PaperX. Jing cutting
कितना
them
चिन
up in
कर रहा हूँ
half.
सही तो है
Ching onto Marta. Yeah, he sees him, but he doesn't land the shots. Marta cleans him up.
30 एक गोली
Well, at least they know where Marta is now. That's the good news. 30 HP
Something
as
है
well. Something up next. Doesn't get the
cross हो
opportunity
गया
to make the shot happen, and this is unbelievable. Marta is still able to get 2.
He's in the Matrix. He just pre-fired that so perfectly.
मारना start करो बे कितना डर के खेल रहे हैं लोग
Avoided something with the perfect high tide.
Yep.
I mean, if he had a little bit more HP, I thought he would have put together a 1v4 there.
Starting to look dangerous, that's for sure. I mean, he hit low HP, but just the ability to get past
push
the
कर रहा
early 2
है
players and get those
right
kills.
I mean, we're past danger. They're getting cooked here.
Considering that was a 4v1, that's still rough for PaperX, dropping 2 members in that 4v1.
Yeah. Makes their money quite breakable here. Couple ults to work with though. Overdrive and the pit ready to go here for PaperX. It's a slow round.
Again.
I mean, 2-1-2 here for NRG. Deep wall across middle.
No.
Should be an easy one, but I don't think Forsaken's got a bite. Something has been playing through mid multiple times now, using that Viper's wall to tuck himself in, and I lied about Forsaken. He does want to do something here, or perhaps that's actually just Kiko pushing in himself. In either case, another first death for Forsaken doesn't help PaperX yet.
Something's pretty deep in middle though. Could be a great position to be leveraging in towards the mid to late round, but with that deep wall again, I mean, you just continue using the initiator utility. Something able to actually dash out nicely. Updraft dash with the cloud burst keeps himself alive.
Might have pulled that through a little early. Didn't even see the drone yet, just kind of preempted the drone. Assumed the drone was going to spot him, but in the case, the drone did its job. As the rest of NRG group together, ready to finish on B. It's going to be essentially playing for a retake here. Envy pretty back in terms of his positioning on site.
सही बैठा है बस एक दो बोलने वाले भी नहीं बस बैठ के चुपचाप ओह क्राउच कर रहा था शायद मर जाता वो भी लॉल एंडी
I saw the lineup there for Envy, but unfortunately just couldn't land the second kill. Would have been pretty insane.
Something दिखा दे
4 versus 2 pipped
अरे
down.
बे
PaperX
चांस ही नहीं मिल रहा
chances to
बेचारे
win here
को
as something sees
क्या ही
just a
करें
little bit of a shoulder of a player. And that shoulder converts into a Brock kill. Divide will be good for one, but not good enough.
GG or what, guys?
Kiko's all over it.
GG's.
Another 3K. Having a blinder of a game on the jet.
समझने का चांस ही नहीं मिल रहा सही खेलने का लाइक कुछ भी ऐसा
PaperX under the pump. If they want any chance of picking up Breeze here, they need probably both of the next 2 rounds, let's be honest.
They'll need that. They'll need to win the pistol anti-eco in the second half. I mean, the fact that Emmy gets one here, look at the possible lineup. Nearly had the secondary, but just couldn't quite get the head of Brock.
There's just too much to do, though. Like, you're playing as a Sova against a full execute.
Yeah. Look at the double outlaw into the operator here as well. Just trying to clean up these low HP Sheriff players coming through PRX, but Forsaken overdriving his way through to victory. That'll make things hurt a little bit for NRG, who, okay, numbers actually going the way of PaperX here, and they've recovered at least one outlaw.
Brock still on the line here. If the wall gets dropped, something would have gone down, but he's able to slip back through onto that nice off angle. Drone through towards elbow, confirming that NRG are still kind of hanging around in spawn side. PaperX will definitely want to be slowing this round down, not giving away this man advantage. With a minute on the clock, though, NRG need to get a bit of a wriggle on.
The other thing is, like, if you abandon this position, start giving away the guns, something Divide looking for those pickups. Oh, and Brock eats a shot. That is gross. 10 HP left.
Yeah, something sliding out onto the line.
One
share of shots. Almost needed to catch him on the cross.
Nice, nice.
Ethan now trying to pick up the pieces. And something completes the thrifty for PaperX. That is a classic from them. The elbow play with the paranoia overdrive ripped. It's a recipe for success when you have no money to work with. Now if they could just pick up this gun round towards the end of the half, it's at least doable.
So Sheriff's in charge of this town. Forsaken overdriving through, delivering a couple of nice early kills, starting to give some weapons over, putting Brock on 10 HP and no numbers at all for NRG to play. That is a...
ये वाला निकाल लो attacking शायद कर ले लोग चांस होगा ना attacking में तो इधर तो कहीं से भी पड़ रही है इनको बेचारों
back in again, but getting shot now. By the way, something did steal away that operator, but it's pushed off the line.
Drone at least spotting out where the op is playing. In goes the harbor roll, as well as the null command, but something still picks one on the cross straight through the Viper wall. That is illegal. Divide out, waiting for further aggression.
Oh, nice.
As well. Nice multi-frag on in. Ethan
nice
trading
one.
back. The high track zoning PaperX away for now.
2v4 not possible, buddy. Is something
the one that will actually find this kill. There's not a lot of members left to play through. Just one, just Ethan. Taps the spike. Reels in the last 3 members. Forsaken is the one that bites, but Ching is the one that actually gets to chew up the last player. And now suddenly 2
attacking आ रहा है भाई, comeback आ रहा है. Full feeling आ रही है, attacking full comeback. Pistol round PRX जीत रही है guys.
Potential of a comeback.
Pistol round PRX जीत रही है. फिर उसका तो second of buy होगा, वो भी जीत जाएगी. Easy, चलो let's go.
Half time, he's going to need all of the energy possible. No pun intended. That's a really nice hold from PaperX though. Something despite 2 ults being.
चलो मैं जा रहा हूँ भाई, मैं ये round देके जा रहा हूँ.
Still fights a pick and Divide, who has only had a couple of little moments so far in this game of Breeze. That's a very key multi-frag. Like I said, PaperX needed both of those rounds towards the end of the half.
Yep.
And now it's at least doable, but I think NRG are still going to be feeling confident here.
PaperX still in it to win it. Need to see those magical moments. Saw the kind of insane rounds, insane kills that Divide got in the first 2 maps. Clutches he had on Fracture. Insane sheriff shots he had. Top of A on Lotus as well. Late in the day, what an incredible eco they win. With only a couple rounds left to play through. Forsaken showing up when it counts as well. Drive and play to sort of deliver that one over. But otherwise, NRG in full control of this map and in the position to win the entire series.
A little bit of momentum in towards the tail end of that last half, though, for PaperX. They need to really embody that. They'd love a pistol here. Start to close the gap in towards this second half. Start kicking things off on the attacking side. This is where, particularly playing into the comp that NRG is piloting here on Breeze, you're really going to be put through your paces. Harbor, KO, very disruptive comp. It's going to be coves, you know, one-ways, things like that. The Storm Searcher try to deny that kind of A main space. The KO knife really directing the flow of traffic and gathering information. Ethan is a bit of a master on this agent.
He's thinking deep. Man, the screen there. leading the charge for NRG after a rough start in the series. Game is in their hands, ball is in their court. Did say though for PRX, they would like to finish the first half with at least 4. They got that, and now I think pistol basically required here.
Now here on the B stream, we've already had one victory for Americas over Pacific. We are staring down the barrel of another. It's up to PRX to change that narrative. Both teams kind of peppering shots downrange in middle, and I'm surprised no one walks away dead from that.
Yeah,
so
a little bit.
Complete disengage, and PRX pick up the pace into 8.
Some damage done to play. Something and Marta, the ones that actually get shot there, and Brock.
Oh.
See if he can find somebody through that smoke. Not going to be the case, but everyone's basically arriving now. Just waiting for Scuba to come through from spawn as well. Something up first. He's half HP, but it's Envy and Jing onto Marta and Brock. Numbers good for PRX. Spike want to come on through now. NRG. Let's see what else they can do. Nothing so far. 5 versus 2 now. Kiko doesn't even get divide either.
Scuba. A little bit late to the party here. Never
बोला
even
था
got a
पिस्तौल
chance to get
PRX जीत
involved.
रही है क्या कहता मैंने
Pistol for PRX.
अब ये वाला जीत जाएगी वाला राउंड इजी है भाई इजी है इजी इजी
In this game of
ये वाला जीत गया उसके अगले वाला भी जीत गई ना PRX विन है भाई चलो
Get that anti-eco
मेरा
in there. That's
prediction
another round.
क्या बोलते हो
6 and 8 now starts to feel if they get that round.
तो हो ही जाएगा भाई
A lot more
आराम से
doable. Then we're seeing the danger they can have on the
ये वाला
bonus as well
निकालना है
based
इनको
on the fracture
और इसका अगला
is.
निकालना है इजी भाई
See if NRG has anything to say about it though. This round though, happy to just let it go economy-wise. Classics abroad. Something is potentially also making that save towards the op as well. And see what that looks like.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it is just pistols with the outlaw divide.
Oh, easy भाई एक और nice one nice one nice one एक आली है इसको मारो अरे let's go अरे PRX जीत रही है रे बोल रहा हूँ मैं चलो attacking easy है भाई उनके लिए वही तो aggressive खेलने वाली टीम है भाई वो
Plenty of money in the bank. They could afford to really buy up here, given the amount of players on PRX.
बस ये राउंड निकाल लो
ये निकाल लो very dangerous looking bonus coming on through in terms of economy.
चलो ये राउंड जीती मैं रख रहा हूँ PRX win ठीक है मेरा prediction बस ये वाला जीतना है इनको easy win
Cannot afford to let a team of
ये वाला राउंड देख के जा रहा हूँ
back into a game. It's going to be the flash to set up the jet for the pick here early on in combination with a little bit of a shocky onto door.
PRX जीत जाएगा easy
PRX just pinging out the map. Triple swing to try to re-clear that mid space. And it seems like they want to group up back towards A. They're in two minds about what they want to be doing this round. I guess it's back to B here.
It's double rifle plus Guardian. Outlaw Bulldog, so somewhat reasonably competitive buy in terms of this bonus.
For sure.
क्या लगता है वाइपर के साइड पे
A bit of exploration coming through, mid under control for NRG. As NRG start to sniff the fact that it could be a B, and that's exactly what it looks like.
Oh, blind हो गया
nice. He's paranoid out, but hiding behind a box.
बैठा है
There's no contact just yet to be found. I mean, this is a scary move for Scuba. The rest of the troops are still yet to arrive. Starting to come through from spawn now. As Mardig and Brock will be up. A couple of kills here looking good so far. And Brock is really delivering now. PRX
down निकाला दे
as much out of this push as they would have liked. But Divide,
oh 1v1
Viper versus Viper. It's Phantom versus
Dika
down. See if Divide can find that shot.
Scuba with the spike
30 seconds, buddy.
Kind of dance around.
30 seconds left.
PRX are well aware that he was anchoring the side initially. He was spotted out early on. Wall going up for Scuba here. Divide. Sheriff in hand, creeping up on the line. Doesn't have a primary weapon to be using. 15 seconds on the clock, and Scuba is all over this tunnel flank. Reading this one very well.
Is he? Yes. Managed to get back in there, timing extremely well, as mentioned. Thought for a second there. That he might have turned away at the wrong time, but
अब तो मैं कुछ नहीं कह सकता ये वाला राउंड निकल जाता तो PRX जीत जाती मैच अब तो देखो क्या करते हैं
dangerous bonus coming through that could be very competitive. Ends up in a 1 versus 1, so despite winning that one, very curious about
शायद हो सकता है अभी भी हो सकता है भाई बट मेरे को जाना पड़ेगा गाइस आज की वॉच पार्टी यही खत्म करते हैं कल G वर्सेस MIBR देखेंगे भाई इजी करना पड़ेगा मेरे को वेट last round ठीक है last round जा रहा है उसके बाद एक मिनट
as once again you have a similar opening to the round here. Shock dart in towards doors, got a lot of damage there. to open things up. Something looking for a pick with the Outlaw over towards this B side of the map, and indeed, Scuba is low on armor. There it
Big
is.
Shot B.
Scuba down. That is B almost open. Still player there in Brock. Just putting the pressure on numbers-wise to keep things interesting here as we go back over towards mid for PRX.
Envy taking space on B, causing a lot of problems. The judge is still here towards mid doors. That should be an easy opener for Kiko, who's under a little bit of pressure. Tentative now from Jing, pushed away by the fragment.
Paranoia. But Amada still gets Jing, and now Brock as well.
Nice,
Envy, you talked
nice.
about him
Big Ali,
exploding
big Ali.
towards B. That might be the opening now to play on through.
Nice one.
And NRG know it as well. Trying to cut off something here, and not going to get the time to get that cut off, actually.
Yeah, NRG on the wraparound through elbow. Spike has not gone down yet for PaperX. Envy is on the push all the way through spawn. Something planting in a safe location here as Mata creeps up on him. Caught by Kiko as well. Ethan is ready for this flank from Divide. Great read on this round from NRG. Envy last player surviving, and they know that he was deep on B. Cove onto the spike. Mata taps it. And they're giving him nothing. Nice opener here. 20 HP. Half has to come through. He's going to get a little bit of chip damage on Tomato, but it takes way too long to go through that cove here. Mata's off the spike. Going to start defusing it. Swing on through from Keiko. Gets it done for NRG. Double digits.
चलो मैं जा रहा गाइस बाय बाय गुड नाइट मजा आया ठीक है कल आएंगे वापस जी वर्सेस MIBR मैच के साथ चलो मैं जा रहा हूँ बाय बाय गुड नाइट डब्ल्यू वॉच पार्टी भाई